woman of this caliber. Nobody is worthy of her. Jean Fulling was staring intently at the airport entrance, glancing down at the time every now and then quickly looking up again. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw the figure she had been longing for day and night, the figure that often appeared in her dreams, emerging from the airport entrance. Who else could it be but Su Liang? Jean Fulling cheered and ran over, throwing herself into Su Liang's arms. The surrounding crowd stared in stunned disbelief, a chorus of heartbroken sounds filling the air. Chapter 323. The protagonist's identity is revealed, and the entire internet laughs at her. The female lead splits. Amidst envious and jealous glances, Su Liang got into Jean Fulling's car. He stepped on the gas and sped away. In the car, Jean Fulling's face was flushed, still reeling from the surprise of Su Liang's arrival. Brother Liang, you're finally here. Chengdu has so many fun places, you can't go back to Shanghai until you've seen them all. Just kidding. Just kidding. We have scenic spots, local specialties, and historical sites here. Brother Liang, where do you want to go? I'll take you on a blast today. Jean Fulling enthusiastically described Chengdu's attractions, practically wanting Su Liang to fall in love with the city and never return to Shanghai. Then they could spend more time together. I really do want to see everything. Su Liang murmured. What? Jean Fulling didn't hear him clearly and asked in confusion. So, Liang Ji, what do you want to do? You. Let's go to your place first. Why go to my place? Nobody's home. Jean Fulling was confused. That's exactly what I want, nobody's home. Wouldn't it be more exciting if someone were there? Jean Fulling finally understood what Su Liang meant, and her pretty face flushed crimson. Liang Ji, you're so annoying, it's broad daylight. You can see better in broad daylight. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Jean Fulling's face was completely red, and she almost stomped her foot on the gas pedal. Then tell me, do you miss me? Yes. Jean Fulling blurted out. That settles it then. I miss you too. How about we go play a game of you and me and you? Any entertainment that doesn't involve buying Coke is just being a scoundrel, don't you know that? Jean Fulling was completely bewildered. Was that even a thing? Oh right, I remember someone saying that once I got to Rongqing, they'd let me see as much as I wanted. Su Liang said, seemingly remembering something suddenly. Jean Fulling involuntarily tightened her legs. Unable to resist Su Liang, Jean Fulling had no choice but to drive to the Qin family home. The Qin family was quite wealthy, not lacking money, and lived in a well-known villa district in Rongqing. The Qin family was a scholarly family, particularly fond of traditional culture. Stepping inside, one could feel a strong academic atmosphere and cultural depth. Jean Fulling, influenced by her family's traditional culture, developed a love for martial arts. In the end, Su Liang won her over with the promise of hands-on instruction. I didn't see the video before, but now I'll show my husband something. Jean Fulling sighed helplessly. The internet was in an uproar. The world's biggest clown exposed. It turns out he's actually. Where is the end of the world? Waiting online, it's urgent. A college student in Chengdu thought the end of the world was coming, squandered his family's 1 billion yuan fortune to buy supplies and build a fortress, but the end of the world didn't come. News stories bombarded the trending topics list. Unlike the last time. To prevent Lu's father from discovering the protagonist and causing interference, Lu Fan's identity wasn't exposed. This time, there was no need. Lu Fan's name, photo, and home address were directly published. That's right. This news bombardment was arranged by Su Liang again. No, to be precise, he's just behind the scenes. It's not a big deal for someone to believe in the apocalypse and post a few things online. But Su Liang's exposure that Lu Fan squandered 1 billion yuan of his fortune to prepare for the apocalypse is unacceptable. Once this news was revealed, major news outlets reacted like sharks smelling blood. They frantically wrote and published articles, using sensationalist headlines like those on UC Browser.
This is why Su Liang didn't immediately go to find the protagonist upon arriving in Chengdu.
Let the dust settle. When the protagonist is in despair, he'll appear with the female lead
and deliver the fatal blow. Now, Lu Fan and his university Rongqing University became famous overnight. The entire internet was filled with discussions about Lu Fan. The comments sections under each news article exploded. At Lubulu, Fanbufan, Brother Chien, if I remember correctly, your prediction of the end of the world was today, right? Why hasn't the end of the world come yet? Waiting online, urgent. There are clowns every year, but this year there seem to be more than usual. You're the biggest one ever. Weren't you so arrogant? You told us to wait and see? Come out and yell, louder, I can't hear you. Rongqing University is supposed to be the best university in Rongqing, how could it produce such a talent? Is Rongqing University's century-old reputation going to be ruined by one person? Alas, I'm uncultured, a single fuck is all I need. Rumor has it that the Lu family's company was worth at least 1.5 billion, and that idiot sold it for 1 billion. He's taken squandering money to a whole new level, that's amazing. It was already noon. Seeing that the end of the world hadn't come, Lu Fan completely gave up. What did he do wrong? Why is fate playing such a cruel joke on him? If he had known the apocalypse wouldn't come the day he was reborn from it, he would have been overjoyed and celebrated on the spot. But damn it, I was all prepared for the apocalypse. I'd squandered all my money, everything was ready, just waiting for the final push. And then you tell me the apocalypse suddenly didn't happen? It's infuriating, isn't it? Lu Fan also saw the news, constantly scrolling through the comments section, everywhere was filled with mockery. His mentality exploded, collapsed, was ruined. Ding, Lu Fan's mentality is unstable, villain value plus 999. Ding, Lu Fan's mentality exploded, villain value plus 999. Ding. Lu Fan doesn't even dare to go out now. He feels like every gaze falling on him is mocking him. Wait, something's not right. He's at home, why are people staring at him? Following that gaze. His good buddy Ikuan, holding a basketball, was giving him a strange look. Brother Chicken, are you fucking mocking me too? Think I'm an idiot? No, I didn't say that. Ikuan waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle. Lu Fan was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. You didn't say it, but that's exactly what you were thinking. Bang bang bang. A series of banging sounds came from outside. That's right, banging on the door. Luckily, the safe house he built was sturdy enough. If it were any other house, it would have been completely destroyed by that. It's just ridiculous. He built the safe house to protect against level 3 or 4 zombies. Now it's being used to block people. At least it served a purpose, right? Go see what's going on. Lu Fan's brows furrowed tightly. Ikuan, carrying a basketball, followed behind, clattering along. Holy crap? Hey chicken bro, what the hell is going on? Can't you just put that basketball aside? Ikuan sounded aggrieved. I play basketball to lose weight, and I lose weight for you, bro. Chapter 324, an alternative way to play in the apocalypse? The protagonist's stupidity makes me cry. Lu Fan and AI Kuan went to the monitoring room. By reviewing the outside surveillance footage, they saw a large crowd gathered outside. Several workers were banging on the door with shovels. Lu Fan frowned deeply. What were these guys doing? Brother, have you forgotten? I heard you mention borrowing from loan sharks and online lenders. AI Kuan weakly reminded him from the side. Boom. A thunderclap exploded. He had been so angry that he had forgotten this important matter. Soon, he spotted several familiar faces in the crowd. Damn it. Lu Fan clenched his fists, a deep regret rising in his heart. If only he hadn't tried to take advantage of them in the first place. He realized then. What might truly break him wasn't that the apocalypse hadn't come, or that he had squandered his fortune. Nor was that he had become a laughingstock to the world.
It's not the loans he took out that are the ones with the highest interest rates, the online loans.
Which of these lenders has any conscience?
They can turn a loan into dozens, even hundreds of times its original value in just 10 days. He even doubts whether the goods in his warehouse are enough to pay off his debts, whether they'll accept such a repayment method. Especially those loan sharks. They're full of thugs. If you can't pay them back, they'll block your door every day.
They can torture you to death.
Calling the police might help temporarily, but they'll still come after you. At this moment, Lu Fan desperately wished for the apocalypse to arrive.
Once order collapsed, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Big brother, what do we do? If we go out, those people will kill us. AI Kuan was somewhat worried.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he suggested,
how about we just stay in the safe house?
It's sturdy enough here, they can't break in, and the supplies are enough for us to last a lifetime.
Lu Fan. Holy crap! You're a genius. Is this how I built the safe house? Safe houses are specifically for fighting zombies, you're using it to fight off debt collectors? Is this some kind of alternative way to play in the apocalypse? Outside the Lu family villa,
a crowd surged, noisy and bustling.
What happened? It's the whole world's talking about it, and you still don't know? Have you got internet access in your village? Let me tell you, babbling on and on. I never expected it. The clown is from our neighborhood.
That Lu kid always looks so respectable, but he's got a screw loose.
We should show him respect. What's wrong with those people? Even if he's the clown, he didn't offend them, did he?
Smashing the door with a shovel is too much.
And why the hell did you call an excavator? Are you blind? Didn't you see the signs they put up? Someone looked in the direction of the gaze.
There were banners erected in front of the Lu family villa.
Damn it, pay me back. If you don't pay back your money, may you be struck by lightning. Give me back my hard-earned money. Rumble.
The noise of tractors filled the air. A fleet of excavators drove over, along with a tower crane and drills.
A whole construction crew followed behind.
The crowd watched, dumbfounded. They knew that those who owed money were now in a position of power. But they'd never seen such an outrageous debt collection method. This was like they were going to demolish the house. Then, something even more shocking happened.
Tractors started working on the Lu family villa, pile drivers were pounding away at it.
The operation was ferocious.
The result, almost zero damage to the villa. The Lu family villa, I'm invincible, do whatever you want. It's just outrageous. Who builds a house like this? An afternoon passed quickly.
Watching the construction machines relentlessly attack the Lu family villa, the crowd felt like they were playing a video game.
A bunch of minions attacking a boss.
The boss's health didn't decrease at all.
Are you just scratching it? An interesting incident occurred.
Seeing that the construction teams were struggling to breach the Lu family villa,
the company that was renovating the villa stepped forward to advertise. For the best renovation and remodeling, go to Lanxiang and Sandong. It was getting dark. The crowd of onlookers in the neighborhood didn't decrease, in fact, it seemed to be growing larger. As reporters arrived, they posted their reports online. The internet is exploding.
Breaking news, Lu Fan not only squandered his family's billion-dollar fortune, but also borrowed from loan sharks and online lenders everywhere, trying to get rich quick, planning not to repay after the apocalypse.
But the apocalypse didn't come, and he's doomed. I burst out laughing right now. Is this how you use a doomsday safe house? To use it as a shield against loan sharks? Seriously.
Seriously, this safe house is pretty sturdy.
The entire construction team worked on it all afternoon, and they didn't even get a scratch. They spent hundreds of millions building it. Do you think this is a joke? I'm more curious about how long he can hide in there. Can he hide forever? The answer is, yes, he can.
Don't you know he's stockpiled hundreds of millions worth of supplies in his villa? Netizens' eyes lit up, they were still enjoying this huge juicy gossip, eagerly awaiting further news.
Cough cough. In Mr. Lu's room.
A series of coughs rang out, and Mr. Lu woke up, gasping for breath. He was almost driven to his death by that unfilial son.
What's that sound?
Mr. Lu was puzzled. The villa was well soundproofed, but that couldn't stop the noise machines installed outside to force them out.
It sounded like a damn air raid siren.
After searching the villa, Mr. Lu went to the outside of the monitoring room. Hearing the conversation between two people inside, his expression changed, and he pushed open the door.
You unfilial son, what did you just say?
You borrowed tens of millions in high-interest loans.
Mr. Lu was trembling with rage. Money lost can be earned back.
Reputation lost can be regained.
As long as he's alright. But can you even touch high-interest loans?
Whether he can repay them is secondary. He was utterly exasperated by his son's stupidity. Lu Fan was caught off guard, not expecting his father to wake up and overhear him. He felt a pang of embarrassment.
Dad, it's a long story. You've just woken up, you shouldn't get angry. Go back to your room and rest.
Lu Fan tried to help him up, but his father forcefully pushed him away.
He went to the security camera. He saw the construction crew relentlessly shooting at their house. A crowd of people surrounded them, pointing and whispering as if they were heinous criminals.
Although he had blocked out the outside noise, he could almost hear their words.
The insults were incredibly vile. Lu Fan's father, a man of impeccable character, had never before faced such public condemnation.
A sudden rush of blood to his head, he couldn't catch his breath and fell backward.
Thankfully, AI Koen reacted quickly and caught him.
Seeing his father unconscious, he reached out to check his breathing.
Holy crap! More exhalation than inhalation, he was going to die. Lu Fan's expression shifted.
He gritted his teeth, but ultimately decided to go outside.
He couldn't just watch his father die in front of him, could he?
That would be a ridiculous display of filial piety.
Chapter 325, driven to madness by the protagonist.
Filial piety brings strength.
The simp goddess. Just as the construction crew was working feverishly, an ambulance sped up.
Amidst the confusion, the gate to the Lu family villa opened. Lu Fan carried his father out.
Look, it's that kid. He finally decided to come out.
Pay back the money quickly, pay back our peace of mind loan first.
No, pay back ours first, our interest rate isn't high. Dozens of lending institutions swarmed around Lu Fan, completely surrounding him.
Lu Fan was trapped in the middle, unable to get out, no matter how much he shouted. It was the paramedics who pushed through the crowd, took Lu Fan's father into the ambulance, and sped out of the residential area.
Dozens of cars quickly followed behind, fearing Lu Fan would run away.
Watching the cars disappear into the distance, a group of people remained, sighing with regret.
No wonder he's so angry with such a rebellious son.
Hopefully, he'll get better. Every pitiful person has their hateful side. It's his fault for not raising his child well.
No, I have to go back and give my brat a good beating.
They say spare the rod and spoil the child, but I can't raise a rebellious son like Lu Fan. Seeing there was no more gossip, the crowd slowly dispersed, each going home to their own mothers.
First People's Hospital. An ambulance sped into the hospital. A trolley was then unloaded, and paramedics quickly wheeled it into the hospital. Dad, you have to hold on.
Lu Fan ran alongside the trolley, shouting encouragement to his father.
The trolley only stopped when it entered the emergency room. Big brother, don't worry, Uncle is a lucky man, he'll be alright. Seeing Lu Fan pacing back and forth in the corridor, he kept scratching his head, looking remorseful, and AI Koen went to comfort him.
Even he himself couldn't believe his own words.
Just now in the ambulance, Lu's father was already on the verge of death.
It was a miracle he pulled through. His older brother was indeed a filial son. He had already nearly driven their father to despair before.
And now, he'd done it again.
Lu Fan had no choice but to try to think positively, constantly praying in his heart.
Click. 10 minutes later. The operating room light went out. A doctor opened the door and came out. Seeing Lu Fan's hopeful expression, the doctor sighed. "My condolences."
Clearly, no miracle had occurred.
No, impossible. Lu Fan felt a ringing in his ears, as if struck by lightning.
He staggered backward, finally collapsing to the ground, muttering to himself.
"No way, this can't be real, I don't believe it." Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably.
A deep sense of self-reproach and regret welled up inside him. His father had always been a strong person, in good health, and would easily live to 80 or 90.
It was all his fault. If he hadn't done all those stupid things, he wouldn't have angered his father to death.
He had clearly angered his father half to death the first time, and even after insisting on being discharged, he hadn't taken good care of him. He even made Lu's father suffer again. His father's death was all because of him. Ding Lu Fan's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1,000. Ding Lu Fan was filled with remorse, emotional value plus 1,000.
Ding.
Sayyip brother, the dead can't be brought back to life, please accept my condolences. His good friend Ai Kuan squatted beside him, comforting him. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him.
He knew how to comfort people.
The doctor took off his mask and looked at Lu Fan, who was slumped on the ground, crying like a child. There was no sympathy in his eyes. I told you long ago, the patient's condition was unstable. I wanted you to stay for observation, but you insisted on being discharged. It turned out he was the doctor who had diagnosed Lu's father yesterday.
Out of professional ethics, he didn't say much more. You insist on leaving the hospital, aren't you just hoping your old father dies sooner? What are you pretending to cry about here? The doctor's words made Lu Fan cry even louder.
The doctor shook his head, puzzled, and walked away. A moment later, a group of people swarmed around. It was the debt collectors. Don't let him get away, we must make him pay back the money.
The group surrounded Lu Fan and Ai Kuan again.
In a specialty hot pot restaurant in Rongcheng, Xin Fuling, with a smile on her face and beaming, was enjoying her meal with Su Liang. That morning, she took Su Liang home. They explored the living room, bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, everywhere. She was a little tired after walking around the house, but she forced herself to stay energetic. She insisted on dragging Su Liang out shopping. They bought a lot of clothes for her and Su Liang that afternoon. It didn't quiet down until dark. Being with Su Liang gave her boundless energy, no matter what she did. Afterwards, Xin Fuling took Su Liang to sample some of Rongcheng's local delicacies. Brother Liang, this is delicious, you should try it. Xin Fuling chewed, holding a skewer of meat in her hand, and offered it to Su Liang. If her admirers at Rongcheng University saw this, the usually stern and unsmiling goddess, now smiling like a naive sweetheart, constantly clinging to a man, they would be utterly astonished. Su Liang opened his mouth, then gestured with his hand. Meaning, I want you to feed me. Xin Fuling understood. Looking around, she saw many people watching them. But out of dependence on Su Liang, she suppressed her shyness and brought the skewer to his lips. After finishing the skewer, Su Liang gestured towards the drink on the table. Xin Fuling obediently picked up the drink and personally fed it to Su Liang. Holy crap, am I seeing things? That angelic girl is actually serving that guy food and drink. Damn it, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life to eat with a girl like that, and he's ordering her around like that. Why? He has no chivalry at all. How come he gets such a perfect girl? I'm a model gentleman, and I haven't even held a girl's hand. I'm so envious of that girl, she gets to be so close to him. What's wrong with serving him food? If I could eat with him, I'd grovel for him. You wish. Seeing Su Liang's blissful expression, Xin Fuling was a little annoyed. Why was she always the one feeding Su Liang? It made her feel like a simp. She was a goddess, the school beauty, not a simp. Woof woof woof. Brother Liang, I want to eat ham. I'll feed you when we get back. No, I want to eat now. You feed me. There are so many people watching, it's not good.
Eat however you want when we get back. Chapter 326 The Problem. The naive and sweet female lead. The protagonist's tragic fate.
After dinner, Jean Fulling strolled along the street, arm in arm with Su Liang, scrolling through news on her phone. She opened a photo of Lu Fan online and showed it to Su Liang. "Brother Liang, he's the guy I told you about, the one who made up the doomsday story for me.
I can't believe it, sisterly.
To make it seem real, he even arranged for it to be on the news, predicting the weather and earthquakes.
What is he trying to do?
Those 3 predictions came true back then, and I almost believed them.
Luckily, you woke me up in time."
Jean Fulling believed Su Liang's words, thinking Lu Fan was fabricating the story, and felt disgusted.
She saw the latest news.
Lu Fan squandered his billion-dollar fortune, borrowed tens of millions in high-interest loans, and directly caused his elderly father's death.
Now he's facing dozens of loan institutions demanding repayment. Tragic. So tragic. How can one word describe his tragedy? Jean Fulling felt no sympathy whatsoever.
Because all of this was his own doing.
He had a problem but didn't seek treatment. What does this prove? It proves you're stupid, believing even the words of a mentally ill person. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his words sharp. Jean Fulling immediately protested, shaking Su Liang's arm repeatedly, bringing a silky smooth sensation. "I'm not stupid. It's all that guy's prediction that was so blatant, okay? I didn't believe it at first either." "Not stupid."
Su Liang glanced at her sideways.
"Then let me ask you a question about you women." Jean Fulling thought for a moment. She was the undisputed academic star of Rongqing University.
There was no way any question could stump her.
And the question was about women.
Jean Fulling confidently patted her chest and said,
"Okay, then ask away. If there are 70 ways to coax a woman, one is shopping, what's the rest?" Hearing Su Liang's question, Jean Fulling frowned slightly.
This concerned her intelligence, so she had to answer carefully. But this was the first time she'd heard of 70 ways to coax a woman.
So many? But why?
Liang Ji had never coaxed her even once. She even dragged him shopping herself. Jean Fulling racked her brains but couldn't think of 70 ways. Finally, she tentatively replied.
"Shopping, good food, sightseeing, staying home." Su Liang shook his head. "You're so dense, you don't believe me. 70 ways, one is shopping, the rest are 69. Meow meow meow? What the heck? You asked me a question, you didn't say you wanted to drive. Wah, I'm not clean anymore. Liang Ji, you're so annoying."
Jean Fulling playfully punched Su Liang's chest with her small fists. While the two of them were enjoying a romantic evening, flirting and teasing each other without a care in the world.
Meanwhile,
Lu Fan was in trouble. Having just experienced the devastating loss of his elderly father, he was now being harassed by a group of debt collectors, suffering terribly.
Unable to endure their torment any longer, Lu Fan took them to his home. He offered them whatever he wanted as payment for the debt.
There was no way he'd get any money, not a single penny. All the money had been used to buy supplies.
He had no money left. Now the construction crew outside came in handy.
Trucks loaded up and took away all the supplies Lu Fan had painstakingly collected.
Not long after, the debt collectors left, leaving the place deserted.
But Lu Fan felt no relief. He wondered how many times those bastards had lent him money at exorbitant interest rates. Several of them said they were coming back to haunt him.
Looking at his empty house, ransacked beyond recognition, Lu Fan was plunged into deep sorrow. What a wonderful home, ruined like this by him.
The Lu family was once among the most prominent in Rongqing. He had a loving and caring father, but he had destroyed it all in just over 10 days.
Damn fate, treating him like a fool. Why did he have to experience a fake apocalypse? Having always firmly believed in the impending apocalypse, he began to doubt whether his experience was real. Lu Fan was on the verge of madness.
Ding Lu Fan's mental state has collapsed, villain value plus 1001.
Brother, wake up. Don't do anything rash, life is still long. His good brother Ai Kuan hadn't abandoned him.
Sitting on the ground with him, Ai Kuan nudged his shoulder, comforting him.
Haven't you heard the saying, brother? Life isn't just about the present hardships, there's also what was it again? There's also hardships in the distance. Anyway, that's the gist of it. A life full of ups and downs is what makes it exciting, isn't it? Ups and downs, downs and downs. Lu Fan. Is that how you comfort someone? Good comfort, but don't try that again next time. His good brother Ai Kuan's words of comfort completely cured Lu Fan's depression. He waved his hand. Brother Chicken, you can go now.
Brother, why are you kicking me out? Like a chicken with its wings stepped on. Ai Kuan jumped up, looking at Lu Fan in disbelief.
Lu Fan sighed. I'm a mess right now, you've seen it yourself. Those debt collectors might come knocking at any time. I don't want to drag you down with me. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?
Ai Kuan slapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, almost knocking him to the ground.
Once a brother, always a brother. Best buddies forever.
Lu Fan stared intently at the chubby boy in front of him, his eyes filled with emotion. The whole world mocked him, despised him, loathed him. Only the chubby boy in front of him remained steadfastly by his side. Tears welled up in his eyes.
Brother Chicken. Brother Fan.
Ai Kuan also looked intently into Lu Fan's eyes, encouraging him.
For a moment, their bromance was palpable. It was a new day. The sun was high in the sky. The blazing sunlight streamed down, striking people's faces. But sometimes, what hits your face isn't necessarily the sun.
Su Liang tidied himself up and prepared to leave.
Brother Liang, where are you going?
Seeing Su Liang about to leave, Qin Fuling swallowed hard.
Instantly wide awake, she quickly asked.
After months apart, finally being able to be with Su Liang again, she didn't want to be apart for a moment.
Going to see a friend.
Wait for me, I'll go with you.
Wash, 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 oh.
After washing and dressing, the youthful and beautiful Qin Fuling appeared before Su Liang.
Are you sure you want to come? Is it okay? Su Liang's expression was strange.
That was doubting, after all. He had the ancient kidney body supporting him, becoming stronger when facing stronger opponents. Qin Fuling was only at the peak of the Ming Jin realm. Forcing herself to stay awake, she pretended not to be sleepy at all, showing her deep dependence on her.
Chapter 327. Let the bullets fly for a while.
A clash between the two heroines. Seeing Qin Fuling's insistence on following him, Su Liang didn't refuse. With a flick of his wrist, a marrow-cleansing pill appeared in his hand.
Eat it. What's this?
Qin Fuling asked curiously, taking the pill and holding it to her nose, inhaling gently.
A delicate medicinal fragrance filled her nostrils, refreshing her mind. She swallowed it. Brother Liang told her to eat it, so she ate it. It wouldn't harm her anyway.
The marrow-cleansing pill melted instantly in her mouth. A warm, comforting sensation enveloped her throughout her body.
I think you need to go to the bathroom.
Su Liang's voice came from beside her. Qin Fuling was startled, noticing the fine lines of dirt seeping from her arm.
Ah, she cried out in surprise, rushing into the bathroom. Half an hour later.
A series of gasps echoed from the bathroom. Qin Fuling emerged, dressed, the shock still etched on her face. After taking the pill, she felt incredibly refreshed.
Almost as good as Liang Ji's final attack.
The feeling only disappeared after she washed up. Upon seeing herself in the mirror, Qin Fuling was completely stunned. Her skin was fair, delicate, and flawless. Her hair had become even blacker and smoother. The dark circles under her eyes from a sleepless night had vanished, and she felt no drowsiness whatsoever.
Most importantly,
she discovered that she had been stuck at the peak of Mingjin, unable to break through, but had unknowingly broken through. Feeling the surge of power within her, she had indeed reached Injin.
It was truly unbelievable.
Qin Fuling couldn't wait to run out and share this good news with Su Liang. "Liang Ge, I've broken through to Enjin. What did you just give me? It's amazing." Su Liang didn't answer, but instead asked, "Do you want more?" Qin Fuling's eyes shone brightly. One pill had transformed her, if she had another, wouldn't she be heavenly? She nodded immediately, like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, I want more. What do men love to hear most from women? I want. What do men fear most from women? I want more." Su Liang and his readers were different, each possessed unique skills and never tired of it. They could provide as many as he wanted. Later, Qin Fuling was told that each person could only take one of those pills. Taking the pill again had no effect. Her eyes instantly turned resentful. The roads she had walked the most in her life were those paved with Su Liang's schemes. She glanced at the sky outside. It was almost noon. Now it was really time to leave. Someone was waiting for him to have lunch. The two quickly got ready and left. Su Liang and Xia Qingqiu had already made plans. After this delay, 2 hours had passed. As for Lu Fan, the protagonist of the apocalypse, according to the intelligence from the monitors, after taking all the supplies to pay off his debts last night, he had a quiet night, but now he's being chased by debt collectors again. Given Lu Fan's current situation, even arranging a funeral for his father, who died of anger, is a problem. His future is bleak, his prospects are bleak. Many more despairs await him. He doesn't even need to make a move. Lu Fan is contributing villainous points to his character every day. Let the dust settle. When he finally appears, it will be the day the protagonist dies. Outside a private restaurant specializing in Chengdu's unique cuisine, Xia Qingqiu kept glancing at the time on her wrist, her eyes filled with doubt and confusion. She was still wondering why Su Liang had hung up on her half an hour ago. That shouldn't be happening. This has never happened before. Could it be that she did something wrong? Did she displease Su Liang? Xia Qingqiu immediately began to reflect on herself. It has to be said that Su Liang left a deep impression on her, inspiring genuine submission. Her call to Su Liang was hung up on, and he hasn't arrived yet, so she doesn't dare leave. She just waited there. While she was lost in thought, a Maserati pulled up in front of her. Then, she saw a capable, strikingly beautiful girl get out of the driver's seat. And then, another figure she had been longing for sat down in the back. Su Liang. Xia Qingqiu was overjoyed and went to greet him. Just as she approached, about to call out "Master," the girl driving spoke first. "You're the little maid who called Brother Liang earlier." Qin Fuling's gaze was full of scrutiny. She looked Xia Qingqiu up and down, as if trying to see right through her. The reason she called him a little maid was because of the nickname in Su Liang's phone. Just now, Su Liang was holding his back and couldn't free his hands. Qin Fuling picked up the phone and, seeing the caller ID, immediately assumed it was one of Su Liang's mistresses. And indeed, it was. She hung up without hesitation. Xia Qingqiu was slightly taken aback, looking at Su Liang with a puzzled expression. Su Liang gave her a look that said, "Qin Fuling hung up." Xia Qingqiu's mood instantly brightened. She had thought Su Liang was scolding her for not handling things properly. It was good that Su Liang didn't mean that. She was still the obedient little maid. Then, anger surged within her. If Su Liang hung up on her, she would find out why. But who was this seductive woman in front of her? Why did she hang up on her? With a flicker of her eyes, she already guessed what the two of them had just been doing. She was seething with anger. "You seductive vixen, you can have your fun and then hang up on me. Leaving me waiting here, lost in thought for ages. Fine, very well, I'll remember you." She glanced at Qin Fuling's innocent face and her clear, foolish eyes. Xia Qingqiu said disdainfully. "Has so a student, huh? No manners at all. You wasted your school years." She knew this girl was Su Liang's woman. But she had no intention of getting along. She knew exactly what Su Liang was thinking.
As long as they don't do anything outrageous, healthy competition among women isn't opposed. It's essentially about vying for Su Liang's favor.
The fiercer these women fight, the more Su Liang benefits.
Coincidentally, Xin Fuling had no intention of befriending her.
She'd been longing for Su Liang in Rongqing for months, and he finally came to visit her. Now, someone was trying to steal him away from her, and she was seething with anger.
Hey, so what if I'm a student?
I'm not like some people who, at their age, shamelessly work as maids.
Little sister, you understand now, right? Older women know more, and some tricks aren't something a little girl like you can handle.
Xin Fuling sneered. She'd practiced martial arts since childhood, she could do the splits.
What couldn't she handle? She gave him a defiant look. I can do the splits, can you? Is the splits that hard? It's like you're saying everyone can't. I'm a monkey in the Chinese zodiac. So what? I'm a tiger too, am I arrogant? Chapter 328 Mutual Tearing. Never inferior to anyone. Su Liang reaps the benefits. It's just a tiger, nothing to be proud of. Have you ever heard of the winding corridor?
Hearing Xia Qingqiu say it was a tiger, Xin Fuling was somewhat surprised, but still remained confident. She, Xin Fuling, had never been inferior to anyone in her life. Xia Qingqiu hadn't expected this student to be no less capable than herself, so she had to change her strategy.
You're so rude, you won't admit it. Do you even know what first come, first served means, little sister?
From now on, you should call me older sister, understand? Xin Fuling scoffed dismissively, curling her lip.
You're the one who should be calling me older sister, right? I've been with Liang Ji for months. It's just that I had to go back to Rongqing for school. Back then, I didn't even know where you were in some backwater.
Xia Qingqiu was surprised that this student had walked ahead of her. But thinking she could just become her older sister was out of the question.
You say you go first? I'd say I go first. Let's skip that for now.
We can compare ages, whoever's older is the older sister. Xia Qingqiu patted her chest proudly. Xin Fuling glanced at her sideways, secretly comparing herself to the younger one.
Hey, you're not that much older, are you? It's just that you spend more time with Liang Ji, right?
She sneered, grabbing Su Liang's arm. As long as I'm with Liang Ji, I'll catch up to you, even surpass you.
Ha? Why? At this moment, Su Liang couldn't help but interject. The two women fighting was truly entertaining.
If it weren't for the growing number of onlookers, he really wouldn't have wanted to interrupt them.
Hearing Su Liang's curious question, Xin Fuling couldn't help but glance at his hands.
She just blushed and remained silent.
All right, it's getting late. Let's eat first, you can argue after we finish. Anyway, I'm a bit exhausted, I'm hungry.
Su Liang led the way towards the private restaurant.
Xia Qingqiu blared at Xin Fuling and led the way for Su Liang. That vixen.
Xin Fuling stamped her foot and quickly followed. Led by Xia Qingqiu, the three of them arrived at a private room. As soon as they sat down, several waiters brought out the food. It filled the entire table.
Master, please try it. This is said to be the most unique private restaurant in Rongqing.
Xia Qingqiu picked up a dish and brought it to Su Liang's lips. Seeing Su Liang eat, she smiled. She glanced at Xin Fuling on Su Liang's other side, who was looking at her with a disgruntled expression. She said sarcastically, "Unlike some people, my master finally comes all the way to Rongqing, and doesn't even bring us to try Rongqing's specialties." Xia Qingqiu was clearly still holding a grudge against Xin Fuling for hanging up on her. Xin Fuling was itching with anger at her words. This vixen was definitely up to no good, trying to sow discord between her and brother Liang.
Some women are just big-headed and clueless. I'm planning to show brother Liang all over Rongqing, of course I won't forget these local specialties.
It's just that the good things are meant to be savored later.
Some women just don't understand romance at all.
Speaking of Chengdu specialties, do you know what the most distinctive dish in Chengdu is?
Brother Liang, try this. Sarcastic remarks, anyone can do that.
Qin Fuling subtly retorted, picking up a dish from the table and feeding it to Su Liang as well.
Who are you calling brainless? Everyone knows who I'm talking about.
Xia Qingqiu felt resentful, her eyes glancing at a bottle of mutai on the table. A thought flashed through her mind.
I know that Master likes to have a little wine with his meals to cultivate his mind. Master, I'll keep you company. Xia Qingqiu opened the bottle and poured a full glass for both Su Liang and her. Me too. Qin Fuling held out her glass.
Xia Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, giving her a dismissive look.
You want to drink too?
Forget it, what does a schoolgirl know about drinking?
Going back to school is your job. Qin Fuling was furious and snatched the bottle away.
Since Xia Qingqiu wouldn't pour for her, she poured herself.
It's just drinking, right?
What's so great about it?
As if no one can't do it.
She'd practiced martial arts since childhood, possessing an amazing physique, and now she'd reached the level of internal strength.
A drinking contest? Who's afraid of who? What Qin Fuling didn't know was,
of the three present, she was the weakest. If they drank together, she'd be the first to get drunk. Whether Xia Qingqiu did it on purpose, only she knew.
Master, this little maid toasts you.
Xia Qingqiu raised her glass, drank with Su Liang, and then gave Qin Fuling a provocative look.
Could Qin Fuling tolerate this?
Of course, she couldn't stand it. Picking up her own glass, Qin Fuling saw Xia Qingqiu's gloating expression and scoffed. After pouring Su Liang's wine, she took his hand, intending to drink a toast together.
Xia Qingqiu's smile vanished.
This student girl really knew her stuff. No wonder her master went to see her as soon as he arrived in Rongqing. Of course, Xia Qingqiu, having spent so many years in the underworld, wasn't someone to be trifled with. After Su Liang finished his wine, she picked up some food and fed him.
Don't some people know that you can't drink continuously? It'll harm your body.
After drinking a glass, you need to eat something to settle down.
You don't even know this basic common sense, yet you try to drink like others.
Xia Qingqiu said this deliberately. Eating something to settle down after drinking is something for ordinary people. For martial artists with such strong physiques, it simply didn't exist. She said this to sow discord between Qin Fuling and Su Liang.
Sure enough, Qin Fuling panicked upon hearing this. Brother Liang, I don't know. Su Liang patted her leg, indicating it was all right.
Then, the two of them argued back and forth, one sentence after another. Su Liang, on the other hand, simply enjoyed himself.
When he wanted to eat, someone fed him.
When he wanted to drink, someone personally poured him a full glass and fed him.
This is why he didn't stop the healthy competition between women.
Under Xia Qingqiu's deliberate or unintentional guidance, Qin Fuling got drunk. In the end, Xia Qingqiu had to help her out, and she was still rambling incoherently about wanting to have a wedding ceremony with Su Liang. This infuriated Xia Qingqiu so much that he wanted to throw her out on the spot. Finally, Xia Qingqiu drove straight to her home in Rongqing.
Chapter 329. The fox spirit has many tricks.
Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Later. After working up a sweat, Qin Fuling finally sobered up. Upon waking, she saw Xia Qingqiu, who had drunk even more than her, acting as if nothing had happened. And her stamina was astonishing.
How could she not realize she'd been tricked?
Xia Qingqiu also possessed strength, and was far stronger than her, having reached the transformation realm.
Qin Fuling trembled with anger and cold.
This vixen was too despicable. She tricked her into getting drunk, just to laugh at her.
And then she actually did this.
This was intolerable.
She immediately rushed forward and started a fight. Then evening came. Xia Qingqiu had to meet someone.
She had arranged to meet the daughter of the former Heavenly Gate sect leader, now the new sect leader, a young girl. This was an appointment Xia Qingqiu had made beforehand. After failing to conquer Rongqing's underworld, Xia Qingqiu began negotiating the division of territory. Now she felt it was completely unnecessary.
Su Liang arrived, specifically to deal with that strange fellow. Once Lin Xin was dealt with, would Tianmen still be under her control? After telling Su Liang about this, he said he would go. He was curious about the protagonist. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have, or did he awaken his system? And to what extent had his strength increased? This would affect his plans against the protagonist. If his strength had already reached the Dan gene level, then he had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Below the Dan gene level, there was nothing to worry about, he could eliminate him with a flick of his hand. Su Liang then prepared to go to the appointment with Xia Qingqiu. Qin Fuling objected. She wanted to go too. She didn't want Su Liang alone with this vixen. It has to be said, this vixen was something else, her tricks were even more sophisticated than hers. She had to be careful. You want to go too? Forget it, a student girl like you might get scared to death by those thugs. Xia Qingqiu's tone became more forceful as she said the last two words, her expression mocking. Qin Fuling seemed to realize something, her pretty face flushing red to the roots of her neck. How could they be the same? She was afraid of some thugs? Don't forget, she was a master of internal energy cultivation, one punch could kill a bull. Even those underworld bosses were no match for her. Through their conversation, Qin Fuling had learned the identity of the big, seemingly clueless woman before her. The queen of Shanghai's underworld. Now she'd come to Chengdu to conquer Chengdu's underworld. Qin Fuling was quite shocked when she heard this. Calmness quickly returned. So what? You're the queen, so what? You think you can steal my man? I don't care who you are, if you want to take Liang Gu away from me, you're my enemy. Hey, you're the one who's afraid, aren't you? I wonder who's trying to negotiate because they can't beat you. Now you want to pull Liang Gu in as an ally. Qin Fuling sneered, retorting crisply. What do you know, you little brat? That's strategy, don't you understand strategy? Our Star Moon Society's main force is in Shanghai. We don't have many people in Chengdu. Once the main force is assembled, that's when we'll destroy Tianmen. Xia Qingqiu's anger surged. This student girl is too hateful. I should have been more hard-hearted earlier. When she begged for mercy, seeing her pitiful appearance, I let her go. Next day. I must teach her a profound lesson. Qin Fuling wasn't buying it at all, her tone mocking. You're just a big, brainless bear, and you know strategy. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, don't you know that? Back when you attacked Tianmen, you didn't take the initiative, instead sending your men to their deaths one by one. In the end, that guy named Lin Xin grew stronger. If you had attacked with your full strength from the beginning, you would have taken Tianmen long ago. Those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. After listening to Xia Qingqiu's account, Qin Fuling immediately analyzed the reasons. Xia Qingqiu's expression changed, and she was speechless for a moment. She also reflected on her own actions. This was indeed her biggest oversight. This experience had taught her a lesson. No matter what you do, you must go all out. However, putting herself in her shoes, she felt somewhat unconvinced. At that time, the strongest force of Tianmen, the Tianmen sect master, was dead, and Tianmen was in disarray. The few people she sent out were enough to handle it. Who knew that a freak would suddenly appear? That Lin Xin couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. A breakthrough from an ordinary person to the transformation realm in just 1 month, was that something a human could do? Ha, you're wrong but won't admit it. I'll listen to your continued sophistry. Qin Fuling stuck out her tongue. Hardened. Her fist hardened. Xia Qingqiu clenched her fists, wishing she could beat this guy up, tie him up, and send him to Su Liang. She'd give him a good lesson. What a beautiful girl, what a waste of her mouth. She's so good with words, no wonder she's gone to such lengths, even Xia Qingqiu was amazed. All right. Su Liang finally spoke, interrupting their argument. This isn't Qingqiu's fault, it's Lin Xin who's the problem. As the protagonist, Lin Xin's aura of idiocy constantly radiated an aura of stupidity. Even if Xia Qingqiu had gone all out,
she wouldn't have been able to kill the protagonist for various reasons.
Only his innate villainous aura was unaffected by the protagonist's idiocy.
Then, the three of them set off together. They arrived at a 5-star hotel in Rongqing.
The meeting for tonight was scheduled for here.
When they entered a private room, 3 people were already waiting inside. A middle-aged woman, still possessing a certain charm.
Upon seeing the 3 arrive, she instinctively exuded the aura of a mid-stage dark force cultivator. And a rather handsome young man.
He stood there casually, a faint, roguish smile playing on his lips. They both stood to one side. Only a girl with an ethereal air, a serious expression, and an unsmiling demeanor sat there. She sat ramrod straight, her body tense, like a primary school student afraid of being called on by the teacher. The handsome young man's eyes lit up when he saw them, and a grin spread across his face.
My name is Lin Xin, the Xin of keeping one's word.
At the same time, he added in his mind. I said I'd kill your whole family, and I'll kill your whole family.
Chapter 330 The Aloof School Beauty? She's probably a socially awkward one. The difference in their social status is huge.
The girl sitting at the negotiating table had long, soft, jet black hair. Her flawless oval face was exquisitely beautiful, the kind of face that resembled a fairy. Below her slender, willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of bright, dark eyes shone, staring straight ahead without glancing to the side.
She exuded an aloof and cold aura.
She was the newly appointed leader of the Heavenly Gate Feng Lu. Xia Qingqiu had only seen Feng Lu's photo through her investigation. Today was the first time she had met her in person. Seeing the photo, she thought she was a pretty girl. She had even considered giving her to Su Liang. But she was even more beautiful in person than in the photo, Xia Qingqiu thought to herself.
Looks like she'll have another sister.
She had no doubt that this pretty girl could escape Su Liang's grasp.
Feng Lu. Xin Fuling's surprised voice rang out. You know her.
Xia Qingqiu looked at her questioningly.
Of course, she also attends university in Rongqing.
She's always chauffeured to and from school in luxury cars, with bodyguards clearing the way.
Everyone assumes she's some rich heiress.
Because she's always been aloof, never interacting with others, and known as the cool and aloof campus beauty. So she's the daughter of the Tianmen sect leader.
No wonder. Cool and aloof campus beauty. Su Liang's expression was somewhat strange.
Based on his observation, this girl wasn't just cool and aloof, but rather socially awkward. Looking at her sitting so upright, her gaze fixed straight ahead, she didn't even dare to look at them. The middle-aged woman was called Sister Lan, a core member of Tianmen.
It was she and Lin Xin who recommended Feng Lu to be the new sect leader. Seeing the 3 people enter, she immediately recognized Xia Qingqiu.
She was their negotiating partner, the leader of the Star Moon Society. An extraterrestrial demon from Shanghai.
This woman was extremely powerful, a mid-stage transformation realm expert. She was no match for her anyway, the question was whether Lin Xin could handle her.
However, what happened next shocked her. After Xia Qingqiu entered, she didn't sit at the negotiating table, but instead brought out a chair.
She let a man sit down. This man was very handsome, with a refined and otherworldly air.
Even this 30-something-year-old spinster drooled a little.
After a moment of stunned silence, she reacted. Her gaze towards Su Liang was now filled with wariness.
Xia Qingqiu was a mid-stage transformation realm expert, the uncrowned king of Shanghai's underworld. Yet she was being so respectful to this man.
What was his identity?
Originally, Lin Xin and Xia Qingqiu were evenly matched, they could have protected Tianmen through negotiation.
Now could they really negotiate? A deep sense of unease rose in Sister Lan's heart.
Let me introduce myself.
Xia Qingqiu stepped forward. Me?
I'm sure you're all familiar with me.
I control a small force.
These words made Sister Lan inwardly scoff.
The Star Moon Society is a small force?
They dominate the underworld of Shanghai and have the power to expand into surrounding cities.
You call that a small force? What is their heavenly gate then? A tiny, insignificant force?
This is the young master of the Su family in Shanghai.
Just one sentence. In reality, Xia Qingqiu didn't need to say more. Others might not know about the 4 great families, know it's 3 great families now. As a top force in Chengdu, Heavenly Gate couldn't possibly be unaware of them. Sure enough, Sister Lan's pupils constricted sharply. Her gaze towards Su Lian was filled with shock. She knew that the man Xia Qingqiu had led to the seat was definitely not ordinary. But she hadn't expected that he was actually the eldest son of the Su family, the largest family in Shanghai. The other 2 families had considerable influence in Shanghai. But the Su family's influence was vast throughout the country, and even worldwide. Sister Lan's heart sank. If Su Liang wanted to destroy their heavenly gate, it would only be a matter of a single word. Sister Lan quickly became obsequious and smiled ingratiatingly. So it's young Master Su, I've long admired your name. Young Master Su truly lives up to his reputation as a dragon among men, with a refined and elegant demeanor, a gentleman of exceptional talent. Moreover, at such a young age, you've taken the helm of the Su group, multiplying its market value several times over in a short time. My admiration for young Master Su is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable, like the Yellow River overflowing its banks. She was simply going to flatter him relentlessly. Su Liang's appearance gave her a bad feeling. She wondered if she could gain his favor through flattery. What if Su Liang was in a good mood and let their Tian men go? The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. She had no choice but to try anything. Su Liang merely smiled at Lan Jia's fawning. His gaze curiously swept over the girl sitting opposite him. When others mentioned him as some kind of adult, he clearly noticed that this girl seemed even more frightened. Her body was tense. Sister Lan noticed Su Liang's gaze and was about to introduce them when Xia Qingqiu spoke up. We've finished introducing ourselves, aren't you going to introduce yourselves? Finished? Xin Fuling, standing to the side, was stunned, then rolled her eyes at Xia Qingqiu in dissatisfaction. She hasn't introduced me yet. Xia Qingqiu ignored her resentful look. Xin Fuling gritted her teeth in anger. Hadn't she just spoken the truth? Why be so petty? That's it? A queen, indeed. Xia Qingqiu just felt that there was no need to introduce a student like her in this setting. What kind of intimidating effect would an introduction have? Upon hearing that she had to introduce herself, Feng Lu shrank back, her eyes darting around. As if saying, you can't see me, you can't see me. Sister Lan, seeing her sect leader's nervous appearance, smiled bitterly to herself. To be honest, if the girl in front of her weren't the sect leader's only daughter, she would never have nominated her to be the new alliance leader. With that kind of personality, her future as a social bigwig is bleak. Finally, it was Sister Lan who spoke up to help with the introductions. After introducing Feng Lu, Sister Lan introduced herself again, and then, as she was about to introduce Lin Xin. Lin Xin, who had been silent and pretending to be an expert, finally spoke up. I'll do it myself. My name is Lin Xin, the Xin of keeping one's word. Lin Xin's gaze lingered on Xin Fuling for a moment. He thought to himself, another beauty. He had seen Xia Qingqiu before, she was a master swordsman. He had almost been killed by her. But now, the outcome was still uncertain. Thinking of his improved strength, now at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Lin Xin smiled confidently. Chapter 331 We are willing to fight to the death, why does your majesty surrender first? Lin Xin's strength has now increased, and he not only no longer fears Xia Qingqiu, but even looks down on her somewhat. A dignified master of the transformation realm, yet he grovels before a good-for-nothing playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and be merry, waiting to die. He has no pride whatsoever. In Lin Xin's eyes, Su Liang is only a little handsome, has a good physique, a good temperament, and is a little rich. What else does he have? Utterly useless, that's his preconceived notion of rich kids. Most of the rich kids he's met are like that, he's always looked down on them. If it weren't for their privileged backgrounds, they would be nothing. And Lin Xin never imagined that Su Liang's strength was even greater than his own. to a level he couldn't even perceive. Su Liang merely glanced at him after entering and then ignored this protagonist completely. He didn't pose the slightest threat to him, not even a sliver. Because Lin Xin didn't reveal his aura, even Su Liang couldn't discern his cultivation level. However, he definitely hadn't broken through to the Dan Jin realm. Nothing to worry about. Su Liang raised an eyebrow at Xia Qingqiu. Xia Qingqiu understood and looked at the group opposite her. Then let's begin. I'll first explain the Star Moon Society's stance. The Star Moon Society's target is the entire underworld. They won't be held back by Rongqing. So will you choose to submit? Or will you choose to fight to the end? Xia Qingqiu had no intention of negotiating. Agreeing to Tianmen's invitation to negotiate was merely a delaying tactic, waiting for the main force from Shanghai to arrive. It just so happened that Su Liang arrived in Rongqing. There was no need for such trouble. Su Liang always seemed unfathomable to her. Dealing with a transformation gene cultivator would be a piece of cake. Without Lin Xin, she could easily sweep through Tianmen. Therefore, she spoke without any politeness. The girl opposite her tensed even more upon hearing about the impending fight. Her expression panicked, and she bit her lip slightly. She looked like a frightened little rabbit. Sister Lan's face turned pale, then flushed. Her worst fears had come true. Xia Qingqiu had previously agreed to peace talks, but now, with Su Liang's backing, she had instantly changed her mind. She was furious. But what could she do? The person opposite her was young Master Su. She didn't even dare show her anger, simply lowering her head and remaining silent. Lin Xin, however, had fewer reservations. He stepped forward, shocked and angry. Didn't we agree to peace talks? Such a blatant breach of faith, how can you be worthy of being the queen of the underworld? Ha! Xia Qingqiu scoffed disdainfully. Which ear of yours heard me say I wanted peace talks? This negotiation was at your invitation, I merely agreed to attend. Lin Xin was stunned. That was indeed the case. He had instinctively assumed that Xia Qingqiu's agreement to participate in the negotiations was an agreement to peace talks. Lin Xin composed himself, crossed his arms, and sneered. You don't actually think you can beat me, do you? As he finished speaking, an aura erupted from him. Berserk, bloodthirsty, icy. It was clearly the strength of a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. Xia Qingqiu was taken aback. Only a few days had passed? Lin Xin had broken through again. It couldn't even be described as monstrous. How did this guy do it? Back then, the opponent, at the early stage of the transformation realm, could fight him to a draw. Now that he'd broken through, Xia Qingqiu might not be a match for him. But so what? His master was right here. Xia Qingqiu quickly recovered from her shock, her face expressionless. Whether I'm a match or not, you should know there are always people stronger than you, and there's always someone who can defeat you. Lin Xin was somewhat surprised by Xia Qingqiu's calm reaction and couldn't help but curl his lip. Of course I know there are other experts, but do you think you can destroy the heavenly gate? Impossible. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the rich young master sitting at the negotiating table smiling, and his expression turned cold. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I've received professional training. I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Now Su Liang knew Lin Xin's strength. He hasn't even reached the peak of the transformation realm, only the mid-stage. Who gave him the audacity to be so arrogant? Liang Jingru? He could crush her with a flick of his wrist. Looks like I can play around with the protagonist, harvest some power, and then kill him. What do you mean? Lin Xin frowned deeply. If Sister Lan hadn't stopped him, he would have taught this arrogant guy a lesson. Ding Lin Xin has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 628. Lin Xin was a naive young man, unaware of the Su family's terrifying power, but Sister Lan certainly was. She didn't think that a family worth billions only had money, did she? A family needs the strength to protect its wealth. The Su family has stood strong for so many years, even showing signs of increasing prosperity.
The hidden strength behind them is beyond the comprehension of a small sect like Tianmen.
I apologize, young Master Su. He's young and impulsive, and I hope he'll forgive him for offending you. It's all right.
I never stoop to the level of insignificant characters. Su Liang waved his hand. Lin Xian's eyes were icy cold, his gaze filled with murderous intent.
Dare to call him an insignificant character? Beside them.
Feng Lu, who had been sitting there like a mascot without saying a word, finally spoke.
Can we not fight?
Her tone was hesitant, her voice trembling slightly. Su Liang, curious, interrupted Xia Qingxiu's words, his tone playful.
So you mean you've submitted?
As long as your heavenly gate submits, I guarantee they won't just stop fighting, they'll become good friends.
Okay.
Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to fight and could even get along peacefully, Feng Lu's tense face lit up with joy.
She was happy, but Lan Jie and Lin Xian behind her were dumbfounded.
No, elder sister, we've come to negotiate peace. What do you mean by surrendering without a word?
Especially Lin Xian, who just now acted as if he wanted to destroy the heavenly gate, but had to step over his dead body first. We are willing to fight to the death. Why does your majesty surrender first?
No, I don't agree.
Lin Xian, entrusted with the care of the young emperor, immediately became anxious.
Xiaolu, Tianmen is your father's life's work. He just handed it over to you, are you really going to hand it over to someone else?
Lin Xian was originally a small-time hoodlum in Tianmen.
After being repeatedly rejected by a girl he was pursuing, he awakened a system called the bad guy system. He rose through the ranks, eventually gaining the favor of Feng Lu's father. Betrayed by his subordinates, Feng's father entrusted him with the care of his only daughter, Feng Lu, before his death.
The implications of this were immense. He had long considered Feng Lu, this angelic young woman, as his future wife. He also considered the entire Tianmen as his own power base. Of course, Lin Xian couldn't watch his future wife hand over her legacy. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Feng Lu was conflicted. But people die in fights. Feng Lu was kind.
She had always been carefree. Since becoming the leader of Tianmen, she had often witnessed deaths, and her heart ached.
Seemingly sensing her predicament, Su Liang spoke again.
We don't have to fight, you don't have to submit, and I can prevent the Star Moon Society from attacking Tianmen.
Really? That's great. However, I have one condition.
Su Liang's tone shifted.
What condition?
Feng Lu asked blankly. I'm new to Rongqing and want to explore the city, but I'm unfamiliar with it. Su Liang bared his fangs, his expression somewhat playful. If you can be my guide and accompany me, I'll make them shake hands and make peace.
Chapter 332 He's lusting after your body. The heroine, completely fooled. Feng Lu blinked, her expression bewildered.
She went over Su Liang's words in her mind several times. It seemed like simply being his tour guide, accompanying him on a tour of Rongqing, wouldn't be difficult. However, the thought of spending several days with this stranger made her a little scared.
From childhood, Feng Lu had been overly protected. Wherever she went, she was escorted by bodyguards.
Everyone around her thought she was an unapproachable young lady. They dared not approach her. Over time, this shaped her withdrawn personality.
It was unavoidable. Feng's father, as the head of Tianmen, the leading force in Rongqing's underworld.
While his status was extraordinary, he also had many enemies. He certainly wanted to protect his daughter well. Although she was afraid, the thought that her promise meant she wouldn't have to fight anymore. She had quelled countless battles and saved countless lives.
Thinking about it this way, it's actually quite noble.
Just as Feng Lu decided to sacrifice herself for others and agreed. Lin Xinxiang spoke first, coldly staring at Su Liang.
No, I disagree. His mid-stage transformation realm aura surged towards Su Liang, attempting to intimidate him.
But it was all in vain.
Su Liang remained calm and composed, completely unaffected by that aura.
This made Lin Xinxiang wonder if his strength had been taken back by the system. He had been observing the two women behind Su Liang. One was a pure young girl, the other a mature and alluring woman. His breakthrough to the transformation realm made his senses even sharper.
He noticed the way the two women looked at Su Liang.
Their gazes were filled with love, resentment, and submission.
Most importantly, their demeanor and mannerisms exuded the allure of mature women. Damn it!
The thought that these two stunning beauties had already been taken
made Lin Xin feel a void in his heart.
Two perfectly good cabbages, eaten by a pig. Previously, in his battles against Xia Qingqiu, the leader of the Star Moon Society, although he was repeatedly defeated and nearly killed with a single blow,
he hadn't been angry.
He had already decided that once his strength increased, he would take her down.
Now it seemed
Su Liang had already taken her. He wondered if he'd unlocked all the techniques yet. And then there was the new, pure-looking girl. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she was in no way inferior to Feng Lu. The thought that such a beautiful young woman was also Su Liang's woman.
Lin Xin was heartbroken. Su Liang, having two stunning beauties, wasn't satisfied and actually wanted to make a move on his Feng Lu.
That was his chosen future wife.
Wasn't Su Liang trying to cuckold him? How could Lin Xin sit still? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Stop having those inappropriate thoughts. Xiao Lu won't agree to it. Your master hasn't even spoken. What are you barking about, you dog?
Seeing his impolite tone, Xia Qingqiu was furious and retorted sarcastically.
I agree.
Seeing the two about to argue again, Feng Lu quickly spoke up.
Ha!
Lin Xin's words of retort to Xia Qingqiu were abruptly cut off by Feng Lu's three words. His cheeks felt burning. It was as if he'd been slapped hard. He just said Feng Lu wouldn't agree, and less than 5 seconds later she'd agreed.
Ding Lin Xin feels anger towards you, villain value plus 562. Ding Lin Xin feels hatred towards you, villain value plus 826. Ding Lin Xin is mentally unstable, villain value plus 999.
Awkward as it was, he definitely had to stop Feng Lu. If Feng Lu went on a trip with that scumbag Su Liang, who knows what might happen?
Xiao Lu, how could you agree to him? Don't you know he has ulterior motives?
Ha! What are his ulterior motives? Feng Lu was stunned, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Because of a lack of communication, she was rather clueless about some private matters that only close friends would discuss, even completely unaware of them.
What ulterior motives? Is that even a question? Lin Xin answered without hesitation. He's lusting after your body. What's so lusting about my body?
Su Liang was amused by her words. Looking at that innocent and foolish gaze, he couldn't help but sigh. She was like a pure, unblemished blank sheet of paper. He could paint and scribble on it at will. Feng Lu didn't even understand this, and Lin Xin was speechless. How could he explain? After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. He wants to sleep with you. Feng Lu was dumbfounded. She turned to look at Su Liang. Then I'll sleep with you, okay? Don't let them fight, okay? Holy crap? Lin Xin was dumbfounded. I was explaining to you how bad Su Liang is, how he's trying to take advantage of you. And you just turn around and offer yourself up. He originally thought Feng Lu was innocent and romantic, the treasure girl he was looking for. He just got rejected by his goddess, and now he's met an even better treasure girl. Even God is smiling on him. But now, he so desperately wants Feng Lu not to be so naive. At least she should know some basic common sense about being a girl. Sister Lan next to him also slapped her forehead. This young lady is really spoiled, no, completely isolated from the world. I wonder if it's too late to go back and teach some girls the basics of being shy. Su Liang's true thoughts remained unknown to outsiders, yet he outwardly spoke with righteous indignation. Don't listen to his nonsense. People with heart conditions see everything as dirty. Lin Xin, upon hearing this, nearly vomited blood in anger. You dare say you didn't mean that? She's turning the tables on him. I just simply wanted to explore Rongqing and asked you to be my tour guide.
Okay. Fong Lu was somewhat disappointed. So, she still wanted to be a tour guide, both of them?
If only sleeping could solve the problem. In his mind, even though someone was beside him while he slept, his eyes were closed.
Out of sight, out of mind. Traveling together is so scary.
Suddenly, she realized a problem.
What scenic spots or fun places are there in Chengdu? She's never been to any of them. How can she be a tour guide?
Fong Lu immediately voiced her concerns.
Wouldn't that be even better?
I don't know which attractions you've visited either, so we can travel together.
Fong Lu nodded blankly, completely taken aback. Chapter 333 Disappointing. The protagonist's goddess makes her appearance. Watching Fong Lu being fooled by Su Liang, Lin Xian was furious. But given his status, he couldn't interfere. He could only sulk. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Xian said he was going outside for some fresh air. Just as he stepped out of the private room, Lin Xian heard a commotion. It sounded somewhat familiar.
Curious, he followed the sound.
He arrived at a private room not far away.
A dozen or so burly men had already gathered at the door. These men were shirtless, covered in various tattoos, and had a thuggish, roguish look. They were clearly not good people. Inside the private room was a group of young people, seemingly having a meal together.
Lin Xian's expression turned strange. He recognized these people.
Not only recognized them, but somewhat familiar with them. They were all his classmates. One of the girls was his crush.
Lin Xian crossed his arms, ready to watch the show.
Then the burly man at the head of the group spoke up.
Who bumped into my brother just now? Step forward, or don't blame me for being impolite.
He clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. It turned out that one of the burly men had bumped into a classmate while going to the restroom. The classmate apologized, looking aggrieved. But the burly man wouldn't let it go.
He followed him all the way to the private room.
Seeing several beautiful girls inside, especially one who was absolutely stunning, the burly man was immediately overcome with lust and prepared to harass her. But seeing that he was alone, while there were more than 20 boys present, his heroic spirit ignited. He grabbed a few bottles of liquor and scared the burly man away. Now the burly man had called his brothers over. This time, the group of students panicked. Inside the private room, the group of young people were all terrified. Some of the girls were trembling. They were all flowers growing up in an ivory tower. They had never seen anything like this before. At this moment, a slick-haired, well-dressed young man stepped out. He said with a smile,
"Brother, it's a misunderstanding.
Little Lu didn't mean it just now, and she even apologized. Could you please let this matter go?" He was Zhang Lianghui, the organizer of this class reunion. Now that something had happened, he certainly couldn't stand idly by. Besides, his target was here. In short, he had organized this class reunion specifically for her.
How could he back down now?
After a pause, Zhang Lianghui continued. My dad is the owner of Bailey and Steel Company.
Could you give me some face, consider it making friends?
The burly man at the head of the group was bald, and he stroked his shiny bald head as he spoke. So it's the young master of 100 Refined Steel. The students, hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope. It really was young Master Zhang who had stepped in. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Lianghui was also delighted. So he knew him, that made things much easier. He was secretly pleased. Not only had he resolved the trouble, but he'd also pulled off a good look. Now he could win over school beauty Chen. However, before his fantasy could even end, the bald man continued. You want me to give you face? Who do you think you are? Don't even mention a nobody like you. Even your father would have to call me Tiger Lord in front of me. The sudden reversal left everyone stunned. What happened to the promise of getting to know them and not causing them trouble? Zhang Lianghui's face changed drastically. Known as Tiger, he was a ruthless figure in the underworld, infamous for his menacing reputation. This was it. The burly man who called himself Tiger sneered. "I can let you go, but hand over the guy who bumped into my brother, and let one of these pretty girls have a drink with us, and we'll call it even." The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, Lin Xin watched everything from outside, preparing to intervene. Chapter 334. Let the bullets fly a little longer. The helpless school beauty. The atmosphere inside the private room was incredibly tense. The students stared in horror at the scene before them, their hearts filled with despair. Zhang Lianghui stood there, his face deathly pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something to ease the tension. But his throat seemed blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Tiger stood with his arms crossed. His eyes swept over the students, as if selecting prey. "Don't waste time, hand them over now, or you'll be sorry." His voice, like muffled thunder, echoed in the room, sending chills down everyone's spines. For a long time, no one responded. Tiger's patience wore thin, and his gaze turned fierce. "You won't hand them over, huh? Fine, then let them have a drink with us, and we'll call it even." With that, he pointed to the two prettiest girls in the room. Chen Lingyun, the school beauty, and her best friend Yao Yao. At this moment, the two girls were terrified. They huddled together tightly. Yao Yao's eyes were filled with fear as she clung tightly to her best friend Chen Lingyun's arm, as if that would give her some sense of security. Zhang Lianghui panicked immediately. The school beauty was his target today. How could he let her go to drink with them? These people said they were going to drink with them, but what their real purpose was obvious. Absolutely not. He immediately stepped forward, looking at Tiger with a fawning expression, trying to speak up for the school beauty. "Tiger, you're a magnanimous person, please don't stoop to our level. These two girls are good students, they don't drink. Please let them go." Tiger glanced at him disdainfully. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to bargain with me?" He was starting to lose his patience. "Fifth brother, take those two little girls to the private room. We'll keep drinking." The burly man called Fifth brother rubbed his hands together, excitedly. He approached the two girls step by step, a malicious smile on his face. The two girls trembled, their pleading eyes darting around. However, when disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. Chen Lingyun and Yao Yao were the two prettiest girls in the class, usually the center of attention. But now, these classmates wanted to stay far away, even making way for them. A bunch of grown men, bullying a bunch of students, how dare they? Just then, Lin Xin suddenly pushed open the door and entered the private room. He hadn't wanted to step forward. Before, he had poor grades and was physically weak. He was often mocked and bullied by these classmates, a classic case of school bullying. He wanted them to learn a lesson. But since they were going to lay a hand on the class monitor and the school beauty, he had no choice but to step in. When he was bullied at school, only the school beauty cared about him. Although it was just out of concern from a classmate, it was still heartwarming given the entire class's indifference towards him. Tiger was slightly taken aback, turned around, and saw that it was Lin Xin alone. He immediately revealed a sinister smile. "Oh, someone who's not afraid of death has arrived, daring to interfere in my affairs," Lin Xin said nonchalantly. "What are you?" Everyone was stunned. Holy crap! This guy's got some nerve. The students in the private room were dumbfounded. To talk about Tiger like that, how little respect does he have for him? Suddenly, someone thought Lin Xin looked familiar and exclaimed, "Look at him, doesn't he look familiar?" Someone recognized him and said in surprise, "It looks like Lin Xin." Lin Xin? That guy who dropped out of high school? 5 or 6 years have passed, he's changed so much. Yeah, I almost didn't recognize him. Is he trying to help us? Why did he have to provoke Tiger? We're doomed. Over here, Tiger's men were furious. "Kid,
you're tired of living, aren't you? How dare you talk to Tiger like that? If I don't beat you to death today, and make you beg for mercy on your knees, I'm not Sia. Tiger laughed angrily. Fine, fine, I've never seen anyone so arrogant.
You're the first one who dares to talk to me like that. With a wave of his hand, several burly men behind him immediately surrounded him, rubbing their fists together, eager for a fight.
Now you'll see. Lin Xin yawned, looking lazy and relaxed. Tiger's face was grim. Go!
Don't kill him, leave him with a breath of life. I want him to wish he were dead.
Several burly men immediately rushed towards Lin Xin, swinging their fists, their momentum menacing. Chapter 335 Lianggu makes his debut. The protagonist wants to show off? Get lost.
Several burly men rushed towards Lin Xin, as if they wanted to devour him alive. In the private room, the students couldn't bear to watch.
They all thought Lin Xin was doomed. In their eyes, Lin Xin had always been that weak and easily bullied classmate. How could he possibly be a match for these ferocious men?
Facing a group of wolves and tigers,
Lin Xin remained nonchalant.
He didn't take them seriously at all.
You're asking for death.
One of the men, as if humiliated, his face contorted with rage.
After a furious roar, he threw a punch at Lin Xin's abdomen.
The punch whistled through the air, powerful and fierce.
If this punch landed, the person would probably be sent flying. The other burly men didn't make a move.
They crossed their arms, their faces full of mockery, wanting to see how this kid would get beaten.
And then, they saw. The menacing punch was caught by Lin Xin. Lin Xin raised an eyebrow and said dismissively, "That's it?
You're no match for him." Then he exerted force, his knuckles cracking crisply.
Ah!
The burly man's face contorted in pain, and he collapsed to his knees, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The students in the private room looked over and were shocked to see one of the burly men kneeling before a young man. They began to whisper among themselves.
Am my eyes working? Am I sure I'm not seeing things?
To crush a burly man like that, how much strength does that take?
Is this really our weak and easily bullied classmate?
A group of students who had previously bullied Lin Xin began to panic.
They hadn't expected Lin Xin to possess such strength.
They were both surprised and frightened. The surprised because they might be saved.
Their fear stemmed from the possibility that Lin Xin would seek revenge.
After all, they had bullied him quite a bit in the past. The burly men were also stunned. One of them said gravely,
"This kid's strange.
Brothers, let's all go for him and kill him." Then the burly men charged at Lin Xin, raising their fists the size of sandbags as they approached.
Lin Xin also made his move.
He moved like lightning, ending the fight with just a few punches and kicks.
How could these punks be a match for him?
The burly men lay on the ground groaning, completely incapacitated. I thought he was just a greenhorn, but it turns out he's got some skills.
Tiger's pupils contracted, staring intently at Lin Xin. Lin Xin smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, and said,
I don't care how skilled you are, daring to hurt my brother. I'll kill you."
Tiger's face was grim, and an aura of hidden strength erupted from his body.
With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his hand. He was called Tiger, and he was no ordinary person, he was a master of hidden strength. Just to be on the safe side, he still wanted to have a weapon. He couldn't see through the guy in front of him. Hearing Tiger's words and seeing him draw his knife, some of the girls in the private room screamed in fright. The boys also looked terrified. They had only recently graduated from university, just leaving the ivory tower, some still in graduate school.
Where had they ever seen anything like this? Lin Xin remained as languid as ever. "You talk too much nonsense." Tiger's face was icy cold. He slightly bent his knees, ready to strike. The next moment, he pounced on Lin Xin like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Boom! However, a moment later,
Tiger, who had charged forward, was sent flying back at an even faster speed, slamming heavily against the wall. The force was so great that it seemed to collapse the wall. Tiger was completely embedded in the wall, unable to pry himself out. Whoa! The students were all shocked. The famous Tiger had been sent flying just like that? After the initial shock came an uproar. The students looked at Lin Xin with completely different eyes, filled with awe and disbelief. That's too amazing. What happened to Lin Xin? How did he become so powerful? Cough, cough. Tiger coughed up blood, struggling to pry himself out of the wall. His face contorted with madness as he roared. You're dead. How dare you humiliate my fierce tiger sect like this? Do you know who my backer is? What? The students were shocked. Tiger Lord has someone backing him? The fierce tiger sect is already a well-known power in Rongqing, and he actually has a powerful backer. My god, we're finished. Lin Xin is powerful. But they don't believe Lin Xin can stand against such a powerful force. Lin Xin didn't care, and curled his lip. Who the hell is your backer? The Star Moon Society, destined to unify the underground forces of Rongqing. If you have the guts, tell me your name. The burly man clutched his chest, feeling a searing pain. He'd kicked a hornet's nest today. But it didn't matter. Not long ago, his fierce tiger sect had submitted to the Star Moon Society. He could seek revenge from the Star Moon Society. The Star Moon Society. Lin Xion's expression was strange. They were negotiating with the Star Moon Society. Suddenly, a clear and alluring female voice rang out. Who dares to provoke the Star Moon Society? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gazes turned in the direction of the voice. A group of people approached. Leading them was a young man, with a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Below his high-bridged nose, his thin lips were slightly upturned, carrying a faint smile. His aura was unparalleled. From the moment he entered, he became the center of attention, drawing everyone's gaze. Two stunning beauties stood on either side. The one who had spoken was one of these alluring women. She wore a red, form-fitting long dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. Her eyes were as captivating as autumn water, with slightly upturned corners that carried a seductive charm. Another beautiful woman possessed a cool and noble air, her white dress making her appear like a fairy descended from heaven. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes holding a coldness that made people hesitant to approach. Behind her followed two women, one older and one younger. The older woman still retained her charm. The younger woman's face was obscured, she was hiding behind the crowd, like playing hide-and-seek. But from her elegant figure and extraordinary aura, it was clear she was also a stunning beauty. These were Su Liang and his group, who were negotiating. Who were they? Each of them possessed considerable strength, and being not far away, they had come out to investigate after hearing about the commotion. Unexpectedly, they had become acquainted with the drama. Chapter 336 I Still Love Your Rebellious Side. The moment the group appeared, the students were stunned. Two of the women alone possessed beauty comparable to the school beauty, Chen Lingyun. And their age added to their elegance and charm. Amidst this cluster of beauties, a handsome young man with extraordinary charisma stood out, impossible to ignore. Tiger also saw the newcomers, initially stunned, then recognizing one of them. Xia Qingqiu. Wasn't this the leader of the Star Moon Society, who had subdued their fierce tiger sect? Tiger's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward for help. President Xia, you must do me a favor. Tiger bowed and scraped, his face full of obsequiousness. Xia Qingqiu frowned slightly, looking at the man before him, and asked suspiciously. You are? I am Little Tiger of the Fierce Tiger Sect. Tiger hurriedly answered. The Fierce Tiger Sect was just a small gang. When the Star Moon Society took over the territory, Xia Qingqiu didn't even need to lift a finger, her underlings easily handled it. Tiger Lord had only seen Xia Qingqiu once, from afar, when she was surrounded by a group of powerful figures. Her aura was indifferent, overlooking everything, like a queen living in the clouds. The students, witnessing this scene, were all dumbfounded. This Tiger Lord had just been incredibly arrogant, ordering them to drink with him, beating whoever he wanted, his arrogance boundless. How arrogant he was just now, how obsequious he was now. I still prefer your unruly self from before. They curiously sized up the mature and alluring woman, speculating about her identity. At this moment, someone noticed something significant. Chairwoman Xia? I remember Tiger Lord mentioned earlier that his backer is the Star Moon Society. That matches up, what a coincidence. This charming beauty was actually a powerful figure in the underworld, someone even Tiger Lord groveled before. Xia Qingqiu frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Tiger quickly recounted what had happened. President Xia, this Lin Xin beat up my men and seriously injured me. Lin Xin turned around and sneered. Then tell me, why did I beat you? Tiger felt a little guilty but still stubbornly replied. These students bumped into my brother, what's wrong with me making them apologize? Lin Xin looked disdainful. Then you made girls drink with you? Why should someone who bumped into you apologize? Besides, do you want them to apologize? I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. Tiger's face turned pale, then red. Su Liang, in the private room, had hearing far beyond that of ordinary people and had already heard everything. This guy is an idiot, a villainous henchman in a novel, a stepping stone for the protagonist to win over the heroine. He can't even cause trouble or frame the heroine. A complete waste of space. What's the point of keeping such trash around? So, Su Liang spoke calmly. Qingqiu, are these the subordinates you recruited? Sensing Su Liang's displeasure, Xia Qingqiu said apologetically. I'm sorry, young Master Su, Xingyue society is always thinking about rapid expansion, and some parasites haven't been cleaned up yet. Tiger looked up in astonishment. As if he couldn't believe his ears. What had he just heard? This underworld queen, who controlled half of Rongqing, was actually so respectful to a pretty boy. And felt ashamed because of a single sentence from him. This newbie, oh no, what is the identity of this young master? It's probably unimaginable. Wait. His actions just now had displeased this young master. Chairman Xia said he would deal with him. Tiger realized he was in deep trouble. He felt his body go limp, and he collapsed to his knees, begging for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Young master, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Now, his fate was in this young master's hands, one word and he was done for. Chairman Xia was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Even if he were soft-hearted, he couldn't control such a massive Star Moon Society. At this moment, all the students were stunned. They thought the alluring beauty was a powerful underworld figure, which was impressive enough, but they didn't expect this young man to be even more unfathomable. He made a powerful underworld figure apologize with just one sentence. Thinking back to the scene when they arrived, both beauties were half a step behind the young man. No wonder. So the question is, who exactly is this person? Chen Lingyun, the most beautiful girl in the school, cast a curious glance at Su Liang. Chapter 337 My savior, I have no way to repay you, I wish to. Su Liang didn't even glance at Tiger's pleas for mercy. Why bother with such trash? Usually, villains cause trouble for the protagonist. This villain is purely there to give the protagonist a chance to show off and humiliate him. Xia Qingqiu understood Su Liang and knew what he meant. Her gaze shifted to the pitiful Tiger. Her eyes grew even colder. She coldly uttered two words. Get lost. Her voice wasn't loud, but it brooked no argument. Tiger's heart tightened. Although he wasn't particularly strong, years in the underworld had honed his keen eye. From Xia Qingqiu's attitude, he realized he had offended a powerful figure even the leader of the Star Moon Society couldn't afford to offend. Would he get away with this? Tiger completely panicked, wailing and crying. Young master, Chairman Xia, please spare me. I was blind and deserve to die. He began slapping himself repeatedly, the resounding slaps echoing in the air. I was blinded by greed. Please, both of you, have mercy and let me go. I'll never do it again. Tiger Lord pleaded incessantly, slapping himself repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down his face. His men, who had been screaming in pain, fell silent, too afraid to utter a sound, lest they incur trouble. Xia Qingqiu frowned and beckoned outside. Both sides had made preparations for this negotiation. She had also brought some people with her. Immediately, members of the Star Moon Society arrived and swiftly dragged Tiger Lord and his men out. Leaving on her own would save her some time, but now. The students who witnessed this scene were utterly shocked. From beginning to end, this young master only uttered one sentence, yet it terrified Tiger. Everyone began speculating about Su Liang's identity. Who exactly is this guy? He's so imposing. The bully was gone, the crisis averted, and the students breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the crowd dispersed, and school beauty Chen Lingyun stepped forward to thank Su Liang on behalf of the students. Her eyes held 7 parts gratitude, 3 parts curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible shyness. Thank you so much for your help, young master. Without you, I truly don't know what I would have done. Chen Lingyun bowed slightly, her tone sincere in gratitude. Su Liang smiled slightly. It was nothing, don't mention it. After a few pleasantries, Su Liang led the group away. Chen Lingyun stared blankly at Su Liang's departing figure. Lin Xin, standing beside her, was completely ignored. He didn't get along with those classmates. They didn't even thank him. He didn't help them. It was for the school beauty, Chen Lingyun. He never expected the school beauty to react this way. What is this? He kindly stepped forward to help. And got nothing in return. Although he hadn't expected anything in return. But compared to Su Liang's enthusiastic gratitude, this cold treatment was unbearable. He saw the school beauty staring intently in the direction Su Liang had left. She was practically mesmerized. Suddenly, Lin Xin sensed something was wrong. Could it be that the school beauty, his white moonlight, had fallen for that guy Su Liang? Lin Xin's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! Everything was originally his. The school beauty was thanking him. But before he could even finish his act, Su Liang had stolen it all. What a bastard! At this moment, Chen Lingyun snapped out of her reverie, her heart skipping a beat. Oh no! She couldn't help but feel annoyed. She'd forgotten to ask that young master for his contact information. Turning her head, she saw Lin Xin. Remembering how Lin Xin had helped them earlier, Chen Lingyun politely said, "Thank you, Lin Xin." Lin Xin waved his hand casually. It's nothing. Anyone would have helped in that situation. The implication was that Su Liang's help was only right, and Chen Lingyun shouldn't take it to heart. He was inwardly overjoyed, the school beauty was finally paying attention to him. He started to think quickly, figuring out what she would say and how to respond. To further strengthen their relationship. After all, Chen Lingyun was so beautiful, she was his ideal woman from school. It was impossible for him not to have feelings for her. Lin Xin's expectations were dashed. After thanking him, Chen Lingyun showed no intention of continuing the conversation. She had clearly been trying to get close to Su Liang just moments before. Why this differential treatment? I'm the one who truly saved you. Unbeknownst to Lin Xin, Chen Lingyun's mind was a jumbled mess. She regretted forgetting to ask Su Liang for his contact information. Su Liang's image flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder if she would ever see him again. The thought filled her with an emptiness. Suddenly, Chen Lingyun thought of Lin Xin. She had overheard Lin Xin's conversation with that young man, it seemed they knew each other. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately asked expectantly. Lin Xin, do you know that young man from earlier? Upon hearing this, Lin Xin froze. He had waited so long, and this was it? Seeing Chen Lingyun's expectant face, Lin Xin's expression stiffened, and he reluctantly replied. I know him.
What's his name? Chen Lingyun quickly pressed. Su Liang. Lin Xian's lips twitched.
Chen Lingyun silently repeated the name in her mind.
So his name is Su Liang. A very nice name.
At the same time, her eyes lit up, and she continued to ask.
Then, Lin Xian, do you know how to contact Mr. Su?
He just saved us, and we want to thank him.
Lin Xian was speechless. Su Liang saved you, and I saved you too, okay? Su Liang was the one who hijacked it, I was the key.
At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of those two sentences. A life-saving grace, this humble woman has no way to repay it, she is willing to repay it with her body. A life-saving grace, this humble woman has no way to repay it, she is willing to repay it by serving as a cow or a horse in the next life.
I don't know. Lin Xian replied, turning away dejectedly, heartbroken.
Behind him, he could faintly hear the whispers of his classmates.
What kind of attitude was that? When Chen, the school beauty, asked him a question, he acted like that. Exactly.
The school beauty was so polite, and he just ignored her.
Maybe he's jealous of young Master Su.
Look how much the school beauty cares about him.
What's so great about him? So what if he can fight a little? What's with the act? Chapter 338 The Splits and Handstands. And a fierce general. Outside the hotel.
Sunlight spilled onto the street, casting a soft glow. Su Liang, Qin Fuling, and Xia Qingqiu stood to one side, about to part ways.
Su Liang winked at the socially awkward Feng Lu.
Don't forget our promise, take me sightseeing in Rongcheng. Feng Lu shrank back, her eyes darting around, and gave a soft reply.
Okay.
The three of them turned and left.
Feng Lu and Sister Lan also prepared to go back. Just then, Lin Xian strode out of the hotel. He approached Feng Lu, his face full of heartache. Xiao Lu, how could you agree to Su Liang's request? He clearly has ulterior motives towards you.
Feng Lu blinked, her eyes full of innocent confusion.
I think he's a really nice person.
Su Liang did give her a feeling of wanting to get close to him.
He's definitely not a bad person. Put. Lin Xian almost vomited blood.
His voice rose, tinged with excitement.
He's not a bad person?
Then in your eyes, what kind of person is considered bad? Feng Lu tilted her head, feigning serious thought. After a moment, her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Those guys blocking the door just now, they looked like thugs, and they even made a young girl drink with them, it was awful.
She clenched her fists tightly, her face showing anger. Luckily, Su Liang chased them away.
He taught bad guys a lesson, so he can't be a bad guy.
Sister Lan. Lin Xian. Goodness. Do you judge good or bad people by their appearance? Guys like Tiger, who are obviously bad, are easy to deal with.
The truly terrifying ones are those whose nature is hard to discern.
On the surface, they are gentle and refined, kind and easygoing.
But in reality, they are ruthless, cunning, and treacherous.
These are the most difficult to deal with. Lin Xian stamped his foot in frustration. How can you be so hasty?
He's putting on an act, he's actually quite cunning.
Feng Lu muttered, pouting. I know.
But her eyes betrayed her lack of concern.
Lin Xian sighed deeply.
Ding. Lin Xian has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Meanwhile, Su Liang, Qin Fuling, and Xia Qingqiu sat in the car. Qin Fuling clung to Su Liang's arm, pouting.
Brother Liang, if you want to travel, you can come with me. Why are you looking for her? Have you set your sights on a new prey?
Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips.
Sure, Fuling wants to be with me, so let's enjoy this together now. Ha! Qin Fuling exclaimed in surprise. She immediately understood Su Liang's meaning. Her cheeks flushed instantly. In broad daylight, in the car? How embarrassing. She quickly waved her hand. Let's forget it, we'll talk about it when we get back.
At that moment, Xia Qingxiu's voice came from the front, where she was driving. Don't worry, it's an armored car, the windows are one way, no one can see in from the outside. The soundproofing is also very good, you can do whatever you want, don't worry about me. Qin Fuling, embarrassed and annoyed, immediately retorted. Xia Qingxiu, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of rubbish are you thinking about? We're in the car, how can we mess around like this? Don't give me any bad advice. Xia Qingxiu snorted. Oh, little girl, are you shy? Who was it that was clinging to Liang Ji's arm just now? Now you're talking about me. Didn't you want Liang Ji to accompany you? I'm doing this for your own good, don't be ungrateful. Qin Fuling's face turned red with anger. What kind of for my own good is this? You're just trying to cause trouble, Liang Ji won't listen to you. Xia Qingxiu's lips curled up, revealing a mischievous smile. That's not necessarily true, Liang Ji might be looking forward to it. Look, Liang Ji didn't object to my suggestion. Qin Fuling turned to look at Su Liang, anxiously saying. Brother Liang, don't listen to her nonsense. She just wants to embarrass me. Xia Qingxiu persisted. Brother Liang, this little girl needs a good beating. Help me teach her a lesson. Su Liang finally spoke up. Don't drag me into your fight. Xia Qingxiu pleaded in a coquettish voice. If master helps me teach this little hussy a lesson, I'll show you my newly learned handstand. Holy crap! Qin Fuling was stunned, her eyes wide. A powerful move? She only knew how to do the splits, and Xia Qingxiu was doing a handstand. She couldn't even imagine what that skill entailed. Qin Fuling felt a surge of panic. Su Liang found it amusing. His gaze fell on Qin Fuling. Qin Fuling quickly said. Brother Liang, don't listen to her. I don't want to listen to her either, but she can do handstands. This was all Su Hao's pretense. The main reason was that this girl really needed to be taught a lesson. She actually interfered with his search for women, reaping villain points. She had to be severely punished. Sobbing. Xia Qingxiu laughed triumphantly. Little girl, let's see if you dare to be arrogant again. Qin Fuling covered her mouth with one hand, glaring at Xia Qingxiu, gritting her teeth. Xia Qingxiu, don't be so smug, I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Chapter 339. The female lead delivers herself to my door. One side of Liang Gu and my life is decided. After returning, Xia Qingxiu indeed kept her promise. Qin Fuling was still angry with Xia Qingxiu and insisted on watching from the sidelines. She wanted to see what tricks this vixen could play. Tricks that would shock her for a whole year. Qin Fuling secretly decided that she had to work hard to improve her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to come up with any new tricks. Tired of the massage, Qin Fuling leaned back on the sofa and scrolled through her phone. These days, Lu Fan was very popular. She frequently saw news about him. Lu Fan had practically become a global clown. He predicted the end of the world, squandered his fortune, borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, and hoarded a large amount of supplies. But nothing happened. He was now being chased by loan sharks, a truly tragic situation. Ding! A message notification came, and Qin Fuling was startled. She saw that someone had added her on WeChat. Hello, Qin, I'm Chen Lingyun. She knew Chen Lingyun. Like her, she was a school beauty. They had met at a hotel not long ago. Strange, although they were from the same school, they weren't in the same year. Why did she add her? Despite her doubts, Qin Fuling added her as a friend. Meanwhile, in a young girl's bedroom, Chen Lingyun nervously stared at her phone after sending the friend request. She wondered if Qin Fuling would accept. Since returning home, Su Liang's image kept popping into her mind. It was a case of meeting Su Liang and being ruined for life. Chen Lingyun regretted forgetting to ask for his contact information. Unconsciously, she thought of Qin Fuling. Back then, Qin Fuling and Su Liang were standing together. She and Su Liang must be very familiar. So, through connections, she obtained Qin Fuling's WeChat. She wanted to get Su Liang's contact information through Qin Fuling.
Hearing the notification of a friend request, Chen Lingyun was overjoyed.
She immediately sent a message.
"Hello, Chen." Chen Fuling replied. "What's up?" Chen Lingyun asked cautiously. "Chen, are you and Mr. Su Liang very close?" Chen Fuling thought for a moment and replied.
They were extremely close. They had communicated countless times. So she replied. Quite close. Chen Lingyun sat in her room, clutching her phone tightly, her heart pounding with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. She organized her thoughts and sent a message to Chen Fuling.
If it weren't for Mr. Su at noon, I really wouldn't know what to do. Chen, you should know Mr. Su's contact information, right? Could you please give me Mr. Su's contact information?
I promise I won't bother him unnecessarily, I just want to thank him properly.
Seeing Chen Lingyun's message, Chen Fuling's expression turned strange. Didn't you already thank me?
Swish. Seeing this message, Chen Lingyun blushed. Yes, Su Liang had helped them solve their problem, and she had thanked him.
Adding his contact information now seemed like she had ulterior motives.
Chen Lingyun racked her brains and finally came up with an excuse to reply. It's like this, I'm truly grateful for Mr. Su's help, but my thanks back then were too hasty. I want to find an opportunity to formally express my gratitude to Mr. Su.
Ha! Chen Fuling chuckled inwardly. I don't believe you for a second. Trying to play mind games with me? You're still too green.
It's obvious you're trying to get your hands on my Liang Ji. However, after thinking about it, Chen Fuling still gave her Su Liang's WeChat. The reason was simple, she'd been scolded in the car on the way back, and she was a little jealous.
Through this incident, she understood that she couldn't stop Su Liang from pursuing other women.
Besides, she couldn't handle it alone. It was better to find a few buddies. Su Liang had many women in Shanghai, while she was the only one in Chengdu, which was a disadvantage.
Not only did she gain Chen Lingyun's trust,
Chen Fuling was also thinking of teaching her some things to try and win over Su Liang as soon as possible.
Su Liang's visit this time definitely wouldn't last long. Chen Fuling was on the verge of tears. Who helps another woman seduce their own man?
At the same time, Su Liang received a friend request from Chen Lingyun. Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile, he knew this woman. He had checked her profile before, she was a leading lady, and of course he couldn't let her go. After adding her as a friend, Chen Lingyun quickly sent a message.
Hello Mr. Su, I'm Chen Lingyun. We met at noon. Thank you so much for your help. I'd like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Are you free tonight? Su Liang looked at the message, pondering for a moment.
He was indeed interested in Chen Lingyun. However, considering that he was planning to meet the protagonist, Lu Fan, that evening, he had to postpone it. I appreciate Miss Chen's kindness, but I'm sorry, I have some things to take care of tonight.
Chen Lingyun felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing Su Liang's reply.
She had always been a pampered princess. She had everything she wanted, and no one had ever refused her. She hadn't expected to be rejected by Su Liang today. But she didn't want to give up easily and replied. Alright then, I'll treat you again when you're free. Chapter 340 Best Buddies for Life. The tragic protagonist of the apocalypse. Night fell. Su Liang bid farewell to Chen Fuling and Xia Qingqiu. I have something to do, I'm going out for a bit. Chen Fuling straightened Su Liang's clothes and said with concern. Brother Liang, come back soon. Xia Qingqiu winked at him. Master, we'll wait for you to come back. Giving him a you just wait look, Su Liang turned and left. A car was parked at the door. A cold and beautiful woman stood beside the car. It was his bodyguard in red, who had come with him. With Chen Fuling and Xia Qingqiu accompanying him, Su Liang didn't let her come along. Su Liang walked to the car, and Red bowed slightly to open the door for him. Red got into the driver's seat and started the car. Inside the car, she skillfully drove the steering wheel while reporting on Lu Fan's situation to Su Liang. Ever since the apocalypse failed to arrive, and Lu Fan's father died of grief, his miserable life began. The debt collectors harassed him like mad dogs, making him practically a pariah. Now, all his friends and classmates have cut off contact with him, fearing being implicated. Fortunately, he still has a best friend, and the two rely on each other for survival. However, they live in hiding. They're terrified of being discovered by the debt collectors. They can't go home, they've lost their money, and they can only try to support themselves. How is Lu Fan now? Su Liang asked. The woman in red replied. Lu Fan is depressed, feeling responsible for his father's death, filled with self-blame and regret. He's completely listless, showing no interest in anything. Su Liang stroked his chin after hearing this. I've ravaged him so badly, he should have harvested enough of his luck. Today, I'll send him on his way. Meanwhile, outside a hot bar, a crowd thronged. Two figures emerged. One looked haggard, his eyes vacant, his spirit exhausted, as if his soul had been ripped away. He wore a baseball cap pulled low, almost obscuring his entire face. The other wore overalls, looking quite flamboyant. Who else could it be but Lu Fan and Ai Kuan? The two had just performed a 2.5-hour singing, dancing, and rapping show at the bar. Of course, it was Ai Kuan who performed, Lu Fan was just a sidekick. Ai Kuan was beaming with excitement. He held a basketball in his arms, occasionally tossing it, still immersed in his performance. He nudged Lu Fan beside him with his shoulder and said with a grin. Ah Fan, how was my performance? Pretty awesome, right, Kuan Ji? Lu Fan was lost in his own world, completely oblivious to Ai Kuan's words, his eyes still fixed blankly ahead. Seeing his best friend's expressionless face, Ai Kuan's smile faded, replaced by worry. He didn't know how to comfort him, so he reached out and patted Lu Fan's shoulder. His tone was sincere. Fan Ji, don't be so down. You always have to look forward. You have to believe that life isn't just about the present hardships, there's also the future. In short, there's no hurdle you can't overcome. What we've lost, we'll find a way to get back. Don't be discouraged. At worst, I'll take care of you from now on. Lu Fan said in a low voice, head bowed. It's all my fault. I squandered the family fortune, I caused father's death. Ai Kuan nodded in agreement. But of course, he couldn't say what he truly felt. He put his arm around Lu Fan's shoulder and said against his will. We can start over. I believe in you. Let's work together, things will get better. Lu Fan shook his head. I have no hope anymore, Ai Kuan. Go, don't worry about me. Ai Kuan panicked upon hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about? We're best brothers, how can I abandon you? No matter what difficulties we encounter, we'll face them together. Lu Fan slowly raised his head. Touched by Ai Kuan's words, a glint flashed in his eyes. Ai Kuan blinked. The two looked at each other, a moment filled with unspoken camaraderie. After opening up, Lu Fan felt much better. Their temporary lodgings continued. A secluded park. Just then, a car pulled up at the entrance, and Su Liang stepped out. Chapter 341: The Showdown. The mastermind exposed. The protagonist is stunned. Only two young brothers, Lu Fan and Ai Kuan, lived in this park. Although secluded, it was quiet. It wasn't that they didn't want a better park or bridge underpass. In the morning, they could rummage through the trash cans, and if they were lucky, they wouldn't have to worry about breakfast. Maybe they'd even find a surprise. But all the good spots were taken. They'd even been beaten up when they went there. They were told that at such a young age, why did they have to learn to beg like them, stealing their livelihood? The two brothers were on the verge of tears. They didn't want to be homeless either. But they had no choice because they were being chased by debt collectors. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed in the quiet park. Lu Fan and Ai Kuan, having worked hard all day, had just lain down to rest. Lying on the hard chair, Lu Fan's mind kept replaying the nightmarish and miserable experiences he had recently endured. The sudden sound of footsteps startled Lu Fan, who jumped up from his chair like a frightened rabbit. His heart leaped into his throat, his eyes widened, and he quickly patted his best friend beside him. But the pat landed on something round and plump. It was AI Kuen's basketball. Good heavens! AI Kuen even slept with his basketball, using it as a pillow. AI Kuen groggily woke up, asking sleepily, "Brother Fan, what's wrong?" "Someone's here," Lu Fan said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the park entrance. AI Kuen jolted awake, instantly wide awake. He thought some beggars had come to take over their lodging. That wouldn't do. They were here first. Just then, a figure appeared at the park entrance. The moonlight shone down like water, illuminating the figure. He was an excessively handsome man. He was tall and imposing, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. His charisma was exceptional, impossible to ignore. Lu Fan frowned, thinking to himself, this man doesn't seem to be here to seize territory. Nor does he seem like one of those debt collectors. But he still dared not relax his guard in the slightest. AI Kuen, on the other hand, was stunned. He usually prided himself on being incredibly handsome, but seeing Su Liang's face, comparable to that of a well-known author, he had to admit defeat. Lu Fan, long time no see. Su Hao looked at Lu Fan's disheveled appearance and gave him a meaningful smile. You know me. Lu Fan was taken aback. He searched his memory for this person. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall who it was. His vigilance remained unwavering. Ever since he incurred a huge debt, his classmates and friends had all distanced themselves from him like the plague. This person suddenly came knocking on his door. He didn't think he was there to help him. What brings you here? Lu Fan asked. His tone was tense and wary. Su Hao smiled and replied, Of course I know you. I came to see how you're doing, and to give you a ride. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the top of Lu Fan's head. The protagonist's luck had been almost completely depleted by Lu Fan's torment these past few days. Today was his day to reap the rewards. Lu Fan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He didn't understand what Su Hao meant by that. What did he mean by sending him on his way? Who are you? His voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. Su Hao looked at him with amusement. Tisk, how interesting. Haven't you been investigating me all this time? You don't even know who I am. Lu Fan had been under Su Hao's all-encompassing surveillance. Through recent reports from Skynet, Lu Fan had become aware of things. Lu Fan truly felt that a mastermind was pulling the strings behind the scenes, making him a global laughingstock step by step. When he mortgaged his house and sold his company, everything went too smoothly. With his father, the legal representative, absent, he was able to easily sell the company. At the time, he was immersed in the fear of the impending apocalypse and didn't notice anything amiss. Now, looking back, it was truly bizarre. So, recently, whenever he had free time, Lu Fan would go to internet cafes, trying to find out the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Unfortunately, each investigation yielded nothing of value, yielding no useful information. I investigated you. Lu Fan looked puzzled. But gradually, his eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently. He pointed a finger at Su Hao and said in a trembling voice, You. Chapter 342 The Truth Revealed. Manipulated at will. You helped me sell the company, manipulated public opinion, and made me a laughingstock of the whole world. Lu Fan's voice trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had only been guessing at first. Someone was behind this. When Su Hao's enigmatic smile came into view, he knew. He'd guessed right. He was a reincarnated being, returned with memories of the apocalypse. To prepare for the impending apocalypse, he gave everything. He scavenged supplies everywhere, exhausted his savings, and took on enormous loans. During those days, his heart was filled with fear of the apocalypse and the tension of preparing for survival. He thought he was being proactive, saving himself and his family. But little did he expect. It was all a joke in other people's eyes.
You guessed right, too bad there's no reward.
Su Hao snapped his fingers.
His mocking smile was incredibly irritating to Lu Fan. Lu Fan's eyes instantly reddened.
A raging fire of anger burned within him. His father's death, his broken family, his current wretched state were all inextricably linked to the person before him. He tried hard to recall. Had he offended this person?
But in his memory,
they had never met, let alone had any grudge against each other.
Have I offended you?
Lu Fan asked, barely containing his anger.
No. Su Hao's answer was nonchalant.
Then do we know each other?
I don't know him. Then why the hell?
We have no grudge against each other, why are you trying to harm me?
Lu Fan went berserk.
He roared hysterically. Rage surged, wave after wave assaulting his reason.
Just bored, looking for something to do. Do I need a reason?
Su Hao's eyes were mocking.
Lu Fan froze, trembling all over. He couldn't believe it.
That just because this person was bored, he had caused his family's ruin. Ding Lu Fan is consumed by hatred and rage, villain value plus 999. Su Hao looked on with interest.
Actually,
of course, he wasn't bored. Lu Fan was the protagonist.
He was the villain.
He said that only to collect villain value. After a long while, Lu Fan recovered somewhat from his anger. He looked at Su Hao. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. You're so bored you brainwashed me, giving me memories of the apocalypse, making me spend all my savings, and take out loans everywhere to collect supplies. Su Hao's expression was strange. He hadn't expected Lu Fan to think this way. Originally, this misunderstanding was a good thing. It didn't connect it to his other abilities. But he didn't want to waste time, he wanted to harvest this protagonist as soon as possible.
You're overthinking it. I'm not that bored.
Su Hao shook his head. Seeing that Su Hao didn't seem to be lying, Lu Fan's pupils contracted sharply. So you were also reborn from the apocalypse and solved it?
No need to guess.
I know what you mean by the apocalypse, but I've corrected it.
The apocalypse won't come.
Surprised?
Excited.
Su Hao's words exploded in Lu Fan's mind like a bombshell.
Lu Fan was stunned.
He never expected this reason. He had thought the apocalypse was imminent. That's why he prepared everything regardless of the consequences. Now, Su Hao tells him that he has corrected the apocalypse and it will never happen again. This means all his efforts have been in vain. He lost everything for a non-existent disaster.
Why?
You corrected the apocalypse, that's a good thing, but I don't need you to tell me why you deliberately messed with me.
Lu Fan was filled with rage and hatred.
His body trembled slightly with anger, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms. Ding Lu Fan's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Seeing that the harvest was almost complete,
Su Hao didn't answer him.
He said casually,
"All right, now that you know the truth, you can go your way." Chapter 343, Killing someone by destroying their spirit. Ruthless. Exterminating them completely. You want to kill us? Aikuan's voice boomed in a hoarse, raspy tone.
His voice was filled with disbelief and fear. Lu Fan, standing nearby, also tensed. This guy had not only caused his family's ruin, but now he wanted to wipe them all out. This was outrageous.
Lu Fan gritted his teeth. Su Liang looked at Aikuan with a mocking expression.
It wasn't originally your fault, but who told you to be his brother? Good brothers should live and die together.
Actually, letting Aikuan go wouldn't have been a big deal, he wouldn't have caused any trouble.
But better safe than sorry.
He didn't want to leave any problems behind. Aikuan was completely dumbfounded. He never expected this.
He was willing to risk his life simply because of his brotherhood with Lu Fan.
Lu Fan immediately stepped forward, glaring at Su Liang. Come at me if you have a problem. Brother Chicken is innocent. Let him go. Too late. Blame yourself.
He stayed with you for your sake, and now he's heard things he shouldn't have.
Su Liang's tone was playful.
No, if you dare hurt him, I'll fight you to the death.
Lu Fan was burning with rage.
His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He had only one thought in his mind, to protect Ai Kuan.
Even when his family was destroyed, and he was being chased by debt collectors, Ai Kuan had never abandoned him.
He couldn't let his best friend be harmed, even if it meant death.
Su Liang scoffed. You.
Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. A silver needle flashed through the night sky like lightning. Its speed was so fast that it was almost invisible. In the blink of an eye, lightning pierced through Ai Kuan's forehead.
Ai Kuan froze.
The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and he slumped to the ground, lifeless. His face still bore the expression of being moved by Lu Fan's courageous words, and he clutched the basketball tightly in his arms.
Buzzing.
Lu Fan was stunned, his mind blank. Then, like a madman, he rushed forward to check on Ai Kuan. His trembling fingers touched Ai Kuan's nose, and when he found no breath, he was overwhelmed with grief. Tears streamed down his face.
Brother Chicken, don't die.
Remember, he died because of you. Su Liang said at the right moment.
This was the ultimate way to destroy someone's spirit. It's all my fault.
Lu Fan was consumed by deep self-blame.
He felt he had killed Ai Kuan.
The pain was suffocating him. Ding Lu Fan's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 999.
In Su Liang's view,
the luck above Lu Fan's head completely vanished.
Harvesting complete, it's over. Lu Fan came to his senses.
The sadness in his eyes was gone,
replaced by endless rage. He said, word by word, I'm going to kill you.
Su Liang smiled disdainfully. A ball of lightning slowly condensed in his palm. Lightning crackled and leaped in his palm, emitting a sizzling sound.
Ability, Thunder King.
As his mental power increased, it wasn't just for shattering darkness, it could also kill. Its power was considerable.
Su Liang tossed it lightly, sending it hurtling towards Lu Fan.
Lu Fan tried to dodge, but the ball of lightning was too fast. He felt a sharp pain in his chest.
The lightning ball exploded, blasting a bloody hole.
Lu Fan crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his wound, quickly staining the earth beneath him. His eyes were wide open, the anger still burning within them, but he was already lifeless.
Dead beyond dead.
Clean it up.
Su Liang turned and left expressionlessly, as if he had only done a trivial task.
The man in red waved his hand, and the Skynet members hidden in the shadows sprang into action. Their movements were swift and practiced, destroying all traces. Moments later, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened.
Lu Fan and Ai Kuan, to evade debt collectors, had been hiding, their whereabouts almost unknown.
With the departure of Su Liang and his group, all of this was destined to be buried in the annals of history, unknown to outsiders. Chapter 344: The Right Way to Deal with Jealousy. In the car, Su Liang leaned back in his seat, toying with a long sword in his hand. This was the trophy the red-clad woman had confiscated earlier.
The famous sword, Tai. At this moment, it looked unremarkable, its blade even showing some rust.
However, once unsheathed, it would once again reveal the brilliance befitting a renowned sword. With a thought, he stored it away in his spatial storage. He had come all the way from Shanghai. Collecting this sword was one of his purposes. However, he hadn't expected to unexpectedly encounter two new female leads and the main character. This changed his original plans. He decided not to rush back to Shanghai. Shanghai was under constant surveillance.
The Dragon King's 3-year term hadn't ended yet.
Everything was under control. However, things here couldn't be delayed too long, they needed to be resolved as soon as possible. First, he'd win over that socially awkward female lead. Back at his residence, he pushed open the door to find the house brightly lit. Qin Fuling and Xia Qingqiu were still awake, sitting on the sofa watching TV, waiting for him to return. Strangely, the seemingly relaxed atmosphere was filled with a tense tension. The two women stood with their arms crossed, heads turned away, clearly having argued again. Seeing Su Liang return, Qin Fuling's eyes lit up. Like a little pet seeing its owner return, she rushed to greet him. She ran to Su Liang's side, grabbed his arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother Liang, you're back. I thought you'd had enough of this vixen and weren't coming back." "What did you say, you brat?" Xia Qingqiu's eyebrows shot up. Qin Fuling glared back defiantly, hands on her hips. "Vixen, juice extractor." Xia Qingqiu suddenly laughed. "You're just envious and jealous. It's your own fault for being weak and incompetent. Just practice more." Qin Fuling's face flushed red, her cheeks heaving, and she gritted her teeth. This woman is shameless. She can't win, she simply can't. Watching the two women argue, Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like he hadn't taught them a lesson enough. He'd make sure they were thoroughly humiliated later. Qin Fuling seemed to sense his change in mood, angrily averting her gaze, then said ingratiatingly, "I'm not like some people who only know how to take. Brother Liang, are you hungry? I'll make you a midnight snack." Her tone became gentle and sweet. Completely different from when they were arguing. After speaking, she didn't forget to glance at Xia Qingqiu. "Only I care about my brother." Seeing this, Xia Qingqiu retorted defiantly, "Master loves tea the most, so I'll make some for you." Su Liang walked over and sat down on the sofa, watching the two busy at work, a smile playing on his lips. That's more like it. Healthy competition is the right way to handle jealousy. Qin Fuling was busy in the kitchen. She skillfully opened the refrigerator, humming a little tune as she prepared the ingredients, her mood seemingly much better. Her chopping movements were practiced, the pieces evenly sized, showing she cooked quite often. Xia Qingqiu took out her treasured tea. She first rinsed the teaware with hot water, then placed the appropriate amount of tea leaves into the teapot, her movements fluid and graceful. She lifted the kettle and poured boiling water into the teapot, the tea leaves swirled in the water, releasing a fragrant aroma. In no time, the tea was ready, and Xia Qingqiu served it to Su Liang. "Master, try some of my tea. It's this year's new Longjing tea, the flavor is very mellow." Su Liang picked up the teacup, the aroma filling the air. He took a small sip, the fragrance spread in his mouth, the taste smooth and pleasant, truly excellent tea. He didn't hold back his praise. Qingqiu's tea-making skills have improved. A double entendre. Xia Qingqiu seemed oblivious, beaming with joy. Just then, Qin Fuling approached with a bowl of seafood soup. The soup was topped with a layer of oil, the shrimp plump and white like jade, the scallops pink, the crab meat shredded, and there were also diced shiitake mushrooms and fish maw slices. The aroma was irresistible, mouth-watering. Qin Fuling said expectantly, "Brother Liang, try my cooking. This is a special midnight snack I made especially for you." "Fuling, you've worked hard." Su Liang picked up a spoon, took a spoonful, and found the taste perfect. So she praised him with satisfaction. "The taste is very good." Qin Fuling smiled brightly upon hearing the praise. She glanced smugly at Xia Qingqiu. Xia Qingqiu pouted. Su Liang had witnessed their subtle rivalry. Still arguing over her boyfriend, it seems Jir won't be getting a day off tonight. Chapter 345. The most interesting part is bullying the socially awkward little heroine. After a night of revelry. The sun rose, the sky was high and the air was crisp, it was a beautiful day. Su Liang hadn't forgotten Feng Lu, the socially awkward young woman. He immediately made a call. At that moment, Feng Lu was discussing with several high-ranking members of the Dragon Gate how to deal with the aggressive Star Moon Society. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Everyone was expressing their opinions, but Feng Lu sat quietly in a corner. As the newly appointed sect leader, she couldn't muster any authority. Ring ring. A ringtone broke the heavy atmosphere. Seeing that the caller ID showed Su Liang, Feng Lu couldn't help but tremble. Not daring to be negligent, she quickly got up and ran to the side to answer the phone.
Su Liang's magnetic voice came through.
"Little Lulu, the weather is nice today, perfect for a hike." Feng Lu didn't know how to respond for a moment, her heart filled with conflict.
On one hand, she was afraid of being alone with Su Liang. On the other hand, she didn't dare refuse. Seeing Feng Lu remain silent, Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. "What? You don't want to? You promised to take me on a trip, you won't go back on your word, will you?" Feng Lu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly agreed. No, I'm willing." "That's good, I thought you were going to renege."
After hanging up the phone, Feng Lu took a few deep breaths and returned to the conference room. She sat in a corner, looking dazed. All of this was observed by Lin Xian, who was not far away. His hearing was exceptional, he had overheard Feng Lu's conversation with Su Liang perfectly. He knew that Su Liang wanted Feng Lu to keep her promise. Seeing her distracted state, Lin Xian secretly vowed that he would never let her get hurt. He clenched his fist, his eyes resolute.
In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly.
Su Liang and Feng Lu arrived at the agreed meeting place.
Qin Fuling and Xia Qingqiu, upon learning that Su Liang was going hiking, wanted to join him, but Su Liang refused. With these two golden beasts by his side, how could he possibly win over the young heroine? Meanwhile, Lin Xian insisted on going with Feng Lu, offering to drive. Feng Lu, realizing she couldn't drive, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. This was all exactly what Su Liang had anticipated. After meeting, everyone prepared to leave. Feng Lu got into her car, and Su Liang followed, sitting in the back seat next to her. This action stunned both Feng Lu and Lin Xian in the driver's seat. Lin Xian frowned. "Don't you have your own car? Why are you in mine?"
Su Liang, however, remained nonchalant.
He glanced at Lin Xian and said unhappily,
"What are you standing there for? Drive."
Feng Lu, sitting next to Su Liang, stiffened slightly, she could feel the overwhelming masculine presence emanating from him.
She couldn't help but move closer to the car window, trying to create some distance, like a little white rabbit.
Lin Xian, suppressing his annoyance, spoke up. "Don't you have your own car?" Su Liang replied calmly.
"Yes, Lulu said she'd take me on a trip, so of course we'll go together." "You wouldn't make me drive behind you alone, would you?" As he spoke, he turned to Feng Lu, revealing a wolfish grin.
"Lulu, what do you think?"
Feng Lu shrank back, afraid Su Liang would get angry, and nodded slightly, speaking softly. "Mr. Su, please ride with us." Su Liang deliberately put on a stern face, feigning displeasure.
"Don't call me Mr. Su, it's too formal. If you don't mind, just call me brother, or Liang Ge is fine too." Feng Lu was stunned.
She had never used such an intimate address before, but she didn't dare disobey Su Liang. Her eyes reddened, and she was on the verge of tears.
Su Liang looked impatient. "What? Are you treating me like an outsider? What's the point of traveling with outsiders? Let's go back and prepare for war."
With that, he made a move to get out of the car.
Feng Lu was terrified upon hearing the word war.
If the two sides went to war, people would die.
She didn't want to see a bloodbath.
Feng Lu was anxious, and seeing Su Liang about to get out of the car, she quickly grabbed his hand.
"Liang Ge."
Su Liang had been waiting for this moment. He sat back down and said with a smile, "That's right, little sister." As he spoke, he took Feng Lu's hand in his own. The heroine's hand was delicate and small, slightly cool, and felt very comfortable and pleasant to hold. Feng Lu felt the warmth in his hand, a strange sensation spreading up her arm and throughout her body. Her face flushed instantly, reaching her ears. She tried to pull her hand away. But she was no match for Su Liang's strength. After struggling a few times, she realized she couldn't break free and could only helplessly let Su Liang hold her. While playing with Feng Lu's small hand, Su Liang said to Lin Xian in the driver's seat, "What are you looking at? Drive. You idiot." Lin Xian's face darkened as he saw Su Liang taking advantage of Feng Lu in front of him. His anger flared up instantly, his teeth grinding.
Let go of Xiao Lu. Su Liang glanced at him disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak here? If you're going to be a dog, act like 1 inch. Humiliated like this, Lin Xian's forehead veins throbbed. He couldn't take it anymore and wanted to fight Su Liang. Just then, he heard Su Liang say to Feng Lu, "Little Lulu, you need to get a new driver. Keeping a disobedient dog is useless. How about I get rid of him for you?" Feng Lu thought Su Liang was going to kill Lin Xian and trembled with fear. So she quickly said, No need, Lin Xian, you drive. Lin Xian. The atmosphere had built up to this point. His burning anger was extinguished by a bucket of ice water. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. Chapter 346, taking advantage of the female lead in front of the protagonist. Feng Lu had spoken, and Lin Xian, though filled with resentment, could only suppress it, starting the car with a grim face. While driving, he glanced at the rearview mirror every now and then. What he saw ignited his anger again. He saw Su Liang fiddling with Feng Lu's small hand, even stroking the back of it. Lin Xian was furious. The aura of a powerful expert surged from his body. He wanted to teach Su Liang a lesson. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Su Liang. Instead, Su Liang seemed even more engrossed in playing with her hand. There was nothing he could do. Since Feng Lu had agreed, Lin Xian could only speed up and reach his destination as soon as possible. Ding, Lin Xian has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. He sped along. The car soon arrived at the foot of Tiandang Mountain. Tiandang Mountain is a landmark peak in Chengdu and a popular tourist attraction, drawing countless visitors every year. Its majestic peaks rise and fall, with steep cliffs piercing the clouds. As the sun gradually rises higher, the thin mist in the mountains begins to dissipate, and the continuous mountain peaks gradually become clear. Some soar into the clouds, while others meander and twist, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring landscape. At the foot of the mountain, a crystal-clear stream flows gently, its water splashing against the rocks, creating tiny sprays. Upon arrival, Su Liang and Feng Lu got out of the car, while Lin Xian miserably went to find a parking space. Su Liang didn't wait for him and pulled Feng Lu forward. Feng Lu kept her head down the whole way, her face almost buried in her chest, burning red all the way down to her neck. Su Liang had held her hand the whole way in the car, and now that they were out, he hadn't let go of her hand. This made her, who had never been in contact with a man before, so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. As the two walked along the path, tourists noticed them, their gazes instantly drawn to them. Wow, those two are so good-looking. They're such a sight for sore eyes standing together. Seriously, the guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful, they're a match made in heaven. I'm so jealous. When will I ever have such a pretty girl to be with? I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Dude, with your looks, to be honest, you'd be lucky to lose 50 years of your life. Lin Xian parked his car and rushed over. Upon hearing these comments, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What a match made in heaven. Nonsense. If Feng Lu were to be with someone, it would be him. Lin Xian quickly went over. He couldn't let Su Liang and Feng Lu be alone together. What if Feng Lu really fell for Su Liang? After all, Su Liang was indeed handsome. But what good is being handsome? Su Liang didn't care at all about Lin Xian, this third wheel. He'd deal with him when the opportunity arose. Next, Su Liang took Feng Lu to a nearby shop and bought some water and food. They bought a lot. Anyway, it wasn't his responsibility to carry it. Of course, he gave it all to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very reluctant. But after Su Liang said he wouldn't be allowed to follow if he didn't carry it, Lin Xian compromised. How could he let Feng Lu be alone with this guy? The climb officially began. He pulled Feng Lu along and started walking up the mountain. Little Lulu, you've really never been on vacation before. Su Liang chatted with Feng Lu as they climbed.
Feng Lu blushed and shook her head, speaking softly.
No. Then what do you usually do at home?
I've heard that stay-at-home girls are all very messy, their rooms are a complete mess.
Su Liang said this deliberately. Feng Lu immediately panicked. That's not true.
Lin Xin, carrying large and small bags, followed closely behind, his eyes fixed on Su Liang, his expression constantly shifting. Seeing Su Liang trying to chat with Feng Lu, he knew Su Liang wanted to get closer to her.
So he quickly interjected. Little Lu, this mountain path isn't easy to walk on, be careful. Didn't your family teach you that interrupting others is very impolite? Su Liang, holding Feng Lu's hand, revealed a mischievous uncle smile. Little Lulu, let's not let this rude and ill-mannered person follow us, okay?
Chapter 347. The protagonist's mentality collapsed.
Impotent rage. You don't want me to kick you out, do you?
Sunlight filtered through dappled leaves on the winding mountain path, but it couldn't reach Lin Xin's heart.
Hearing Su Liang threaten him again with this matter, Lin Xin clenched his fists, a surge of hatred threatening to overwhelm him. Feng Lu hesitated, afraid to refuse Su Liang.
In her eyes, Su Liang had become a great demon.
But if Lin Xin left, leaving only her and Su Liang, she was equally afraid.
Finally, she pursed her lips and timidly pleaded for Lin Xin.
Brother Liang, Lin Xin didn't do it on purpose. I warned him that if it happens again, I'll kick him out. Su Liang's smile deepened. For Lulu's sake, let's let it go this time. There can't be a next time. Feng Lu breathed a slight sigh of relief, suddenly realizing that Su Liang was actually quite reasonable.
Then he turned to Lin Xin, his expression serious.
Lin Xin, you heard that too. Don't interrupt when I'm talking to Brother Liang, or you can leave us alone. Lin Xin felt a lump in his throat, unable to vent. What the hell? Who does Su Liang think he is? He thinks he can just say whatever he wants? He tells me to stay quiet and I'll stay quiet? But reason told him he couldn't act impulsively. If he really got kicked out.
Given Su Liang's wolfish ambition, who knows what he'd do to Feng Lu, this little white rabbit.
At least with him around, Su Liang would be a little more cautious. But seeing Su Liang holding Feng Lu's hand, chatting and laughing, where was he being cautious?
The three continued along the mountain path. All the way, Lin Xin followed behind, feeling depressed, carrying various pieces of luggage, looking as humble as a servant. Reaching the halfway point, the scenery was picturesque, a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. Tourists around them quickly took out their cameras to take pictures and check in. Su Liang's eyes flashed, and he smiled at Feng Lu. Little Lulu, the scenery here is nice, let's take some pictures to commemorate it. As he spoke, he pulled Feng Lu to a great spot for taking pictures, then beckoned to Lin Xin. Lin Xin, carrying his bags, walked over, puzzled. Su Liang took out a camera, handed it to Lin Xin, and said matter-of-factly, "Take pictures for us."
Lin Xin was stunned. What the hell? You want me to take pictures of you and the woman I like? He felt blatantly humiliated. What? You don't want to? Then what use are you? Get out of here, don't follow us anymore. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. Lin Xion's face turned extremely ugly. He took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, gritting his teeth. I'll take the pictures. That's more like it. Take good pictures. If I'm not satisfied, you don't need to come along. Lin Xian was furious. This is outrageous. Can't you say anything else besides this? In the end, he suppressed his anger. For Feng Lu's sake, he chose to endure. Lin Xian raised the camera, his fingers trembling slightly. In the lens, Su Liang and Feng Lu posed in various ways. When they held hands, Lin Xian felt his heart clench. When Su Liang put his arm around Feng Lu's waist, Feng Lu visibly stiffened. Su Liang whispered in her ear, "This is for the photoshoot." His breath warmed Feng Lu's ear. Her face slowly flushed red, the color spreading down to her neck. Feng Lu was at a loss, resisting in her heart, yet afraid to fight back. Lin Xin completely broke down. He wanted to rush forward and fight Su Liang to the death. His mind was a chaotic mess, a mixture of anger, jealousy, and helplessness. Su Liang seemed to sense Lin Xin's unease. He deliberately tightened his embrace of Feng Lu, his smile growing even brighter. Lin Xin could do nothing but writhe in impotent rage. Chapter 348 Unexpected Words. Hey you, what are you standing there for? Keep filming. Su Liang said to Lin Xin in a commanding tone. Lin Xin's anger flared. What did Su Liang take him for? A servant? This was too much. A thought flashed through his mind. Smash the camera, then fight Su Liang to the death. It'd be better than suffering this humiliation. But just as he was about to act, he caught sight of Su Liang turning to speak to Feng Lu. Lin Xin's expression changed, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. All his anger was swallowed back. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and his expression shifted rapidly. I'll take the pictures now. Lin Xin raised his camera and reluctantly took a few close-up shots of Su Liang and Feng Lu. He just wanted to finish this job as soon as possible. Taking photos of his enemy and his sweetheart was excruciating. However, Su Liang showed no sign of letting him off the hook. He pulled Feng Lu to another spot, a smile on his face, and continued to insist on taking pictures. Feng Lu stood there, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. She was resistant to taking pictures, and even more unwilling to be so close to Su Liang. But faced with Su Liang's forcefulness, she could only be like a puppet, completely at his mercy. Su Liang noticed Feng Lu's reluctance. But he didn't care at all, instead teasing her. Little Lulu, taking pictures, smile. Don't you like to smile? When you're traveling, you should let go of everything and be happy, just like me. Lin Xin cursed inwardly. You're happy, but your happiness is built on other people's suffering. If looks could kill, Su Liang would have turned to ashes at the sight of a gaze. Feng Lu forced a smile upon hearing this. Su Liang chuckled. That's more like it. Look how ugly your smile is. Feng Lu's expression froze. Su Liang chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding, let's continue. As he spoke, he casually put his arm around Feng Lu's waist, striking various poses. Lin Xin pressed the shutter button in frustration. The rest of the climb was a nightmare for Lin Xin. Su Liang led Feng Lu up the mountain, posing for photos the entire way. Lin Xin, on the other hand, tragically carried heavy bags and had to take pictures of the two of them with his camera. Finally, they reached the summit. A mountain wind howled past, ruffling their hair and clothes. The scenery before them was breathtaking, with rolling mountains stretching to the horizon. Standing atop the mountain, overlooking the surrounding landscape, one feels a sense of exhilaration, a feeling of viewing all the mountains as small. In the distance, a sea of clouds surges and rolls, the mountains are shaded by lush trees, and a few exposed rocks dot the landscape, adding to its grandeur and ruggedness. The magnificent scenery inspires a sense of pride and ambition. All worries are instantly forgotten. However, Lin Xin has no time to appreciate this beautiful view. Everyone excitedly takes photos. Su Liang doesn't let Feng Lu off the hook either. He takes her hand, searching for the best angle for a shot. Feng Lu makes a face, finally unable to hold back, and says, Brother Liang, we've already taken so many pictures, can we stop? Su Liang stops, turns to look at her, and raises an eyebrow. You don't want to take pictures with me? Feng Lu quickly shakes her head. No, I'm just a little tired. Su Liang's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Then how about this, let's take one last picture, and then we'll stop, okay? Feng Lu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She just wanted it to end quickly. Lin Xin stood silently in the distance, adjusting the camera angle. Su Liang and Feng Lu found a spot and stood intimately together. It was an eyesore to him. Su Liang looked at Feng Lu. This is the last picture. You see, I've always been the one to initiate, this time it's your turn.
Feng Lu was stunned, looking at Su Liang blankly, somewhat at a loss.
What should I do?
Su Liang leaned close to her ear and whispered.
You do this, when I count to 1, you kiss me.
Feng Lu froze, her face immediately turning red, like a ripe apple. Her mind was in turmoil, she shook her head repeatedly.
No, no.
Su Liang's face hardened, his tone laced with threat.
If you don't agree, I'll keep bothering you. It's just a kiss on the cheek, not a kiss on your lips.
Feng Lu pursed her lips, her mind in turmoil.
She knew Su Liang meant what he said. If she didn't agree, he would definitely keep pestering her.
Besides, being held hand in hand by Su Liang along the way had already made her feel the strange looks from others. She really didn't want to be pointed at and whispered about as a couple anymore. After much internal struggle, she bit her lower lip and slowly nodded.
That was an agreement. Su Liang smiled, then turned to Lin Xian, who was standing not far away. I'll count to 1, and then you press the shutter. Lin Xian was annoyed by Su Liang's commanding tone.
But he had no choice, he raised the camera and adjusted the angle. Feng Lu was incredibly nervous, staring intently at Su Liang's profile, her heart pounding in her chest.
3, 2, 1.
As Su Liang counted to 1, Feng Lu mustered her courage, stood on tiptoe, and leaned close to Su Liang's cheek.
But at this crucial moment, Su Liang slightly turned his head away. And so, their lips met. At the same time, Lin Xian subconsciously pressed the shutter. Chapter 349: The Ashamed and Indignant Little Heroine.
Feng Lu froze, staring at Su Liang's face so close to hers. The warmth of his lips against hers, her mind went blank. Su Liang winked at her. Feng Lu tried to struggle, but she was no match for Su Liang's strength. She could only be pinned down and bullied.
Ding! Feng Lu panicked, villain value plus 789. Ding! Lin Xian was furious, villain value plus 999. Ding! Lin Xian, who was taking the photos, was dumbfounded.
Su Liang taking advantage of Feng Lu was infuriating enough, but he hadn't expected something even more shameless.
This was too much. Lin Xian was furious, his aura bursting forth.
He wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill Su Liang. But, his steps faltered at the last moment. His gaze fell on Feng Lu, seeing her struggling in Su Liang's arms. He feared that rushing in would endanger her.
Lin Xian could only suppress his impulse, releasing the aura of a powerful expert to try and force Su Liang to release his power.
Unfortunately, it had no effect on Su Liang, he remained unmoved. Only when Feng Lu began to struggle to breathe did Su Liang stop.
Feng Lu gasped for breath, as if reborn.
Recalling the feeling from just now, her face flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She bit her lip, glaring angrily at Su Liang. Su Liang showed no remorse, instead turning the tables. Little Lulu, aren't you being too polite? I only let you kiss my cheek, and you actually. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Lu quickly covered his mouth with her hand, feeling both ashamed and angry. Even though Su Liang had deliberately turned his head away, he wouldn't let go of her. However, she was naturally beautiful, and when she was angry, she didn't look fierce at all. In fact, she was quite cute. Su Liang couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Remembering something, he turned his head and beckoned to Lin Xian, who was furious beside him. Lin Xian suppressed his anger, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, his murderous eyes fixed on Su Liang. Su Liang, however, seemed oblivious to his anger, calmly extending his hand. Give me the camera, let's see the photos you took. Lin Xian stood still. He wanted nothing more than to smash the camera into Su Liang's face. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of threat. What? You want to rebel? As he spoke, he deliberately stroked Feng Lu's shoulder, as if threatening her. Lin Xian was absolutely furious. His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Finally, after a long internal struggle, he reluctantly took out the camera. Su Liang took the camera and examined the photos inside. His brow furrowed at first, and he said with displeasure, "What's wrong with you, kid?
You only took one picture. But then his brow relaxed, and a hint of appreciation appeared on his face. However, this photo is well captured, so I won't hold it against you. Lin Xian's lips twitched, his heart filled with resentment, his teeth practically grinding to powder. Su Liang held the photo up to Feng Lu, a mischievous grin on his face. Little Lulu, look at what you look like. Feng Lu couldn't help but glance at it. That one glance made her face instantly turn bright red. The photo showed her leaning close to Su Liang, their bodies kissing. A strong sense of shame welled up inside her. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look again, her body heaving. Su Liang deliberately teased her, holding the photo up to her again, teasing her incessantly. Little Lulu, don't be shy, look how cute you are. Feng Lu was both embarrassed and annoyed, reaching out to snatch the photo. Su Liang easily dodged it. The two of them started playfully bickering like this. Lin Xian could only stand by and watch. The veins on his arms bulged, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Chapter 350 The Rising Sun. This is outrageous. On Tiandang Mountain, the rolling hills are lush and verdant, shrouded in mist, adding to its mystique. A row of guest houses is scattered about, providing resting places for hikers wanting to see the sunrise. Many people choose to camp on the mountain or stay at a guest house. After teasing Feng Lu for a while, Su Liang asked with a hint of slyness. We only bought one tent. Little Lulu, are you sleeping in the tent with me tonight? Or are you staying at the guest house? Feng Lu looked blankly at him. We're not going back until tomorrow. She really wanted to go back as soon as possible. The scenes of being teased by Su Liang on the journey were still vivid in her mind, and she really didn't want to stay with him anymore. Of course. Since we're out having fun, we should have a great time. I heard the sunrise here is beautiful, you'll regret it if you don't see it. Su Liang continued to press, his tone serious. Which one should Lulu choose? Lin Xian, who had been watching Su Liang try to seduce Feng Lu, couldn't bear it any longer and stepped in. Lulu, don't listen to him. Let's go back now. He's trying to bully you. Su Liang glanced at Lin Xian disdainfully. Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. Then he looked at Feng Lu. Lulu, what do you say? Lin Xian's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Liang's shamelessness far exceeded his expectations. Feng Lu hesitated. Out of fear of Su Liang, she couldn't refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered. Let's stay at a farmhouse. One tent isn't enough. Su Liang smiled. Then let's go pick out a room. With that, he led Feng Lu towards the farmhouse. A waitress greeted them from afar with a warm smile, and began to enthusiastically introduce the various set meals at the farmhouse to the two of them. Su Liang didn't care about money and directly chose a luxury villa. The waiter was overjoyed and hurriedly led the two to the villa, completely ignoring Lin Xian following behind. Lin Xian sighed helplessly and could only follow silently behind. Su Liang and Feng Lu strolled around the villa for a while before Su Liang asked. Little Lulu, what do you think? Feng Lu looked around and whispered. Not bad. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. This is it. The waiter quickly finished the arrangements and left cheerfully. Are the three of us staying here for the night? Feng Lu asked cautiously. Su Liang shook his head. Of course not. Feng Lu was stunned, her face full of confusion. Su Liang continued. Not three, it's just the two of us. Didn't he bring a tent? He'll sleep in the tent tonight. Otherwise, he went through all the trouble of bringing it up here and not using it, wouldn't that be a waste? Little Lulu, don't you think? Hearing Su Liang's words, Feng Lu felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Lin Xian's face turned pale, then red. What the hell? Su Liang and Feng Lu are sleeping in the villa, and he's sleeping in the tent? His intentions were obvious. He was burning with anger, gritting his teeth as he said. Su Liang, you're going too far. I don't agree. Su Liang looked at him with amusement. How am I bullying you?
You went through all the trouble of carrying the tent up here, of course you're the one sleeping in it. How about you sleep in the tent with me, Lulu, and you sleep in the villa alone?
Don't cause trouble. Don't go out. Don't disturb Lulu and me's time together. Lin Xin was furious.
He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly.
Su Liang turned to Feng Lu and said, Lulu, tell him to get lost. He's an eyesore here. Otherwise, I'll have someone kick him out. Feng Lu's heart tightened. In her eyes, Su Liang was like a demon. She decided to do as he said. So she quickly said to Lin Xin, Lin Xin, you should leave. It'll be hard for you to sleep in the tent. Lin Xin was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. You're still on Su Liang's side? Don't you know he's after you? However, when he saw Feng Lu's innocent and naive eyes, his anger subsided.
It wasn't Feng Lu's fault, it was all Su Liang's fault for being so shameless.
Lin Xin secretly vowed to protect Feng Lu and prevent Su Liang from succeeding.
But since he couldn't do anything to Su Liang for the time being, he chose to leave first and think of another way.
Chapter 351 The Poor Little Heroine. Bullied to her face. After settling into their accommodations, it was already noon.
Su Liang led Feng Lu through the various farmhouses and chose a restaurant that looked elegant.
Lin Xin silently followed behind.
Su Liang made no move to invite him to dine with them.
Lin Xin could only stand outside the restaurant.
Looking at the two inside through the glass window, a mix of emotions welled up inside him. Su Liang and Feng Lu sat down by the window.
He handed the menu to Feng Lu.
Little girl, what would you like to eat?
Feng Lu quickly shook her head and waved her hands.
She pushed the menu back, her eyes filled with panic.
You order, I don't really know much about food. Su Liang didn't stand on ceremony and expertly ordered several signature dishes.
After the waiter left, Su Liang's gaze fell on Feng Lu, and his eyebrows twitched slightly.
Why are you sitting so far away? It's too formal. Come closer. Feng Lu was terrified and didn't dare move.
Su Liang deliberately drew out his Feng Lu, with a pained expression, slowly sat down next to Su Liang. Su Liang reached out and pulled her into his arms, causing Feng Lu to stiffen. At this moment, Lin Xin outside saw the scene and his anger flared. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Soon, the food was served and quickly filled the table.
It looked and smelled delicious, filling the air with its aroma.
Su Liang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. But Feng Lu sat awkwardly to the side, her hands on her knees, not daring to touch the food.
Su Liang noticed Feng Lu's unusual behavior, stopped what he was doing, and asked, What's wrong? Doesn't it suit your taste? Feng Lu quickly waved her hands and said hastily, No.
Su Liang smiled and placed a piece of food in her bowl. Eat quickly, there's more fun this afternoon, you don't want to waste it, do you?
Feng Lu could only pick up her chopsticks and eat small bites.
Her eyes were fixed on the food in her bowl, not daring to pick up anything else. Su Liang found her cautious manner amusing, coughed, and teased.
Little Lulu, I've put so much food in your bowl, aren't you going to do something? Feng Lu looked up, staring at him blankly. She didn't understand what Su Liang meant. Su Liang sighed, feigning a sigh.
Picking food is a bit tiring, it would be nice if someone could help me.
Feng Lu immediately understood Su Liang's intention.
She hesitated for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of food in Su Liang's bowl.
Just as she was about to put the food in Su Liang's bowl,
Su Liang suddenly reached out and stopped her.
Feng Lu looked at him blankly, completely bewildered.
Su Liang's lips curled into a playful smile, and he pointed to his lips.
I want you to feed me. Ha! Feng Lu froze. Her face showed embarrassment and awkwardness. Lin Xin outside was already seething with rage.
His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth almost grinding to powder, his heart burning with fury.
He knew Su Liang's intentions were malicious the moment he spoke.
And he was right.
He actually wanted Feng Lu to feed him. Why didn't he just die? Watching the woman he loved feed a man.
Lin Xian felt as if his heart was being torn apart, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Su Liang sensed the killing intent.
He slightly turned his head and glanced at Lin Xian.
At the same time, his hand caressed Feng Lu's waist,
as if issuing a warning. Damn it, Su Liang is threatening Feng Lu again. Lin Xian, frustrated and helpless, withdrew his killing intent.
He remained clear-headed. He knew that rushing in would only make things worse. Su Liang smiled and turned to Feng Lu beside him.
Little Lulu, you won't refuse, will you? Feng Lu felt wronged and pitiful.
She made a mournful face, picked up some food with her chopsticks, and brought it to Su Liang's lips.
Su Liang opened his mouth and ate, a satisfied look on his face.
Delicious. It's only when little Lulu feeds me that I eat with relish.
Chapter 352, Coercing the female lead.
Treating the protagonist like a dog.
Under Feng Lu's service.
No, it should be that Feng Lu served him lunch under Su Liang's coercion.
Afterwards, under Lin Xian's resentful gaze, Su Liang dragged Feng Lu outside for a walk to digest their food.
Walking along the winding path, the surrounding scenery was picturesque, sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating dappled patterns. However, Feng Lu had no heart to appreciate it.
She and Su Liang were a perfect match, like a match made in heaven, attracting attention wherever they went.
This made her extremely uncomfortable. However, she couldn't resist and could only let Su Liang hold her hand.
Lin Xian followed behind, feeling resentful. His gaze never left Feng Lu and Su Liang.
Watching Su Liang mistreat Feng Lu, he was furious.
They passed a lively pond.
Su Liang and Feng Lu looked in the direction of the sound and saw quite a few people fishing.
Since they were going to be here until tomorrow anyway,
and they had nothing else to do in the afternoon, fishing seemed like a good way to pass the time. So, Su Liang turned to Feng Lu and said,
Little Lulu, want to go fishing? Feng Lu knew perfectly well. Su Liang wasn't actually asking her opinion.
However, fishing was better than being dragged around by his hand under everyone's strange gaze. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered,
I don't know how. Su Liang smiled. It's okay if you don't know, I'll teach you. He then beckoned to Lin Xian, who was not far away.
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washed over him. But he still steeled himself and walked over.
Su Liang glanced at him and said, Go arrange it. We're planning to fish here. Get us a fishing rod and bait while you're at it. Lin Xian's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
He knew this bastard was up to no good, treating him like a dog again.
What are you standing there for? You don't want to.
Seeing his lack of movement, Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a hint of threat in his eyes. He then looked at Feng Lu, drawing out his words.
Little Lulu. I'll go.
Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his clenched fist loosening, and turned to walk quickly away. He really didn't want to see Su Liang's disgusting face again. Every second he stayed, he felt he would lose control and rush at him to fight.
Watching Lin Xian's departing figure, a smile appeared on Su Liang's lips.
Then, he pulled Feng Lu to a suitable spot by the pond, preparing to fish.
Not long after, Lin Xian returned, carrying 2 fishing rods.
Su Liang had said he only needed 1 rod. Clearly, he wanted to get closer to Feng Lu, and he wasn't about to let Su Liang succeed.
Su Liang frowned. Didn't I tell you to only take 1?
It's mainly because Lulu wants to fish, I'll teach her.
Feng Lu looked bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What? I'm the only one who wants to fish. Lin Xian's face turned ashen. He had witnessed Su Liang's shamelessness once again. Ignoring Lin Xian's reaction, Su Liang waved his hand and said, Fine, you can help us. Go and prepare the bait.
With that, he took the fishing rod and bait and began teaching Feng Lu how to fish. He carefully prepared the fishing rod, straightened the line, and adjusted the position of the hook and float. While adjusting the bait, he explained each step. By this time, Lin Xin had reluctantly finished preparing the bait. Su Liang didn't even glance at him, simply casting the hook over. He told him to put the bait on the hook. Lin Xin was extremely unwilling, but he did as he was told. Su Liang then kicked him again. "Can't you see we're standing in the sun? Go find a parasol." Then he continued explaining to Feng Lu how to choose a fishing spot. When casting the bait, Su Liang gently flicked the water, and the fish flew in an arc before landing in the water. Feng Lu watched like a well-behaved child. Lin Xin finally managed to find the parasol, but before he could even catch his breath, Su Liang shooed him aside again. Su Liang and Feng Lu sat under the parasol, chatting and laughing as he taught her how to observe the float, like a loving couple. Lin Xin could only stand aside, silently watching under the scorching sun, his anger burning ever brighter. Chapter 353. They kissed already? A step-by-step tutorial. Actually, fishing is very simple. You'll understand once I demonstrate it for you. Su Liang cast his fishing hook into the lake and turned to say something to Feng Lu. Then, the two sat quietly by the lake, waiting for a fish to bite. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed quietly. Yet the lake remained calm, without a single ripple. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. This was disrespecting his brother Liang. He glanced to the side. Feng Lu's face was tense. Not far away, Lin Xin stood with his arms crossed, a gloating smile on his face. Su Hao had wanted to get closer to Feng Lu by fishing. But it backfired. He couldn't even catch any fish himself, yet he had the audacity to say he would teach Feng Lu he'd been humiliated. Noticing Su Liang's gaze, Lin Xin not only didn't back down, but grinned even more. Su Liang scoffed and looked away. He held out his hand to Feng Lu. "Give me your hand." Feng Lu looked blank, her eyes full of confusion. Su Liang said mysteriously, "My luck's not good today, I need to borrow yours." "Ha!" Feng Lu was completely dumbfounded, thinking, luck can be borrowed. Su Liang urged impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense, just give me your hand." Feng Lu jumped in fright, her shoulders trembling, and hurriedly handed her hand to Su Liang. Su Liang grabbed her hand and started playing with it. Her small hand was cool, but felt comfortable. Lin Xin, seeing this, froze on his face. "Damn, you can do this?" He's going to take advantage of Feng Lu no matter what. Su Liang really deserves to die. Meanwhile, Su Liang, while playing with Feng Lu's hand, looked at the lake. His strength was immense, his senses far surpassing ordinary people. He could clearly see the underwater scene. The fish swam around, completely ignoring the bait. A thought struck Su Liang, and he activated his telekinesis. He manipulated a fish to move closer to the hook. Since the fish wasn't biting, he'd have to resort to some tricks. Not long after, the float suddenly sank, disappearing into the lake. It took the bait. Feng Lu looked bewildered, incredulous. "Am I really that lucky?" "No, Su Liang can really borrow my luck." Seeing her adorable expression, Su Liang laughed. "I told you my luck wasn't good enough, but my darling is. Here, as a reward, a rocking horse." Buzz buzz buzz. Feeling a warm touch on her face, Feng Lu froze. Last time, she could barely attribute it to an accident. This time, he kissed her so openly. There were other people watching. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head shyly, her heart pounding. Lin Xin was furious, his anger burning fiercely. Su Liang called out to Feng Lu and began teaching her how to play a fish. "Look, after you feel the fish bite, don't pull it in immediately. Follow its momentum, slowly reeling in and letting out the line to wear it down." He demonstrated as he spoke, his movements practiced and skillful. Feng Lu outwardly watched. But her mind was still preoccupied with the earlier bite. She didn't hear a word Su Liang said. A short while later, she caught a mandarin fish.
Su Liang cast again. He used his telekinesis once more to control the fish's bite. Soon, the float bobbed again. Su Liang handed the fishing rod to Feng Lu. "I just taught you how to play a fish, now it's your turn."
Feng Lu looked at the fishing rod handed to her, her heart pounding. She hadn't listened at all and didn't know how at all. But she couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly took it. The moment she gripped the rod, she felt the fish struggling underwater and panicked. Forget about technique, she just kept pulling. But this time, Su Liang had chosen a bigger fish. She didn't reel in the fish, and Feng Lu herself was nearly pulled into the lake by it. Su Liang smiled, hugged Feng Lu from behind, and held her hands holding the fishing rod.
"Didn't I tell you how? Why don't you understand? I'll teach you again."
A warm breath brushed against her ear.
Feng Lu leaned against Su Liang's chest, feeling his warm embrace, and felt completely dazed. Chapter 354 No More Pretense. The truth comes out. What can the protagonist do?
Sunlight streamed down, making the lake's surface shimmer like scattered gold. Su Liang held Feng Lu close, teaching her how to play a fish. Their chests were pressed against each other, and they occasionally moved closer, sharing intimate moments. Feng Lu felt her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Her mind was in turmoil, and she didn't know what to do.
Not far away, Lin Xian stared intently at the scene, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets.
His eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious.
Finally, after Su Liang's efforts, the fish was nearly lifeless before it was pulled ashore. Su Liang smiled and praised Feng Lu. "Little Lulu is amazing. Catching such a big one right away, you have a real talent."
Feng Lu stood there, stunned, with a look of utter disbelief. Su Liang smiled, then turned to Lin Xian and gestured with his chin.
"What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the fish off the hook. Don't you have any sense of propriety?" Lin Xian glared at Su Liang with hatred, his eyes practically spitting fire. If looks could kill, Su Liang would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, full of disdain. "What? You're not even listening to me anymore? Believe me or not, I'll have Lulu fire you." Lin Xian was furious. Shameless. This Su Liang deserves to die. But there was nothing he could do. Knowing Su Liang's character, he was capable of anything. He could only suppress his anger. He walked over, swallowed his anger, squatted down, and removed the hook from the fish's mouth. After removing the hook, he helped bait the fish. He remained silent throughout. His face was terrifyingly grim. Su Liang took the hook, not forgetting to taunt him. "Now that's more like a lackey. It would have been so much better if you'd been this obedient from the start." He then turned to Feng Lu. "Little Lulu, let's continue." This time, Su Liang didn't even bother pretending anymore. He casually sat down in a chair, pulled Feng Lu over, and made her sit on his lap. He casually cast his fishing hook and continued fishing. Feng Lu's body tensed. She was afraid, but dared not resist. She could only sit stiffly, unsure of what to do with her hands, completely at a loss. Lin Xian, witnessing all this, gritted his teeth, but was powerless to do anything. Time flew by. During this afternoon, Feng Lu, initially uncomfortable with Su Liang's physical intimacy, became numb. She gradually adapted to Su Liang's intimate actions. Dinner, of course, was grilled fish. Su Liang bossed Lin Xian around. "Don't just stand there watching. Go get the barbecue grill, start a fire, and find some meat to grill." Lin Xian silently complied. Once everything was ready, Su Liang then taught Feng Lu how to grill fish, explaining the key points. "Little Lulu, there's a trick to grilling fish. You have to flip it like this, and the fire can't be too high." While instructing Feng Lu, Su Liang glanced at Lin Xian, his words unsparing. "Go buy us some wine quickly. Little Lulu and I want to enjoy this properly, so we can't skimp on the wine." The grilled fish emitted a fragrant aroma. Not long after, Lin Xian returned with the wine.
Su Liang and Feng Lu sat at a small table, chatting and laughing as they enjoyed the grilled fish. Su Liang would occasionally place a piece of fish on Feng Lu's plate. "Little Lulu, you caught this fish yourself. It tastes good, try some." He held the grilled fish to Feng Lu's lips. Feng Lu could only timidly open her mouth, eat the fish, and whisper, Thank you. We're family, why are you being so polite?" Su Liang waved his hand and then warmly invited her again. "How can we have barbecue without beer? Little Lulu, have a taste." Feng Lu had never drunk alcohol before, looking pitifully at Su Liang, her voice pleading. Brother Liang, I don't drink." Su Liang, however, didn't care. "No one is born knowing how. You just haven't tried it before. Try it and you'll know what it tastes like. Here, have a sip and try it." And so, under Su Liang's half-coercion, Feng Lu frowned. Reluctantly, she drank the beer. The moment it entered her mouth, she couldn't help but cough a few times. Lin Xin, seeing this, opened his mouth, wanting to stop Su Liang's wicked act. But he swallowed the words back. He knew that if he spoke, Su Liang would definitely find another way to make things difficult for Feng Lu, so he could only hold back once again. The frustration in his heart was indescribable. Chapter 355. Don't disturb our rest. I promise I won't. The night was as dark as ink, moonlight spilled onto the winding path, and a cool breeze rustled through the treetops. The barbecue dinner was over. Su Liang, holding the slightly tipsy Feng Lu's hand, strolled along the path. Feng Lu's cheeks were flushed, her steps unsteady. Su Liang had given her quite a bit of alcohol. A gust of wind made her head spin. And she swayed, stumbling and falling towards Su Liang beside her. Su Liang reacted quickly, catching her. He wore a faint smile. "Look at you, so careless. I'm helping you walk, so you don't fall." Feng Lu felt uncomfortable and tried to pull away, but against Su Liang's strength, no amount of struggle was effective. Her cheeks flushed even more, partly from the alcohol, but mostly from embarrassment and anger. Occasionally, passers-by would glance at her, making her feel incredibly ashamed. Lin Xin followed behind the two, his face terribly grim. His gaze was fixed on Su Liang's back, his fists clenched, his hatred overflowing. Su Liang and Feng Lu were nestled together, like an intimate couple, a sight that deeply stung his eyes. The walk lasted half an hour. The moonlight deepened, and the night wind grew colder. Su Liang stopped and looked down at Feng Lu. "Little Lulu, let's go back. It's getting cold, don't catch a cold." Feng Lu, eager to escape this awkward situation, quickly nodded in agreement. Back at the small villa where they were staying, Su Liang glanced at Lin Xin behind him, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and said to Feng Lu, "We're going to sleep. It's not appropriate for your bodyguard to still be following us, is it?" Feng Lu had also noticed Lin Xin following behind. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. "Lin Xin, you should go back first. You don't need to follow me." Lin Xin's face was grim, and he stood still. How could he possibly let Feng Lu be alone with Su Liang? Especially since Su Liang had always harbored ill intentions. It made him constantly vigilant. "If I don't leave, what if he tries to harm you?" Lin Xin's tone was firm. Feng Lu immediately felt wronged. She had already been bullied badly enough today, and Lin Xin hadn't protected her at all. She bit her lip. "I believe Brother Liang won't hurt me. You should go back." Su Liang smiled brightly, reaching out to pat Feng Lu's head, his tone flippant. "That's right, little Lulu is so cute, how could I bear to hurt her?" Lin Xin's eyes suddenly sharpened. He stared intently at Su Liang, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. "You can stay if you want." Su Liang shrugged, his tone suddenly turning cold. "But you can't barge into the villa. If you dare to come in and disturb our sleep, you know the consequences." He finished speaking, deliberately pinching Feng Lu's cheek in a threatening gesture. Lin Xin's pupils constricted sharply, his anger almost bursting forth, his teeth clenched. Is this what Su Hao meant by not harming Feng Lu?
Does Feng Lu still believe him? Su Liang ignored Lin Xin and pulled Feng Lu into the villa. Feng Lu felt uneasy. After all, a man and a woman alone in a room is hard not to make people think. Only after Su Liang found her a room and didn't ask her to stay with him did she feel a little relieved. Even feeling a little guilty. Thinking she had misunderstood Su Liang. "Good night, Lulu." Su Liang waved, his smile meaningful. Feng Lu nodded, closed the door, and let out a long sigh. After washing up, she lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Everything that had happened today replayed in her mind like a movie. Su Liang's domineering and forceful nature left her in a state of turmoil. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Feng Lu asked warily. "It's me." Su Liang's voice came from outside the door. "I'm coming in." Before Feng Lu could respond, the door was pushed open. Feng Lu panicked, quickly covering herself with the blanket, looking nervously at Su Liang. "Brother Liang, how did you get in?" Su Liang smiled, his tone relaxed. "Don't be nervous, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Little Lulu won't disagree, will she?" Feng Lu opened her mouth. She was completely worn down by Su Liang's bullying today, and although she resisted, she didn't dare to refuse directly. Su Liang walked to the bedside, initially not getting too close. Instead, he casually sat on the edge of the bed and started chatting about trivial things. His tone was relaxed and natural, as if he really was just there to chat. Feng Lu's guard gradually lowered. However, when she realized what was happening, Su Liang was already right in front of her. Feng Lu's face paled, and she instinctively backed away, but Su Liang grabbed her tightly. "Don't move." Su Liang's voice was deep, carrying an unyielding tone. "I'll just hug you, I won't do anything." "Ugh. I'll just taste the lipstick." I didn't wear lipstick." "Don't worry about the details." Chapter 356 What happened to the promise of just a hug? Ugh. Feng Lu looked at Su Liang pitifully. What happened to their promise that it was just Zhang Zhang? Su Liang stroked her hair. "I promise, I'll stop on the count of 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Outside the villa, night deepened, and a cool breeze swept in. Lin Xin was still on guard. He was really worried about Feng Lu and Su Liang living together. Sure enough, not long after, he saw the light come on in Feng Lu's room. He could also hear Su Liang's voice. What was Su Liang doing in Feng Lu's bedroom in the middle of the night? A man and a woman alone together, it was obvious. Lin Xin was frantic. Realizing that things couldn't continue like this, he had to rush in and stop Su Liang. However, just as he took his first step, a red figure appeared like a ghost blocking his way. It was Su Liang's bodyguard, in red. He hadn't seen her all the way up the mountain, so she'd been following him the whole time. The woman in red had icy eyes, wore silk gloves, and gripped a dagger. The blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight. This was a divine weapon bestowed upon him by Su Liang, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Lin Xin's pupils contracted. He sensed an aura from the woman in red that was no weaker than his own. Trying to break in and rescue Feng Lu would be difficult. He had to try, even if he couldn't. Feng Lu's father had asked him to take care of her. How could he stand by and watch her be bullied by Su Liang? "Get out of my way!" Lin Xin roared angrily. The woman in red was beautiful, but no matter how beautiful, she was still Su Liang's woman, and he wouldn't be polite. The woman in red's expression was indifferent. She twirled the dagger in her hand, the blade pointing directly at Lin Xin. Seeing this, Lin Xin didn't waste any more words, his figure flashing as he rushed towards the villa. He tried to bypass the woman in red and rush in. But it was futile, the woman in red was just as fast. Whoosh! A dagger shot out like a venomous snake, aimed straight for Lin Xin's throat. Lin Xin quickly dodged, the dagger grazing his neck, sending a chill down his spine. So fast. Lin Xin was startled. Once she attacked,
the woman in red wouldn't stop, striking repeatedly. The woman in red was armed, and Lin Xian dared not meet her attack head-on, only able to dodge repeatedly.
This couldn't go on.
He scanned his surroundings, searching for a weapon he could use.
He spotted an iron bar not far away.
Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over to pick it up. Just as he gripped the iron bar, the woman in red's dagger slashed down like lightning.
Lin Xian was terrified. The attack was swift, accurate, and ruthless, impossible to dodge.
He could only hold the iron bar horizontally in front of him. Swoosh! With a crisp sound, as if slicing tofu, the iron rod snapped in two. Lin Xian stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the iron rod broken in two in his hand.
How could this dagger be so sharp?
The woman in red gave him no chance to breathe. She flipped the dagger and attacked again.
Lin Xian could only dodge awkwardly.
The iron rod in his hand was utterly ineffective against the woman in red's attacks. After several exchanges, Lin Xian's clothes were torn, and he had several wounds on his body. Seeing that he couldn't break through the woman in red's obstruction, Lin Xian grew extremely anxious. He didn't know the situation inside the villa. Every second of delay increased Feng Lu's danger. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him.
He would create a loud enough commotion. Perhaps it could interrupt Su Liang's actions. He took a deep breath, preparing to shout.
Just as he opened his mouth, the woman in red, who had remained silent until now, spoke.
Try calling out. That little beauty is in the master's hands.
Don't you care if she lives or dies?
Lin Xian's breath hitched, and he swallowed the words he was about to say.
How despicable.
Using Feng Lu to threaten him.
Based on Su Hao's previous behavior, he was truly capable of such ruthless acts. Although Su Hao was likely going to harm Feng Lu, and the woman in red was probably just bluffing, he didn't dare gamble.
The two faced off.
The woman in red stood there, knife in hand, coldly blocking his way. Watching helplessly as the light in Feng Lu's room remained on, Lin Xian could do nothing. His teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, he was enraged to the point of madness. It was 5 a.m, the darkest hour before dawn.
Feng Lu was still asleep, tears streaming down her face.
Suddenly, she felt a tickle on the tip of her nose. She couldn't help but open her eyes. She saw Su Liang teasing her with a lock of her hair, smiling as he spoke when he saw she was awake.
Little Lulu, it's time to get up and watch the sunrise. Feng Lu felt a wave of dizziness.
Waking her up so early just to watch the sunrise.
Didn't he remember how long it lasted last night? Chapter 357, Killing someone by destroying their spirit. Affection and tactics.
Although she complained inwardly, Feng Lu dared not voice it. She could only reluctantly get out of bed. Just as she groggily sat up, a cool breeze swept by, and she realized.
She wasn't dressed yet.
Turning her head, she saw Su Liang watching her. Her face instantly flushed red with embarrassment.
She let out an awe and quickly shrank back.
Only her head peeked out timidly, her eyes filled with nervousness and shyness. Su Liang smiled, patted her head, and teased.
What's there to be shy about? Didn't you see enough last night? We know each other inside and out. Feng Lu blushed even more, burying her head in the blanket. Su Liang then took her hand, speaking with deep affection.
Lulu, I know I was impulsive yesterday, but it's because you're so beautiful, I couldn't control myself.
Don't worry, since this happened, I'll definitely take responsibility. You have to give me a chance. Lulu, do you know?
From the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you.
Promise me, will you be my girlfriend? I'll definitely treat you well.
This is classic scumbag talk. It's all because you're so beautiful, I like you so much, I couldn't control myself. Su Liang said it so easily.
Hearing Su Liang's explanation and confession, Feng Lu was overwhelmed with emotions, her mind a jumbled mess.
Okay, calm down first. I'll get up first, you'd better get up quickly. Otherwise, we won't see the sunrise, and we'll have to wait another day. Seeing her like this, Su Liang didn't press her too hard and started getting dressed.
Feng Lu secretly peeked at Su Liang through the gap in the blanket, and seeing that he wasn't dressed, she quickly closed her eyes again. Her heart pounded, her palms sweating with nervousness. After Su Liang left the room, she cautiously opened her eyes and let out a long sigh. Recalling the dreamlike experience of last night, she was momentarily lost in thought. It was just a simple nap. Who could have imagined it would escalate like this? She sat on the bed, her thoughts drifting far away. The blush on her face lingered. "Hurry up!" Su Liang's voice came from outside. It instantly pulled Feng Lu back to reality. Okay, coming right now," she replied and quickly got dressed and got out of bed. She hurriedly washed up. Su Liang then took Feng Lu's hand and led her outside. "Come on, I'll take you to see the rising sun, I heard it's very beautiful." The two went out together. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a figure in the distance. He looked exactly like a beggar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Xin. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and his face was haggard. His eyes were bloodshot. He had tried to rush into the villa to rescue her. However, the woman in red was blocking his way, and he couldn't get through. He could only anxiously wait outside. He watched helplessly as the lights in the villa remained on all night. Lin Xin was filled with self-reproach. It was all his fault for being useless, too weak, and failing to protect Feng Lu. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xin slowly raised his head. He immediately noticed that Feng Lu's gait was somewhat unnatural, and her brows held a hint of mature womanhood. This proved that something had happened last night. He trembled violently, his teeth grinding, and he walked unsteadily towards her. Upon reaching Feng Lu, Lin Xin saw her more clearly. His face was contorted with heartache, his eyes reddened, and his voice choked with emotion. "Xiao Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well, it's all my fault." Seeing Lin Xin's state, Feng Lu's expression was complex. Her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. Su Liang pulled Feng Lu into his arms. He raised an eyebrow at Lin Xin and said, "Don't say that. You've already done very well. It's just that from now on, you'll have one more person to protect. That's me. I'm Xiao Lu's man." He deliberately showed a smug look, a cruel blow to her ego. He turned to Feng Lu and asked affectionately, "Xiao Lu, don't you think so?" Feng Lu hesitated for a moment. She nodded gently. Lin Xin was furious. He was already mentally broken. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. A violent killing intent swept towards Su Liang. Su Liang smiled faintly, tightening his grip on Feng Lu in his arms. He didn't take Lin Xin's killing intent seriously at all. It was like a declaration of ownership, but in Lin Xin's eyes, it was a blatant threat. Lin Xin's face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and finally withdrew his killing intent. Attacking Su Liang now would endanger Feng Lu, he had to restrain himself. "Do a good job, I have faith in you." Su Liang patted Lin Xin's shoulder with a smile. He paused, then changed the subject. "Protect us well from now on, don't block our way, we still want to see the sunrise." Then, with Feng Lu in his arms, he swaggered past him. Lin Xin stood there, watching the two figures disappear, his face turning pale and then red. Seeing Feng Lu in Su Liang's arms was especially jarring, causing his heart to ache. Chapter 358: A Gentle Offensive. Subduing is only a matter of time. Su Liang led Feng Lu to the summit of Tiandang Mountain. A considerable crowd had already gathered there. They were all there to watch the sunrise. The wind was rather strong, stinging their cheeks, but it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. The surrounding area was bustling with people, all searching for the best vantage point. Some had even secured their spots hours in advance, afraid of missing the first rays of dawn. Su Liang held Feng Lu protectively in his arms, releasing an invisible aura as he walked forward. Where he went, the crowd spontaneously parted to make way for him. Held protectively in his arms, Feng Lu felt a strange sense of peace emanating from his chest.
She looked up at Su Liang's profile. His features were sharp and defined, exuding a mature charm. This is the best view, let's wait here. Having reached a good spot, Su Liang said to Feng Lu. Feng Lu's feelings were complicated, the events of last night were still vivid in her mind. Su Liang's domineering nature had left her helpless. But his gentleness now made her feel at a loss. Feng Lu silently warned herself not to be fooled by his outward gentleness. Feng Lu quickly shook her head. Feng Lu, how could you have such thoughts? Have you forgotten how this big bad guy bullied you? But because of the strong wind and the chill, she unconsciously moved closer to him. Taking in her expression, Su Liang smiled. This young lady was the kind who remained loyal to one person. Once he won her over, subduing her was only a matter of time. Feng Lu couldn't help but shiver. Su Liang took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Don't catch a cold. Feng Lu felt a warmth in her heart and whispered, looking down. Thank you. Su Liang smiled and pulled her closer. At this moment, Lin Xian also arrived. Standing at a distance, he stared intently at Su Liang, who was embracing Feng Lu, his eyes filled with anger. Su Liang noticed Lin Xian but didn't pay him any attention. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he beckoned Lin Xian over. Lin Xian reluctantly walked over. Your photography skills are good. Take pictures of me and Feng Lu later. Take good pictures, and you'll get a reward. Su Liang spoke as if ordering a servant. Lin Xian's face turned ashen. This was truly treating him like a dog. He wanted to refuse, but he knew Su Liang had no room for refusal. Suppressing his anger, Lin Xian took the camera Su Liang offered. It's coming out. It's coming out. Everyone, look. Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone's eyes turned to the horizon. A faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the distant horizon. Then, a crimson sun slowly rose from the horizon. Golden sunlight bathed the earth, turning the entire Tiandang mountain golden. A gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd, as everyone pulled out their phones to capture this magnificent moment. Wow, this is so beautiful. This trip was totally worth it. Yes, yes. I'd heard so much about the sunrise at Tiandang Mountain, and today I finally saw it with my own eyes. It truly lives up to its reputation. It feels like the whole world has been lit up, it's so breathtaking. As time passed, the crimson sun slowly peeked out from the horizon. The soft, crimson light gradually intensified, bathing everyone in its glow. The crowd's excitement subsided. Su Liang was directing Lin Xian to take photos. You idiot, shoot from this angle, yes, a little more to the left. How can you be so stupid? You can't even do this right. Start over. Su Liang scolded, while continuing to adjust Feng Lu's pose. Lin Xian was seething with anger, but dared not retaliate. He could only follow Su Liang's instructions, adjusting the angle again and again, taking the photos repeatedly. After capturing the beautiful sunrise, Su Liang remembered something and yelled at Lin Xian. Come on, take a few more pictures of me and Feng Lu, with this sunrise as the background, make them look good. As he spoke, he pulled Feng Lu along, guiding her into various intimate poses. One moment Su Liang had his arm around Feng Lu's shoulder, the next he had her nestled in his arms. After what happened last night, Feng Lu was no longer as resistant to Su Liang's intimate actions. She was his now, so what did it matter? Lin Xian, witnessing this scene, was heartbroken and furious beyond recognition. Chapter 359. The little heroine still won't submit? Then don't blame me for using tricks. After watching the sunrise, everyone began their descent down the mountain. Su Liang and Feng Lu walked together. Lin Xian followed behind, his face grim, staring intently at Su Liang's back, gritting his teeth. Going downhill was much easier than climbing, and Feng Lu walked briskly. She was only thinking about getting down the mountain quickly so she could get away from Su Liang once they were back. Su Liang noticed her thoughts, raised an eyebrow slightly, and thought to himself. This won't do. She's already my woman, and she's still trying to avoid me. Looks like I need to think of a way to win her favor. His eyes flashed, an idea forming in his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. Su Liang subtly activated his telekinesis. He manipulated a small stone on the path ahead, causing it to flip over. He made it roll precisely onto Feng Lu's inevitable path. Then he continued walking as if nothing had happened. Feng Lu walked briskly, completely unaware of her footing. Inevitably, she stepped on the stone. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she cried out in surprise, falling forward. Before her lay a steep stone staircase. Her face was directly facing the edge of the staircase, and as the distance drew closer, Feng Lu's face turned deathly pale. Her mind went blank, save for one thought. It's over. If that fall landed squarely, the severity of the injury aside, his face would definitely be disfigured. Lin Xin, who was following behind, saw this and his expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Watch out! Watch out!" He was about to rush over and save her without hesitation. But Su Liang was faster. He darted forward and grabbed Feng Lu by the waist. Just as Feng Lu closed her eyes, filled with despair, thinking she was about to fall badly, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, followed by a dizzying spin. Her hands groped haphazardly, grasping at any straw. In her panic, she ended up hugging Su Liang's neck. When she cautiously opened her eyes, she saw Su Liang's panicked and concerned expression. "Little Lulu, are you all right? I told you to slow down, but you wouldn't listen." Looking at Su Liang's anxious expression, Feng Lu felt a surge of warmth inexplicably. Although Su Liang had taken her like that before, it seemed he truly meant what he said. He would always protect her and keep her from harm. At this moment, she found Su Liang exceptionally handsome. Thinking about it, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, whispering, "I am all right, thank you, Brother Liang." Lin Xin, seeing this, was furious that Feng Lu was about to succumb to his charms. "If Su Liang hadn't acted first, I would have been the one to save Feng Lu. I deserve to die." Su Liang helped Feng Lu up. As soon as Feng Lu regained her balance, the pain in her foot made her stagger and almost fall again. Su Liang caught her again and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Feng Lu frowned. "My ankle hurts a lot." Su Liang said reproachfully, "You said you were fine. Hold me steady, let me see what happened." He knelt down and examined Feng Lu's ankle. After examining it, Su Liang stood up. "You sprained your ankle." Feng Lu immediately became worried. What should she do? There was still a long way to go down the mountain. Su Liang thought for a moment, then looked at Feng Lu and said earnestly, "I'll carry you, otherwise you won't be able to walk with this foot." Feng Lu was stunned. She never expected Su Liang to say something like that. Su Liang was a young master from Shanghai, always the center of attention. Now he was actually willing to carry her down the mountain. Feng Lu felt a mix of emotions. Could Su Liang be sincere towards her? Coming to her senses, she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No need, it's too much trouble for you." Firstly, she didn't want to trouble Su Liang. She felt that her sprained ankle was already troublesome enough. Secondly, she was shy. She thought that if Su Liang carried her down the mountain, many people would see them, which would be incredibly embarrassing. Seeing Su Liang frown, Feng Lu gritted her teeth and forced herself to speak. "I can do it, I can walk slowly." She tried taking 2 steps, but as soon as she exerted force, a piercing pain shot through her. The pain made her body go limp, but thankfully Su Liang reacted quickly and caught her. Su Liang's brow relaxed. "If you insist on walking by yourself, it's not impossible." Feng Lu looked at him questioningly. "I'll heal you first." Before Feng Lu could react, Su Liang had already picked her up in a princess carry and walked towards a large rock not far away. Chapter 360, Doing whatever one pleases, manipulating others at will. On the mountain path, Feng Lu felt a sudden panic when Su Liang suddenly picked her up. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Xin standing not far away, staring at them with a bewildered expression.
she felt her face burning with shame. Instinctively, she shrank back into Su Liang's arms.
Su Liang carried her straight to a large rock and placed her on it.
Lin Xian reacted, quickly approaching and questioning Su Liang. Su Liang, what are you going to do to Xiao Lu?
Su Liang glanced at him sideways.
Get out of the way. Who gives you the right to speak here? Lin Xian's face darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead.
He wanted to tear Su Liang to pieces. But because of various fears, he could only stand there angrily, watching Su Liang do whatever he wanted to Feng Lu. Su Liang ignored him and turned to look at Feng Lu. She sat on a large rock, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Su Liang squatted down, took off her shoes, and held her small feet in his hands to examine them. Feng Lu's legs were straight and long, and her little feet were also beautiful. Now, shyly curling her toes, she looked inexplicably adorable. Not only did she not have athlete's foot, but she also had a faint fragrance, her natural body scent. With her feet in Su Liang's hands, Feng Lu almost buried her head in her chest, her voice barely audible.
What are you doing? Don't look. Su Liang continued as if nothing was wrong.
Just as his touch reached her ankle, Feng Lu's brow furrowed slightly. The pain in her ankle made her gasp.
Su Liang suddenly looked up and said to her playfully,
Little Lulu, your moans last night were very beautiful.
I liked them very much.
Feng Lu was stunned at first, then the scene in the room last night flashed through her mind. Her face slowly turned red, until it spread to her ears. Just then, Su Liang twisted her ankle, and with a soft crack, corrected her fractured ankle. Feng Lu felt no pain at all.
Only then did she belatedly realize that Su Liang was distracting her.
Even so, she couldn't help feeling shy. How could she say such a thing? Then, Su Liang began to massage her ankle, using massage techniques from a divine medical manual. His fingers deftly pressed and rubbed her ankle. Feng Lu felt a warm current spreading through her ankle, which felt incredibly comfortable. While enjoying this, she secretly glanced at Su Liang and saw him massaging her so attentively, feeling a surge of emotion. A sweet feeling mingled with her shyness. After a while, Su Liang finished the massage, clapped his hands, and stood up.
Little Lulu, try standing up.
Feng Lu tentatively stood up, carefully took a few steps, and was surprised to find that her foot didn't hurt as much. A joyful smile immediately spread across her face.
Thank you, Brother Liang, I'm really all better now.
Su Liang patted her head.
Don't thank me.
You're my woman, isn't it only right that I take care of you?
Feng Lu felt a warmth in her heart. Is this what it feels like to be loved?
Seeing her dazed expression, Su Liang smiled slightly and said,
Let's continue down the mountain. Feng Lu softly hummed in agreement and took a step forward.
Su Liang reached out to support her. Your foot is only just healed, you shouldn't put too much weight on it.
Let me help you walk.
Feng Lu was filled with gratitude again, obediently nodding and letting Su Liang support her. And so, Su Liang helped Feng Lu down the mountain, as if holding her in his arms. Although the two tried to be discreet, their good looks still attracted strange looks from passers-by. Whenever this happened, Feng Lu would bury herself in Su Liang's arms, too embarrassed to look at anyone. The path down the mountain was clearly much easier, but because of Feng Lu's injured ankle, it took quite a while. Feng Lu felt very guilty, it was all because of her that she had been delayed so long. Seeing that Su Liang didn't seem to mind and patiently accompanied her, Feng Lu was even more moved. Upon reaching the parking spot, Su Liang turned to look at Lin Xian, who was following behind.
What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in the car. Lin Xian stood still.
He knew very well that Su Liang was deliberately humiliating him, he had bodyguards, yet he insisted on driving.
Su Liang's tone held a hint of impatience. You're not driving, huh? Then we're leaving. You can stay here alone. Lin Xian's face darkened further.
After hesitating for a long time, he reluctantly walked over and got into the driver's seat.
Su Liang helped Feng Lu into the back seat. Lin Xian started the car, glancing at the rearview mirror every now and then.
Watching Su Liang holding Feng Lu and constantly playing with her little hands, he felt suffocated with resentment.
Chapter 361 Blushing with Embarrassment. Jealousy can change a person's appearance.
After dropping Feng Lu off at home, Lin Xian prepared to get out of the car, not wanting to see Su Liang for even a moment longer.
However, Su Liang stopped him. "Where are you going? Don't rush, take me home now." Swish. Lin Xian glared at Su Liang through gritted teeth.
He'd truly had enough of being treated like a dog. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
"What? You don't want to? Don't forget your place.
You're just Lulu's dog, and I'm Lulu's man."
"You're not even listening to your master? Are you rebelling?"
As he spoke, he affectionately put his arm around Feng Lu's waist, gently stroking her.
He deliberately asked Feng Lu. "Lulu, don't you think so?" Feng Lu tensed, looked at Lin Xian's blazing eyes and bulging veins on his forehead, and said softly, "Lin Xian, just give Liang Ji a ride, it won't take long anyway." Lin Xian trembled with anger, but ultimately gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed.
After Feng Lu got out of the car, he started the engine with a dark face and drove Su Liang back.
Sister Lan had been waiting at the intersection long ago after receiving the news.
Seeing Feng Lu get out of the car, her legs seeming to have some difficulty walking, her heart skipped a beat.
Feng Lu had gone hiking with Su Liang, could it be?
She hurriedly leaned forward and asked nervously, "Young master, are you with young master Su?"
Feng Lu's cheeks flushed slightly.
Feeling flustered as if discovered by an elder, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Seeing her like this, Sister Lan understood immediately, her expression very complicated.
"Young master, did he force you? Don't be afraid, I'll go get justice for you." She was about to confront Su Liang.
Feng Lu grabbed her hand, stopping her.
"Sister Lan, it's not what you think, it was my own choice. Please don't go looking for trouble with Brother Liang."
Although she said this, a hint of bitterness lingered in her eyes, which Sister Lan could easily see.
She knew there was more to it than met the eye. However, since Feng Lu had already said that, she couldn't say anything more. Sister Lan knew very well how powerful Su Liang was. Going to cause him trouble would be tantamount to suicide.
She sighed helplessly, hugged Feng Lu in her arms, patted her back, and said with a face full of tenderness,
"Child, you've suffered so much." Meanwhile, on Lin Xian's side, the car arrived at Xia Qingxiu's villa.
At this moment, Xia Qingxiu and Qin Fuling were already waiting at the villa entrance. Both women were exceptionally beautiful, with graceful figures and outstanding temperament.
Lin Xian was consumed with jealousy upon seeing this. He already had two stunning beauties by his side. Why did he still have to provoke Feng Lu? Damn it! He wanted nothing more than to turn around and kill Su Liang immediately. However, reason prevailed. He could vaguely sense that the bodyguard he had fought with last night was still following him. If he made a move, the bodyguard would definitely rush over to stop him. Besides, Su Liang's status was undeniable. If he really killed Su Liang, Feng Lu would inevitably be implicated. He could only swallow his anger. Lin Xian, his face grim, parked the car. The two women greeted Su Liang with smiles as they opened the car door. "Brother Liang, master, you're finally back." Su Liang patted the two women's heads. "You missed me so much after just one day." Qin Fuling pouted and said coquettishly, "Don't you know that a day apart feels like 3 autumns?" Su Liang tapped her on the head. "You're so good with words." Xia Qingqiu said, "Master, let's go inside. The food is ready." Su Liang replied with an okay. He then walked towards the villa, one woman on each side. He didn't even glance at Lin Xian. Once inside, the two women led Su Liang to the dining table and pulled out a chair for him. The table was laden with various delicious-looking dishes. The aroma filled the air, whetting everyone's appetite. Qin Fuling said proudly, "Brother Liang, we made all of these ourselves, please try some."
She picked up a piece of her homemade sweet and sour pork ribs and held it to Su Liang's lips. Su Liang opened his mouth, ate it, chewed, swallowed, and commented. Not bad, the taste is very good. Xiao Qingqiu wasn't to be outdone, picking up a piece of her homemade braised fish and offering it to Su Liang's mouth. Master, you should try my fish too. I spent a long time making it, it's much better than someone else's. Qin Fuling retorted. Who are you calling bad? Sweet and sour pork ribs are my specialty, unlike your braised fish, it doesn't look appetizing at all. Xiao Qingqiu snorted coldly. You're even talking about me. Your sweet and sour pork ribs are cloyingly sweet, nowhere near as fresh and delicious as my braised fish. Master will definitely prefer mine. Qin Fuling's face turned red with anger. You're talking nonsense. Liang Ji clearly likes my cooking the most. You're just jealous of me. Xiao Qingqiu scoffed. Jealous of you? You're really good at flattering yourself. It's clearly your cooking that's lacking. The two started arguing back and forth, neither willing to give in. Su Liang had initially been enjoying watching their bickering. But as the argument escalated, he slapped them twice. What's all the noise about? Can't you even eat in peace? Both of you, eat quietly. The two girls immediately fell silent. Like children who had done something wrong, they glanced timidly at Su Liang and silently began to eat. Chapter 362 Step-by-Step Tutorial. High Society Gathering. After lunch, Qin Fuling took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Su Liang's lips. Xiao Qingqiu rolled her eyes, poured Su Liang a cup of tea, and then said, Master, there's an upscale gathering in Rongqing, and they've specifically invited you to attend. They asked me to ask for your opinion. Su Liang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked slightly puzzled. I haven't really made a name for myself in Rongqing. Why this sudden invitation? Xiao Qingqiu explained with a smile. Master, don't underestimate your influence. The Rongqing High Society Circle somehow got wind of this and wants to use this opportunity to get to know you, so they've organized a gathering. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and after a moment's thought, said, That sounds quite interesting. When? Tonight. Xiao Qingqiu replied. Su Liang nodded. Since that's the case, let's go participate. It's a good opportunity to see what the high society of Rongqing is like. Then, Master, I'll go report back right away. Xiao Qingqiu stood up, her lotus-like steps light, and walked towards the villa's exit. Qin Fuling came closer, hooking her arm around Su Liang's and shaking it, saying sweetly, Brother Liang, do you still remember the ancient martial arts you taught me? I've never given up practicing. But recently I've hit a bottleneck. No matter how much I practice, I can't break through. Could you give me some more pointers? Su Liang smiled and patted her head. Practice it from beginning to end first, and let me see where I went wrong. Then Brother Liang, watch closely, I'll start right away. Qin Fuling looked excited, releasing Su Liang's sleeve and walking to an open space. She took a deep breath, adjusted her posture, and then assumed a fighting stance. Her entire demeanor changed instantly. Her original delicate charm had gained a touch of heroism. She threw a punch, her movements fluid and graceful, each move exuding elegance. Her figure was light and agile, the wind from her punches whistling through the air. It was a sight to behold. Qin Fuling had a little plan in mind. While practicing, she deliberately straightened her posture and twisted her waist, displaying her graceful figure to the fullest. She would occasionally glance at Su Liang out of the corner of her eye. She deliberately made mistakes in her practiced moves, hoping to draw Su Liang's attention. After finishing a set of punches, Qin Fuling was slightly out of breath, a blush rising to her cheeks. She quickly went to Su Liang, her eyes sparkling, looking at him expectantly and asking, Brother Liang, how did I do? I practiced very hard. Su Liang looked Qin Fuling over and said, There are indeed some problems. Your punches lack power, some moves aren't forceful enough when they should be, and they're too sluggish when they should be controlled. Also, your footwork isn't flexible enough,
and your transitions between moves are a bit stiff. Qin Fuling immediately threw herself into Su Liang's arms, nuzzled his head, and said coquettishly, "Brother Liang, then teach me quickly. I don't want to keep being suppressed by that violent woman."
It turned out that she had been mocked for her weakness by Xia Qingqiu these past few days.
Qin Fuling wanted to improve her strength to fight back. Su Liang smiled and said, "Since you're so determined to learn, I'll definitely teach you. Come on, stand up straight."
Su Liang had her assume the starting stance. He stood behind her, holding her wrists with both hands, providing hands-on instruction. When you throw this punch, the power should start from the soles of your feet, travel down your legs and waist, and finally reach your arms. Like this, feel the transfer of power.
As he spoke, Su Liang guided Qin Fuling's hands, demonstrating the correct punching motion.
Held by Su Liang like this, Qin Fuling felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She felt she was receiving even more affection. Chapter 363 The Alluring Swordswoman Dares to Cheat on Me. Her hands were held by Su Liang, her back pressed against his chest, his warm breath brushing against her neck.
A blush crept onto Qin Fuling's face. "Brother Liang, I think I'm starting to feel it."
"So, how do I pull my fist back?"
Su Liang explained as he guided her hands back.
"When pulling your fist back, control the strength in your arm, slowly pulling it back.
Like drawing the power back into your body. Come on, try it with me."
A man and a woman alone together, teaching each other hand in hand. It's easy to imagine what might happen.
As he taught, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous.
Qin Fuling's neck turned red, her eyes darted around, and her punches became weak and powerless. What was supposed to be a martial arts lesson had taken a completely different turn. Half an hour later, Xia Qingqiu returned. She found Su Liang and Qin Fuling on the swing.
Goodness, they're playing around like this? Then anger welled up inside her.
That alluring swordswoman, she dared to steal from her while she wasn't looking.
How could Xia Qingqiu tolerate this? She immediately chose to join in. Qin Fuling thought she could rival her master just because she learned a little kung fu? Too naive.
She couldn't handle it without her help.
Happy times are always fleeting. Time quickly passed, and evening arrived.
The sunset was magnificent. Su Liang, Qin Fuling, and Xia Qingqiu got ready and prepared to head to the Rongqing Art Center, where the party would be held that evening. At this moment, at the entrance of the art center.
The party hadn't even started yet, but the entrance was already bustling with activity.
A large crowd had gathered on both sides of the road. There were curious passers-by, and also some tabloid reporters, snapping photos frantically. One after another, luxury cars that were usually only seen on television drove towards them.
Wow, is that a limited edition Ferrari? How much does it cost? I doubt I could even afford a tire. No wonder this is high society, every guest is extraordinary. I've truly broadened my horizons today.
Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up and stopped at the entrance. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, exuding an air of authority, stepped out.
He looks familiar. Who's this big shot? He looks quite impressive. You don't know him? He's the famous CEO of Hengtian Group in Rongqing.
His every move shakes the Rongqing business world. A familiar face answered. Those around immediately cast admiring glances.
Immediately afterward, another luxury car roared in.
After seeing the young man stepping out, the crowd gasped again. It's the young master of Shanghua Group. I heard he became the group's general manager at such a young age and manages the company exceptionally well.
While everyone was chattering, a Maserati pulled up, and Lin Xian stopped the car.
Lan Jie and Feng Lu got out of the back seat. Feng Lu was wearing a light purple evening gown today, the fitted design accentuated her graceful figure. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her eyes deep and starry, and her long hair jet black and glossy.
She was ethereal and captivating.
Although Lan Jie was also dressed up, she paled in comparison to the radiant Feng Lu.
Look, it's Miss Feng. She's as beautiful as the rumors say. Indeed. Like a fairy. They're just a bit too aloof.
Under the spotlight, Feng Lu's face tightened, her heart pounding with anxiety. Initially, she was vehemently opposed to this gathering, but Sister Lan had pleaded with her repeatedly. She kept emphasizing the importance of the event. Now that the Tianmen sect leader had passed away, the Feng family's influence had greatly diminished, and they needed to use this opportunity to build connections.
Feng Lu couldn't resist, so she reluctantly came. Chapter 364 Drunk on a Beauty's Lap? The star-studded young Master Su. As evening fell, the area outside the venue was already packed with people. Luxury cars arrived one after another. Standing under the gaze of the crowd, Feng Lu felt her face burning. The curious and scrutinizing gazes felt like thorns pricking her, making her extremely uncomfortable. Sister Lan, noticing her embarrassment, took Feng Lu's hand and led her into the venue. At the same time, she advised, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Lu. Be bold. Don't care what others think." The crowd followed closely behind their backs. Only after they completely disappeared from sight did the crowd come to their senses. They continued to discuss the beauty of the Feng family's eldest daughter with lingering interest. Not long after, another luxury car arrived. When the car door opened and Chen Lingyun stepped out, the crowd erupted in gasps once more. It's the Chen family's daughter. The Feng family's eldest daughter is as cold as ice, while this Chen family's daughter is gentle and charming. They're both truly beautiful in their own way. Yes, I didn't expect to see both of them at this gathering. Chen Lingyun's eyes darted around, as if searching for someone. She paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. Originally, she hadn't planned to attend this gathering. But upon unexpectedly learning that Su Liang would also be there, she changed her mind. Su Liang had saved her, and she wanted to thank him in person. Not seeing Su Liang, Chen Lingyun felt a little disappointed. Composing herself, she stepped into the hall. In the hall, Lin Xian stood not far from Feng Lu, acting as her bodyguard. Hearing the commotion coming from the entrance, he looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw Chen Lingyun. Chen Lingyun was the school's undisputed beauty queen. It would be a lie to say Lin Xian had no feelings for this classmate. Especially after acquiring the system. He harbored even greater ambitions. His future was destined to be one of ruling the world and enjoying the company of beautiful women. Naturally, he wanted to possess all the beauties in his life. Ever since his chance encounter with Chen Lingyun, he had planned to find an opportunity to get closer to her. However, he was busy stopping Su Liang from pursuing Feng Lu, which delayed him. Lin Xian pondered how to greet Chen Lingyun. As time passed, guests arrived one after another. The greeters greeted each distinguished guest with smiles. Just as the welcoming time was about to end, Su Liang arrived late. The moment the limited edition Rolls-Royce appeared, it caused a gasp of astonishment. Who is this? Arriving at this hour, they must be someone important. Nonsense, that's a limited edition Rolls-Royce. There aren't many in the world, their status is definitely extraordinary. At the entrance, the patriarch of the Wang family, the organizer of the gathering, was suddenly invigorated. Having sent out invitations, he naturally knew who the visitor was. It could be said that this gathering was held because of this person. He immediately led his entourage to greet them. Seeing the group walking towards the car, many people became puzzled. That's the patriarch of the Wang family. He initiated this gathering, and he's personally going to greet that person. Some VIPs arrived earlier, and the patriarch only greeted them at the door. This time, he's personally going out to greet them. This person is no ordinary individual. The crowd grew even more curious, their eyes fixed on the car. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, the car came to a smooth stop. The woman in red emerged from the driver's seat, then walked to the back seat and respectfully opened the door. Seeing Su Liang step out of the car, everyone was taken aback. So young, yet receiving such treatment. His appearance was exceptionally handsome, and his demeanor was gentle and refined. The eyes of the many socialites present lit up, they were so excited they could hardly move their legs.
The head of the Wang family approached with his entourage, his face beaming with obsequiousness as he warmly greeted them.
Welcome, welcome. Young Master Su's presence is truly an honor. Su Liang didn't put on airs, responding gently. You're too kind. How could I not join in the fun at the invitation of the head of the Wang family?
Ha, I guarantee young Master Su won't have a wasted trip. This way, please. The head of the Wang family's smile was brighter than a chrysanthemum. He respectfully gestured for Su Liang to enter the venue. Chapter 365 The Passionate School Beauty. Even the socially anxious female lead gets jealous. In the spacious and luxurious venue, a dazzling crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The venue bustled with people, all impeccably dressed celebrities from various circles, some conversing quietly, others exchanging pleasantries with smiles.
Chen Lingyun scanned the room.
Not seeing the person she wanted to see, she gracefully moved to a sofa and sat down.
Lin Xian, holding a glass of champagne, was secretly observing Chen Lingyun's every move.
Seeing her sit down, Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. He straightened his clothes, revealing what he thought was a charming smile. Then he walked towards Chen Lingyun.
Upon approaching, Lin Xian greeted her. Chen, it's been a long time. I'm glad you had time to attend this gathering. Hearing this voice, Chen Lingyun instinctively looked over. Just then, she saw what was happening behind Lin Xian.
The Wang family head was leading Su Liang into the venue, trailing behind by half a step, his face plastered with a fawning smile.
His obsequious manner made it clear to anyone that Su Liang was no ordinary person.
The sight of Su Liang, whom she had been longing for, lit up Chen Lingyun's eyes. She immediately stood up, her cold demeanor vanishing, replaced by barely suppressed joy. She hurried towards Su Liang.
Seeing Chen Lingyun approaching with a happy expression, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement.
These past 2 days, he had been thoroughly suppressed by Su Liang. Feng Lu's attitude towards him had also become increasingly cold. Chen Lingyun, his school beauty, was behaving so enthusiastically. Lin Xian felt like he was on top again. That smugness lasted only a moment. Chen Lingyun approached, almost reaching him, but then simply walked right past him.
She didn't even glance at him. Lin Xian was stunned.
A series of question marks flashed through his mind.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?
After a long pause, he came to his senses and turned around. He saw Chen Lingyun standing in front of someone.
Who else could it be but Su Liang? Lin Xian wondered. How did Chen Lingyun and Su Liang know each other? He remembered. The last time Chen Lingyun was having dinner with some friends.
He happened to be passing by and saw some thugs trying to harass Chen Lingyun. He wanted to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. But Su Liang intercepted him. Chen Lingyun was no less beautiful than Feng Lu, both were rare beauties. They just had different temperaments and unique charms. Seeing Chen Lingyun's enthusiastic attitude towards Su Liang, Lin Xian had a bad feeling. Thinking of Su Liang's ruthless methods,
he certainly wouldn't let a beauty like Chen Lingyun go.
His fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
Chen Lingyun had already walked up to Su Liang.
A sweet smile graced her face as she greeted him.
Young Master Su, what a coincidence, we meet again.
Su Liang looked at her, remembering her name and that she had his contact information.
Your name is Chen Lingyun, right? I remember you.
Chen Lingyun was delighted, her eyes narrowing into slits as she quickly replied.
Young Master Su, you've been so anxious. I haven't even had a chance to thank you for what happened last time. The Wang family head, seeing this, smiled and spoke up. So young Master Su and Miss Chen know each other.
Then, I'll trouble Miss Chen to take good care of young Master Su.
If you need anything, just let me know.
I have some guests to attend to, so please excuse me.
The Wang family head tactfully left.
It wasn't appropriate for him to stand there in this setting. It was better to leave the space to the two young people.
Chen Lingyun asked Su Liang. Would young Master Su like to wander around somewhere? The venue is quite interestingly decorated, I can show you around. Su Liang waved his hand. No need, just sit anywhere. Chen Lingyun gestured. Then this way, young Master Su. Su Liang followed Chen Lingyun to a seat by the window. Chen Lingyun asked again solicitously. What would young Master Su like to drink? Just a cup of tea, please. Chen Lingyun immediately beckoned to a waiter nearby. Please bring 2 cups of tea, thank you. The two, one elegant and graceful, the other dignified and imposing, sat together, a perfect match. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. The venue was filled with many young and promising individuals. Among them were quite a few of Chen Lingyun's suitors. Seeing Chen Lingyun's ardent and attentive manner towards Su Liang, their hearts broke. Chen Lingyun was usually so aloof, indifferent to them. But in front of Su Liang, she was like a completely different person. As for causing trouble for Su Liang, they dared not. Just now, with the Wang family head accompanying them, even their elders didn't have that kind of face. Feng Lu also saw Chen Lingyun and Su Liang chatting and laughing together. For some reason, something felt stuck in her chest, making her feel suffocated. Although she couldn't muster the courage to catch them in the act, she stared intently at them, her expression clearly showing her jealousy. Lin Xian returned and saw this scene. Seeing Feng Lu's jealous expression, he was extremely displeased. Chapter 366 The School Beauty Shields Others from Drinking. The ball. The guests fawning. Night gradually enveloped the bustling city. Inside the banquet hall, a dazzling crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Guests, dressed in elegant attire, chatted and laughed. A lively atmosphere permeated the entire hall. Just then, the lights flickered. The head of the Wang family ascended the central platform. With a smile, his gaze swept over the crowd below, he cleared his throat, and began his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished business colleagues, I, Wang, am deeply grateful that you have taken time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet tonight. A round of applause immediately erupted from the audience. The head of the Wang family slightly raised his hand, gesturing for silence, and continued. Today, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest to you all. This is Mr. Su Liang, the president of the Su Group from Shanghai. As he spoke, a beam of light shone precisely on Su Liang. Su Liang rose calmly, a warm smile on his face, and nodded slightly to everyone, displaying his elegant demeanor. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd below erupted in enthusiastic applause, the sound like thunder. This young Master Su is truly handsome. Such composure, no wonder he comes from a prominent family. I was wondering why the Wang family suddenly held this banquet. It was probably all for this young Master Su. They're even trying to curry favor with the Wang family. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. The socialites and wealthy women's eyes gleamed. Many thought they absolutely had to get to know him later. The Su Group was a large conglomerate in Shanghai. If they were noticed, even a simple cooperation could propel them to great heights. Seeing the atmosphere was sufficiently built, the head of the Wang family announced loudly. All right, I hereby declare the banquet officially open. After he stepped down from the stage, actors filed onto the stage. The melodious singing of Chengdu's distinctive opera echoed through the banquet hall. The exquisite performances, especially the astonishing face-changing act, drew cheers from the guests. This made the banquet atmosphere even more lively. A short while later, the head of the Wang family, holding a wineglass, walked through the crowd to Su Liang, his face beaming. Young Master Su, thank you for coming. I'd like to offer you a toast. Su Liang also raised his glass. Head of the Wang family is too kind. It is my honor to attend this banquet. The two lightly clinked glasses and then drank it all in one gulp. Su Liang's every move was refined and elegant, his graceful demeanor drawing silent admiration from those around him. After the toast, the head of the Wang family tactfully departed. Mr. Su, please feel free to ask if you need anything. I won't bother you any longer. As soon as the Wang family had left, the restless crowd couldn't contain themselves and swarmed around Su Liang to toast him. Mr. Su, I've long admired your name. Mr. Su, I toast you.
I hope we'll have the opportunity to cooperate in the future.
Faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, Su Liang accepted every toast. With his constitution, drinking this much alcohol was nothing.
Chen Lingyun, standing beside him, was unaware of this. Watching Su Liang drink, Chen Lingyun grew anxious and mustered her courage to step forward.
Young Master Su, please don't drink too much. Let me drink it for you. Upon hearing this, a hint of ambiguity appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Noticing their gazes, Chen Lingyun blushed and quickly lowered her head.
Many of the young gentlemen present felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. They usually tried every means to speak to Chen Lingyun. They had never received a kind word from her, yet now she was being so proactive with Su Liang.
Lin Xian, seeing this from afar, gritted his teeth in anger, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Su Liang's heart stirred, and he didn't refuse Chen Lingyun's kindness.
However, after she had drunk 2 cups, he stopped her. Miss Chen, thank you, but please don't drink too much. I appreciate your kindness, but actually, I can hold my liquor.
After dealing with these people, Su Liang thanked Chen Lingyun. Miss Chen, thank you for helping me fend off the drinks. Chen Lingyun's face was flushed. She wasn't sure if it was shyness, or the alcohol, or perhaps both. It's nothing.
She had noticed that Su Liang could hold his liquor, he was fine even without her shielding him from drinks. She had been presumptuous. Things gradually became more animated, and the two began to chat. Time passed slowly, and the performance on stage was nearing its end.
The second phase of the banquet was about to begin. The ball. Everyone could bring their partners to the dance floor. Chapter 367. The female lead who was given away for free. She dances. Becoming the center of attention. The banquet hall was brightly lit. After the MC introduced the ball, melodious music began to play. Many members of high society, hand in hand with their partners, headed for the dance floor. Those without partners looked around, searching for a suitable match. The eldest son of the Li family, with slick back hair and a shimmering silk suit, a flamboyant brooch pinned to his lapel, scanned the crowd. Finally, his gaze settled on Feng Lu in the corner. He cleared his throat, forced what he thought was a charming smile, and walked over. Upon reaching Feng Lu, he leaned forward and elegantly extended his hand. Miss, would you do me the honor of dancing with me? Feng Lu, however, seemed not to hear him, remaining seated quietly, her gaze fixed on Su Liang. Her eyes held an emotion unreadable to others. Young Master Li stood frozen in place. His outstretched hand froze in mid-air, unsure whether to retract it or release it. Lin Xian's face darkened at the sight. Already annoyed by Su Liang and Chen Lingyun's cheerful conversation, Feng Lu was distracted and already quite displeased. Now, someone else had come to ask Feng Lu to dance. He snorted coldly, stepped forward, and stood in front of Feng Lu. Get out of my way. Young Master Li was instantly enraged. What business is it of yours that I'm talking to this young lady? Who do you think you are? Lin Xian's expression grew even more unpleasant. He exuded a suppressive aura. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I'll say it again, get out. Young Master Li felt suffocated by this aura, as if an invisible force was gripping his throat. His previous arrogance vanished without a trace. He was filled with resentment, but dared not say another word. He only glared resentfully at Lin Xian before slinking away, his retreating figure utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Su Liang and Chen Lingyun were engrossed in their conversation. Many socialites and wealthy women were watching them expectantly. They knew perfectly well. This banquet was held specifically for Su Liang. If they could dance with him and catch his eye, their future would be bright. They were all eager to participate. However, Chen Lingyun was there. Both her looks and her demeanor far surpassed theirs, making them hesitate and unable to approach. At this moment, the Wang family had arrived before Su Liang and Chen Lingyun. He looked at the two with a kind smile. He was secretly plotting to bring them together. Young Master Su and Miss Chen seemed to be getting along very well. The dance floor is quite lively right now, how about we dance together? Swish. Chen Lingyun's face flushed crimson.
The blush gradually spread from her cheeks to her ears. She lowered her head shyly, stealing a glance at Su Liang, her heart pounding with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Su Liang chuckled softly. That depends on Lingyun's wishes. If Lingyun is willing to grace me with her presence, I would be happy to oblige. Chen Lingyun's heart skipped a beat. Her heart swelled with undisguised joy.
She immediately said, I'd like to. After saying that, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Had she been too forward? Su Liang was already smiling, extending his hand.
Chen Lingyun snapped out of her daze, looked at his hand, and nervously took it. The two smiled at each other and walked towards the dance floor. Their dance was elegant, every turn, every step, was perfectly coordinated. Su Liang, tall and graceful, led Chen Lingyun like a delicate feather, dancing lightly on the dance floor. Chen Lingyun's skirt fluttered, captivatingly beautiful. The two, a perfect match, were like a breathtaking painting. All eyes were drawn to them. Chapter 368, A Perfect Match. Something's up? The show's about to begin. In the banquet hall. Light streamed in, and melodious music filled the air. In a corner, Feng Lu's gaze was fixed intently on the couple dancing gracefully in the center of the dance floor. Her heart was a jumble of emotions, a complex mix of feelings. Beside her, Lin Xian trembled with rage. His hands clenched unconsciously, his eyes wide with fury, as if spitting fire. She wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat him up. On the dance floor, Su Liang and Chen Lingyun held hands, so close they could feel each other's breath. The unique masculine scent wafted over them. Chen Lingyun's heart pounded, her cheeks flushed. Coming from a wealthy family, dance was a fundamental skill for her, yet her steps were somewhat unsteady. Fortunately, Su Liang guided her, preventing her from falling behind the music. The music ended, slowly fading away. The two also stopped dancing. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted instantly, and the crowd showered them with praise. Excellent! That dance was superb. Young Master Su and Miss Chan are a perfect match. Indeed, it was a feast for the eyes. They're a match made in heaven. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Su Liang simply smiled and nodded to the crowd. Chen Lingyun, on the other hand, was incredibly shy, a faint blush spreading across her fair neck. She lowered her head slightly, looking bashful. Then, Su Liang naturally took her hand, led her through the crowd, and brought her to their seats. The two sat facing each other. Su Liang smiled and picked up a glass of wine, offering it to Chen Lingyun. Lingyun, you danced so well. Chen Lingyun blushed, accepted the glass, and said modestly, Young Master Su, please don't tease me. I was so nervous on the dance floor just now, I almost forgot a lot of the moves. It's all thanks to you guiding me that we were able to finish this dance smoothly. If you're talking about dancing well, it's you. Su Liang picked up another glass of wine. I've already called you Lingyun, why are you still calling me Young Master Su? It's too formal. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, call me Brother Liang. Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up immediately. This was a good opportunity to get closer to her. She obediently called out, Brother Liang. Su Liang smiled brightly. He raised his glass and clinked it against hers. Lingyun, let's drink this. With that, they both tilted their heads back and drank their wine in one gulp. Ding Lin Xian is filled with rage and hatred, villain value plus 999. Ding Feng Lu feels resentment, villain value plus 888. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Following the two burning gazes, he saw Feng Lu glaring at him angrily in a corner, her eyes full of resentment. She looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Xian stood beside her, his face flushed red with anger, gritting his teeth. Su Liang completely ignored him. His gaze remained fixed on Feng Lu, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Meeting Su Liang's gaze, Feng Lu panicked and quickly looked away. Lin Xian was furious, feeling utterly ignored.
He immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Liang's view with his body, and glared fiercely at Su Liang. Su Liang's eyes narrowed. Trying to cause trouble? This little protagonist still needs a lesson. Just then, he saw a figure pass by Lin Xian, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. A smile curled at the corner of Su Liang's lips. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 369 Framing. Becoming the laughingstock of the entire audience. In the hall. Amidst the elegant attire and swaying hair, dignitaries, ladies, and gentlemen conversed quietly or sipped their wine. A high society lady walked with seemingly graceful, yet somewhat affected, steps toward Lin Xian. Her face was heavily made up, her body adorned with jewels, and she was dressed extravagantly. Su Liang observed this, glancing at the security camera. Just as the lady was about to pass Lin Xian, Su Liang seized the opportunity and activated his telekinesis. An invisible hand formed from his telekinesis and reached toward the lady's shapely buttocks. Ah! The lady gasped in surprise. She looked to the side and saw Lin Xian, drawn by her gasp, also looking at her. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. They saw a plainly dressed, ordinary-looking young man, clearly not a member of the upper class. The lady was furious. She immediately raised her hand and slapped Lin Xian across the face with a loud smack. "You filthy scoundrel, daring to touch my ass." Caught completely off guard, Lin Xian was struck squarely. Although he was physically strong and felt no pain, the humiliation was immense. Whoosh! The lady's gasp had already attracted many eyes. This slap drew everyone's attention even more. A barrage of gazes, some disdainful, some disgusted, some watching with amusement, all turned towards Lin Xian. A murmur of discussion arose. Such a thing? Acting like this in a public place, are you that desperate? Have you no shame? What nonsense! This is high society, one rotten apple spoils the whole bunch. This is a high-class gathering, not a cheap party. Coming here to embarrass yourself. Now look what's happened. Young Master Su's presence today is a disgrace to Rongqing. Not far away, Feng Lu witnessed this scene, her disgust barely concealed. Lin Xian snapped out of his daze and hurriedly explained. I didn't do it. I didn't even touch you. The wealthy woman was furious, her eyes glaring, her finger almost poking Lin Xian's face. She roared angrily. You didn't? You're the only one next to me. Who else could it be? Or was it a ghost who touched you? Lin Xian's face turned pale, then red. He noticed the contemptuous looks from those around him. He didn't really care. But he cared about Feng Lu's opinion. During this period, due to Su Liang's instigation, his impression of Feng Lu had already plummeted to rock bottom. If Feng Lu also believed it was him and kicked him out, it would be terrible. He had promised Feng Lu's father he would protect her. If he wasn't by her side, wouldn't he be constantly bullied by Su Liang? Just then, the eldest son of the Li family, who had previously tried to invite Feng Lu to dance but was forced back by Lin Xian's imposing manner, stepped forward. He felt his opportunity had arrived. With a smug and arrogant expression, he approached Lin Xian. Pointing his finger at Lin Xian's nose, he launched into a tirade. I knew you weren't a good person just now. Look at your poor, pathetic appearance, yet you dare to act so arrogantly here. Where's security? Where's security? Throw him out. I feel ashamed to be around someone like him. He had been so humiliated by Lin Xian earlier. His chance for revenge had arrived. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he realized something. He was certain he hadn't touched the wealthy woman. But she insisted he was the one who touched her. Clearly, this was a setup. He had no past grudges or recent conflicts with her. The eldest son of the Li family had jumped in so eagerly. He couldn't help but suspect that this eldest son of the Li family had orchestrated it. Lin Xian stared intently at him, his eyes icy, and demanded. Why did you frame me? Ha? The eldest son of the Li family looked completely bewildered. Chapter 370. If you're not smart, I'll fix it for you. You've lost face big time. Don't think I don't know, you sent her to frame me, didn't you?
Lin Xin stared at the nameless extra, young Masterly, and spoke coldly. Young Masterly snapped out of his daze, feeling humiliated, and roared. Go to hell, who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of being framed by me? His peripheral vision caught sight of the wine bottles on the table beside him. Without a word, he grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it towards Lin Xin's head. He cursed under his breath. You're crazy, your brain's not working, I'll fix it for you. In Lin Xin's eyes, he was too slow. He reached out, and before Lin Xin could react, grabbed Li Dashou by the neck. Tell me, did you frame me? He didn't care what others thought. But he didn't want to inexplicably lower his image in Feng Lu's eyes. Young Master Li's face turned blue from being choked, and he struggled to breathe, desperately trying to pry Lin Xin's hand away. He was internally cursing. You fucking grabbed my neck. What am I supposed to say? The sudden scene startled the surrounding guests. The previously chatting and laughing crowd gradually quieted down. They all backed away, distancing themselves from Lin Xin. No one dared to utter another word. The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall became tense and oppressive. Just then, the security guards received the news and rushed over. Each of them, holding batons, surrounded Lin Xin, the head guard looking anxious. This is not a place for you to act wildly. Release young Master Li immediately. Lin Xin frowned, but still released young Master Li. Seeing Lin Xin release his grip, the security guards immediately swarmed forward, trying to drag him out. Come with us, don't cause trouble here. However, Lin Xin seemed rooted to the ground, standing motionless. His eyes remained fixed on the eldest son of the Li family. What happened? The head of the Wang family, who had just gone out to answer a phone call, returned. Upon seeing the scene before him, his face immediately darkened, and he walked over, asking in a deep voice. The waiter approached him and recounted the events that had just occurred. After listening, the head of the Wang family glared at Lin Xin, his anger flaring. He had finally managed to invite young Master Su today. He hadn't expected this to happen. Wasn't this embarrassing for him, the host? What would young Master Su think of him? Immediately, the head of the Wang family roared angrily. What are you all standing there for? Take this disgraceful wretch away. The security guards' faces flushed red. They wanted to take Lin Xin away too, but he was like a mountain, impossible to move. Young Master Li, panting heavily, finally caught his breath. Seeing the Wang family head appear, and Lin Xin surrounded by security guards again, he regained his confidence and pointed at Lin Xin, shouting. Take this lunatic away right now. Lin Xin's eyes turned cold, and he prepared to attack him. At this critical moment, Sister Lan, who was beside Feng Lu, quickly stepped forward. Lin Xin, don't cause trouble, you should go out first. Sister Lan usually took good care of him. So, he listened to Sister Lan's words. Although unwilling, Lin Xin didn't resist anymore and let the security guards take him out of the hall. Seeing Lin Xin taken away, the Wang family had suppressed his anger and forced a smile, apologizing to the numerous guests. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. This was due to my poor hospitality today. I hope you will forgive me. Don't let this spoil your enjoyment. Let the music continue, let the dancing continue. The music slowly began to play. The guests gradually relaxed. The Wang family head then eagerly approached Su Liang to apologize. Chapter 371. The aloof school beauty is jealous. Two girls compete for supremacy, and the elite reap the benefits. The Wang family head approached Su Liang and bowed deeply, his voice filled with self-reproach. Young Master Su, I am truly sorry. Tonight's banquet was intended to ensure everyone had a pleasant time. I didn't expect this mishap to occur. My hospitality has been inadequate, and I have disturbed your enjoyment. In truth, it was Su Liang who had caused this trouble. He felt no remorse whatsoever, and instead, he had to comfort the Wang family head. Such a large gathering,
it's inevitable that a few unsavory characters would slip in.
The Wang family head felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders and bowed again in thanks.
Thank you for your understanding, young Master Su.
Su Liang waved his hand. He turned to Chen Lingyun beside him, chatting and laughing. Seeing them so engrossed in their conversation, the Wang family head didn't want to disturb them any further and quietly left.
Not far away, Feng Lu watched the two chatting intimately, feeling a pang of jealousy.
She bit her lip lightly, her eyes filled with complex emotions: anger, resentment, and disappointment. Time, like a single dog without a girlfriend, rushed by. The party was drawing to a close. Su Liang and Chen Lingyun walked out of the banquet hall side by side. The Wang family head escorted them to the door. Seeing Su Liang's figure receding into the distance, Feng Lu, as if possessed, quickened her pace and followed. Su Liang noticed the movement behind him, a thought struck him, and he deliberately spoke to Chen Lingyun beside him.
Lingyun, it's settled then.
Please show me around Rongqing tomorrow. Chen Lingyun's face blossomed into a sweet smile. No trouble at all, brother Liang, you've forgotten how much you helped me before.
I've been thinking of finding a way to repay you.
This brother Liang reached Feng Lu's ears. It was like a jumble of emotions, an indescribable feeling of unease. Suddenly, a surge of energy welled up within her. Feng Lu took a deep breath, walked up to Su Liang, and tilted her head slightly. Her gaze was fixed on Su Liang, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes.
I want to go too.
Lan Jia, following behind, shook her head helplessly, rubbing her forehead. This girl seemed truly infatuated. Having followed Feng Lu for so long, she had never seen Feng Lu proactively ask anyone to do anything together. Su Liang feigned surprise. Miss Feng wants to join us for a stroll around Rongqing.
This, I'm afraid, it's not very convenient. Our original plan was just to wander around casually.
Feng Lu gritted her teeth in anger.
Su Liang was utterly inhuman.
They had just had that kind of relationship not long ago. He was still affectionately calling her little Lulu. Now he was calling her Miss Feng. Not wanting to be rejected so easily, she bit her lip and emphasized again. I don't care, I'm going. Seeing her pouty and aggrieved expression, Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, seemingly reluctantly agreeing.
All right, we'll go together tomorrow.
After saying that, he looked at Chen Lingyun and asked.
Lingyun, is it all right if Miss Feng comes with us too? It's fine, it's more fun with more people.
Chen Lingyun wore a polite smile. But behind the smile, a hint of wariness lurked. She could tell that the relationship between Feng Lu and Su Liang was unusual. She was known as the school beauty, so she was certainly familiar with Feng Lu, the school's aloof and cold beauty. Always chauffeured around in luxury cars, never speaking a word to classmates, she was the epitome of aloofness. But now she didn't seem so aloof after all. Anyway, she wouldn't admit defeat. Chapter 372, using this to test cadres? Which cadre can't withstand it? Seeing the usually aloof Feng Lu actually approach Su Liang, Chen Lingyun felt a sense of crisis. However, through their interactions at the banquet, and with the added bonus of Su Liang's heroic rescue of her earlier, her affection for him grew rapidly. She decided to strike first. Pinning her lips, she mustered her courage, stood on tiptoe, and gave Su Liang a quick peck on the cheek.
Brother Liang, see you tomorrow. Chen Lingyun's voice held a hint of shyness.
After speaking, she turned and ran away quickly.
Su Liang was somewhat taken aback.
He knew this girl had a strong liking for him. But she shouldn't be so easily swayed. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the fuming Feng Lu out of the corner of his eye, and it dawned on him. She's been provoked. Good, that's it, get her into a fight. It'll be more interesting if they keep bickering. Why is he always the one receiving this treatment? Feng Lu has been won over by him. But she doesn't feel a sense of belonging yet, and can't be considered a family member. They're going on a trip together tomorrow. This gave Su Liang an opportunity to completely subdue her. Not far away, Lin Xin, who had been kicked out, noticed the situation. He hurried over, but was stunned by what he saw.
Damn it, is Su Liang poisonous? In just one banquet, Chen Lingyun has already thrown herself into his arms. Lin Xian trembled with rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His hatred for Su Liang intensified. You already have so many women. Why did you still have to provoke the two he set his sights on? This is outrageous. But, thinking of Su Liang's unfathomable strength, he knew he was no match for him. Like a deflated balloon, he helplessly let go. His anger turned to resentment at his own incompetence. No, he couldn't let Su Liang continue to be so arrogant. He had to improve his strength. And the only thing that could improve his strength was his villainous system. But the villainous system required him to do bad things. He used to maintain some boundaries. Now it seemed it was time to change. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, a struggle forming before finally hardening into resolve. Su Liang seemed to sense something, glancing at Lin Xian not far away, and smiled disdainfully. Then he waved to Feng Lu with a smile. Little Lulu, see you tomorrow. With that, he got into his car and drove off in a cloud of dust. Su Liang drove all the way back to Xia Qingxiu's residence, pushed open the door, and went inside. Qin Fuling sat on the sofa, wearing a lace fox pattern nightgown. The nightgown was made of a thin, sheer material, revealing glimpses of her skin. Hearing the door open, Qin Fuling put down the remote and came to greet him. As she swayed her head, all three heads swayed together. However, Su Liang looked at the nightgown, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. After a moment's thought, he remembered. Fuling, why are you wearing Qingxiu's clothes? Qin Fuling blinked, feigning annoyance. Don't you like it, brother Liang? Her voice trailed off, carrying a blatant seduction. Su Liang, however, simply walked around her, sat down on the sofa, and frowned. Always so flirtatious, can't you give us something positive? Is this all you give the readers? Qin Fuling was stunned for a moment. She seemed surprised by Su Liang's reaction. However, she wasn't about to let it go. She ran up to Su Liang again, a mysterious smile on her face. Brother Liang, don't be impatient, there's more. As she spoke, she pulled a fox tail from behind her back and waved it in front of Su Liang's eyes. Hiss! Su Liang gasped. Good heavens, he hadn't even seen this thing before. He coughed. You're going to test the cadres with this? Which cadre can withstand something like this? Before he could finish speaking, Xia Qingxiu also walked out of the room, dressed as a bunny girl. Her hot figure was on full display. Su Liang couldn't help but sigh. My little brother won't be getting a day off today. Chapter 373 The Charm of Contrast. Still, the scope is too narrow. Xia Qingxiu and Qin Fuling had completely different styles, each with their own unique beauty and charm. Su Liang was deeply captivated, unable to extricate himself. However, he didn't forget his date with Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu the next day, and told them before going to sleep. Wake me up tomorrow morning. After saying that, he embraced the beautiful woman and drifted off to sleep. His sleep quality had always been poor, he needed to hold a beautiful woman to fall asleep every night, feeling insecure without something to hold on to. No one can sleep alone at night, right? His sleep quality is really good. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, and Su Liang slowly opened his eyes. He immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked at them in surprise. What are you doing? Xia Qingxiu tilted her head back, blinked, and looked innocent and naive. Didn't we ask you to wake me up? Su Liang. Is that what he meant? Then, she couldn't help but marvel at the profoundness of Chinese culture. Brother Liang, I'll go make breakfast now. Seeing Su Liang wake up, Qin Fuling said this and quickly turned to make breakfast. She was genuinely scared. Xia Qingxiu watched Qin Fuling's departing figure, a slight smile playing on her lips, a victorious grin. Little brat, still trying to outsmart me. Suddenly, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. A long sigh, indeed. After a long while, Qin Fuling finished making breakfast, and the three of them sat down at the table. After breakfast, Su Liang said goodbye to the two women and headed towards the agreed-upon location. Ronqing Central Square. 3 people were already waiting there. Besides Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu, there was Lin Xin. He was coming to protect Feng Lu. Knowing they were all there to accompany Su Liang, Lin Xin was practically going crazy, his teeth practically grinding to powder. Last night, he saw Su Liang and Chen Lingyun getting close. He assumed Su Liang had won over Feng Lu and was now trying to woo Chen Lingyun. He realized he'd missed out, his ambition was too small. Su Liang actually wanted to have them both. Damn it. Just then, Su Liang arrived in his car. Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up the moment she saw him, and she eagerly went to greet him. Wearing a JK uniform, the skirt fluttering in the breeze, she radiated youthful energy and vitality. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, her ponytail swaying in the wind, making it seem as if a single hair could move her entire body. Feng Lu followed suit. She wore a dress, exuding a noble and aloof air, like a flower on a high mountain. Who would have thought that this seemingly unapproachable, aloof school beauty was actually a socially awkward person? This contrast only enhanced her charm, making her instantly irresistible. Upon approaching, Chen Lingyun naturally linked her arm with Su Liang's, saying coquettishly, "Brother Liang, where are you planning to go?" "I've thought of a few places." Su Liang asked with a smile. "What are they?" Chen Lingyun tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "Museums, theaters, zoos." Feng Lu felt a surge of annoyance seeing the two of them arm in arm. She wanted to do the same, but couldn't muster the courage. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want to go to the zoo." Swish swish swish. Su Liang and Chen Lingyun couldn't help but look at her. Feng Lu felt a pang of panic, but she forced a calm expression and added, "I want to see the giant pandas." Seeing her jealousy, Su Liang smiled and nodded, agreeing to her suggestion. "Okay, let's go to the zoo first." Not far away, Lin Xin watched the two women vying for Su Liang's attention, his face contorted with anger. But he was helpless and could only glare at them. Su Liang's brow twitched. He suddenly sensed that Lin Xion's aura was stronger than before, having increased considerably overnight. However, he didn't pay too much attention. Once he won over Chen Lingyun, he would be returning to Shanghai soon. Before leaving, he naturally couldn't leave Lin Xian, this potential threat, behind. There was no need to care about a dead man. Su Liang agreed, and Chen Lingyun had no objection. The three of them headed to the zoo together. Chapter 374 Why am I always the one who benefits? Su Liang, Chen Lingyun, and Feng Lu entered the zoo. Chen Lingyun, familiar with Chengdu, volunteered to be their guide, leading the way. Upon entering, they encountered a monkey mountain, where monkeys leaped and jumped, vying for food thrown by visitors. Their comical antics drew laughter from everyone. Afterward, they visited the giraffe, zebra, and other animals. At each exhibit, Chen Lingyun provided vivid descriptions, which Su Liang and Feng Lu listened to with great interest. However, when they reached the golden python exhibit, an unexpected incident occurred. The golden python, which had been quietly coiled in a corner, suddenly lunged towards them. Despite the wire mesh barrier, the sudden impact startled Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu considerably. Feng Lu instinctively threw herself into Su Liang's arms. Chen Lingyun, witnessing this, was furious. This Feng Lu, who usually seemed aloof and unapproachable, was surprisingly cunning. However, she still tried to appear calm, clearing her throat as she said, "Don't be afraid, the zoo's safety measures are very good, don't worry about safety." Upon hearing this, Feng Lu realized her lapse in composure and awkwardly pulled away from Su Liang's embrace. Her face flushed red, and she lowered her head, wishing she could disappear from the earth. Next, they went to the tiger exhibit. The tiger was lazily lying there, occasionally flicking its tail, exuding a regal air. But unexpectedly, Chen Lingyun suddenly screamed "ah" and pounced into Su Liang's arms. She tightly hugged Su Liang's neck, burying her head in his chest. Feng Lu blinked, looking puzzled. The tiger was just lying there, doing nothing. Why was she so scared? Chen Lingyun looked up and explained seriously.
When I was little, I was terrified by a tiger when I visited the zoo.
I've had a phobia ever since. Feng Lu nodded understandingly, accepting the explanation.
Su Liang, however, looked on with a sigh.
Why am I always the one who gets the better deal?
During the rest of the visit, Chen Lingyun walked close to Su Liang, frequently jumping into his arms.
Even the naive Feng Lu noticed something was off.
Because when they were looking at a tortoise, Chen Lingyun jumped into Su Liang's arms. It looked so fake.
And not far behind them, Lin Xian silently followed.
Seeing all this, his heart felt like it was being pierced by needles, a deep, piercing pain. His gaze met that of the tortoise in the exhibit. They looked so alike. Finally, they arrived at the panda enclosure. Seeing the round, adorable pandas, Feng Lu's eyes lit up instantly.
So cute! Chen Lingyun perked up and began introducing the panda's habits, diet, and so on.
She spoke with great enthusiasm, her words flowing smoothly and knowledgeably.
Su Liang couldn't help but praise her.
Lingyun, you know quite a lot.
Chen Lingyun proudly pronounced her C as a D.
She replied with a proud expression. Of course. Su Liang seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at the two girls, asking.
You two are both in university, right?
Both girls looked at him with puzzled expressions.
They didn't understand why he suddenly asked this. They all nodded.
Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. When will I test you all, to see how much of your university education is genuine? He then looked at Feng Lu, his expression meaningful. I've already investigated Xiao Lu, and it's definitely not genuine.
Feng Lu looked bewildered. She didn't understand when Su Liang had tested her. Chen Lingyun, on the other hand, said confidently.
I did very well in all my university courses, my grades were always in the top 3 of my year, I'm not exaggerating.
Su Liang raised an eyebrow. I don't believe you. Chapter 375 The aloof school beauty is too scheming.
In front of the panda enclosure.
The giant pandas were incredibly cute. Chen Lingyun enthusiastically introduced them while taking photos with her phone. Brother Liang, look at that panda. The way it's munching on bamboo is so adorable.
Seeing Su Liang beside her, a thought popped into her head, and a sweet smile appeared on her face.
Brother Liang, can I take a picture with you?
Sure.
Su Liang nodded with a smile.
Chen Lingyun was delighted and turned to look at Feng Lu standing next to Su Liang, who still had that aloof expression.
She immediately smiled and walked over to Feng Lu, handing her her phone and saying, Little Lu, could you please take a picture for us? Thank you. Feng Lu was taken aback, then instinctively took the phone. Chen Lingyun pulled Su Liang closer to the panda, striking a pose with a peace sign. Seeing Chen Lingyun and Su Liang standing together, Feng Lu was furious.
But having already accepted the call, it would be incredibly rude to back out now. Helpless, she could only suppress her annoyance and press the shutter. But after taking the picture, Chen Lingyun showed no sign of stopping, instead linking her arm with Su Liang's. With her head affectionately resting on Su Liang's shoulder, a sweet and happy expression on her face, she said to Feng Lu. Xiao Lu, the lighting is good here, take a few more pictures for us, thank you.
Although annoyed, Feng Lu still had to continue taking pictures.
Su Liang, on the other hand, was enjoying himself.
Next, Chen Lingyun pushed her luck, striking various poses.
Noticing that Feng Lu's expression was growing increasingly unpleasant, her eyes practically spitting fire, Su Liang quickly interrupted Chen Lingyun.
All right, Lingyun, we've taken quite a few photos. I'm a little hungry, let's go eat. Chen Lingyun reluctantly ended the photoshoot and skipped over to Feng Lu. Feng Lu expressionlessly handed over her phone. Chen Lingyun smiled and took the phone, flipping through the photos with delight. Wow, Xiao Lu, your photography skills are amazing. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to lunch. Feng Lu's eye twitched. The close-up shots were a bit overdone.
The three of them then walked out of the zoo together.
Chen Lingyun was very happy along the way, chattering about Chengdu's specialties, then turned to Su Liang and asked, Brother Liang, what do you want to eat? There are so many delicious things to eat in Chengdu. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, and he said meaningfully. Since we're here, of course we have to try everything. I've heard the private kitchen dishes here are really special. Chen Lingyun patted her heavy conscience. Absolutely. I know a place that will make sure Liang Ji's trip is worthwhile. Feng Lu silently followed beside her, listening to Su Liang and Chen Lingyun chatting and laughing, and felt increasingly annoyed. Are they treating me like I'm invisible? No way, I have to do something. Suddenly, an idea struck her. So she pretended her legs went weak, her body swaying, and she fell towards Su Liang. Su Liang quickly reached out and caught her, asking with concern. Xiao Lu, are you all right? Being held in Su Liang's arms, enveloped in the familiar warmth, filled her with a sense of security. Meeting Su Liang's gaze, she avoided his eyes and stammered. Maybe my sprained ankle hasn't fully healed yet, and I accidentally strained it just now. This was the first time she had lied, and she was incredibly nervous. Chen Lingyun saw through her lie immediately and gritted her teeth in anger. This aloof school beauty is too scheming. However, she still showed concern on her face. Xiao Lu, is it serious? Should we take you to the hospital? Don't let it become a chronic condition. Feng Lu waved her hands frantically. No, I'll be fine after resting for a while, it's not that serious. Although she said that, she still nestled in Su Liang's arms and wouldn't get up. Alright, let's go eat first. You can sit and rest properly at the restaurant. Su Liang helped Feng Lu walk slowly forward. Chen Lingyun followed behind angrily. Chapter 376 Jealousy and Rivalry. Two women make a drama. Noon. Chen Lingyun drove, with Su Liang and Feng Lu in tow, and stopped in front of a private restaurant. After parking, she got out of the car. She hurried to the back seat and opened the door. After Su Liang got out, she looked at Feng Lu with concern. Xiao Lu, is your foot all right? Let me help you. She was being so kind so that Feng Lu wouldn't have to cling to Su Liang. The thought of it made her uncomfortable. Feng Lu really wanted to continue clinging to Su Liang, but Chen Lingyun's words made it difficult for her to continue. She could only force a smile. No need, I rested for a while, and I feel much better now. Chen Lingyun didn't want Feng Lu to fall into Su Liang's arms again, or for him to offer to help her. So, after Feng Lu got out of the car, she warmly stepped forward to support her. Be careful, you might get hurt again. Feng Lu quickly waved her hand. I'm really fine. Chen Lingyun acted as if she hadn't heard, insisting on supporting her, which Feng Lu couldn't refuse. As soon as the three entered the restaurant, a waiter warmly greeted them. Seeing two stunningly beautiful women with Su Liang, the waiter was taken aback, feeling a pang of envy and jealousy. However, she had to maintain a respectful demeanor. After all, the customer is king. Feng Lu slightly raised her chin and said to the waiter, Please get us a good seat. Alright, this way, please. The waiter led the way, and the three arrived at a window seat with a wide view. Chen Lingyun helped Feng Lu sit down and turned to the waiter. Please bring the menu. A moment later, the menu was handed to Chen Lingyun. She didn't even look at it, directly handing the menu to Su Liang with a sweet smile. Brother Liang, take a look and order whatever you like, it's on me today. The waiter watched from the side. Is this guy a gigolo? He gritted his teeth inwardly, he hated these handsome, freeloading gigolos the most. Because he didn't have the ability to be a gigolo. Su Liang took the menu, picked out a few dishes that looked good, and then handed it to Chen Lingyun. I've ordered, you guys take a look too. Chen Lingyun then passed it to Feng Lu. Xiao Lu, see what you want to eat. Feng Lu shook her head. Anything's fine with me, you order. Chen Lingyun thought for a moment, added a few more dishes, and then handed the menu to the waiter. She told him to tell the kitchen to hurry up. Soon afterward, the food was served one after another. A large table full of food, all looking and smelling delicious, making one's mouth water. Chen Lingyun greeted them warmly. Brother Liang, Xiao Lu, let's eat. Don't be shy.
she said, picking up a dish and placing it in Su Liang's bowl. Her face was full of anticipation. Brother Liang, try this, the food here is really good. Feng Lu had just picked up her chopsticks to take a bite. Seeing Chen Lingyun's action, she paused, picked up the dish, and placed it in Su Liang's bowl. Brother Liang, this is for you. Chen Lingyun thought to herself that this was a formidable rival. The two stunning beauties were dining together, and although the waiter had left, he was still watching them closely. They were all dumbfounded. They had initially thought it was just Chen Lingyun and Su Liang who were involved. They hadn't expected that the aloof beauty would be so intimate with him. Who was this guy? Chen Lingyun snorted inwardly and continued to serve Su Liang food. Feng Lu wasn't going to be outdone. The two women were locked in a fierce competition. Before long, the food in Su Liang's bowl was almost overflowing. Su Liang enjoyed watching the two women bickering. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Thank you, but don't just focus on me, you two eat too. Then he served each of them a dish. Feng Lu was fine, but Chen Lingyun's face flushed instantly. This was the first time a man had ever served her food. Chapter 377. Why is your face so red? She's been turned into a punching bag. Feng Lu didn't seem to mind Su Liang picking up food for her. She was like a dish that had been completely eaten. She elegantly picked up some food and put it in her mouth. As she ate, suddenly, Feng Lu's hand trembled uncontrollably, almost dropping her chopsticks. Her face instantly turned bright red, her eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. Because she felt a foot pawing at her calf. And without even looking, she knew the foot was coming from Su Liang, who was sitting opposite her. Feng Lu cast a pleading look at Su Liang. Su Liang seemed not to notice, urging the two women to eat. Eat more, we're going to visit the next attraction this afternoon, don't be too tired. After a pause, she looked at Chen Lingyun and asked with a smile. Lingyun, you're the tour guide, where are we visiting this afternoon? Chen Lingyun tilted her head in thought for a moment. Brother Liang, according to our travel itinerary, the nearest one is an amusement park. Shall we go there? She looked at Su Liang expectantly. Going to an amusement park with someone you like sounds so romantic. Su Liang shrugged. I have no objection, it depends on you too. Chen Lingyun was immediately delighted and looked at Feng Lu beside her. Xiao Lu, what do you think? Feng Lu was currently annoyed by Su Liang's restless feet, her mind a mess, and she blurted out unconsciously. Exciting. Chen Lingyun stared at her in astonishment. What did you say? Feng Lu came to her senses, realizing she had misspoke, and quickly corrected herself, blushing. I am fine with anything, anything is okay. Chen Lingyun didn't think much of it. Seeing that Feng Lu didn't object, she immediately smiled and clapped her hands. Then it's settled, we'll go to the amusement park this afternoon. She picked up her chopsticks to continue eating. But then she noticed that Feng Lu's face was flushed, the blush spreading to her ears, and beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. Chen Lingyun put down her chopsticks and asked with concern. Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Is your foot still injured? Should we go to the hospital? Feng Lu looked flustered, her eyes darting around as she waved her hand. No, I'm fine. Chen Lingyun blinked. Then why is your face so red? Feng Lu fanned herself with her hand and gave a dry laugh. I feel a little hot. Chen Lingyun glanced at the 16-degree air conditioner. It's often said that men like mischievous women, while women like silly men. This applies to Feng Lu at this moment. However, it's not very applicable anymore. At least for now, Feng Lu felt absolutely no affection for Su Liang, and secretly hated him with a vengeance. Seeing Feng Lu's pitiful appearance, Su Liang stopped teasing her. If he ruined her now, there would be no more fun later. He slowly lowered his foot. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, women really are made of water. Feng Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to endure the foot-guided tour. Afraid of being noticed, she quickly made up an excuse. I'm going to the restroom. Watching Feng Lu's departing figure, Chen Lingyun scratched her head, looking puzzled.
Why does this aloof school beauty seem a little strange today?
A while later, Feng Lu returned. Her face was still flushed, and she sat silently in her seat, looking at the food spread across the table without much appetite. Su Liang placed some food in Feng Lu's bowl, his tone leaving no room for refusal.
Xiao Lu, you didn't eat much just now, eat more, don't go hungry. Although reluctant, Feng Lu didn't dare to say anything, burying her head in her food like a doormat. Chapter 378 No comparison, no harm. After the three finished lunch, Chen Lingyun couldn't wait to suggest something. Brother Liang, let's go to the amusement park now.
Su Liang glanced at the sky outside.
Now. Chen Lingyun immediately came closer, took Su Liang's arm, and said coquettishly, shaking it gently.
It's sunny outside, but we can go to the amusement park and play some indoor rides.
Having been offered such a perk, how could Su Liang refuse? He agreed. All right, whatever you say. Chen Lingyun immediately beamed.
Then, she turned to Feng Lu sitting beside her, her tone slightly tentative.
Where's Xiao Lu? Are you coming with us? Your leg isn't very good, how about I treat you to afternoon tea at a tea house?
Her eyes were full of expectation.
Feng Lu knew exactly what she was up to. No need, Lingyun, my leg is fine now.
Chen Lingyun said with some regret. However, she quickly suppressed her thoughts and turned to wave at the waiter who had been secretly watching them. The waiter hurried over.
Chen Lingyun said. The bill, please. Okay, just a moment.
The waiter turned and quickly left, returning a moment later with the bill. Sir, madam, your total bill is. Before he could finish speaking, a fair hand reached out, holding a card. It wasn't Chen Lingyun who offered the card, but the usually quiet Feng Lu. Her tone brooked no refusal.
Swipe the card. Chen Lingyun panicked and quickly reached out to stop her. Xiao Lu, didn't we agree I'd treat? What are you doing?
Feng Lu shook her head.
You treated us to the zoo this morning, how can I let you pay for dinner? I can't always let you spend money. Chen Lingyun also took out her card. I already told Liang Ji I was here.
I'm the host from Rongqing, so I'll cover all the expenses for his trip.
Don't argue with me. Feng Lu retorted. I'm from Rongqing too.
Since I came with you, I should also contribute to the cost. Chen Lingyun was about to say something when Su Liang intervened.
All right, Lingyun, let Lulu pay this time. You can treat next time.
Chen Lingyun pouted, but swallowed her words. Inwardly, however, she gritted her teeth.
This aloof school beauty is too cunning. Even treating me is a struggle.
The waiter nearby was dumbfounded. On the surface, it seemed like two women were arguing over the bill. But he saw two stunning beauties fighting over one man.
Judging from their words, this man wasn't even from the area. Why should he?
He couldn't help but glance at Su Liang a few more times.
He's just a bit handsome. He's got a good physique. He seems to have some money too? Nothing special.
Seeing the waiter looking confused, Feng Lu waved her hand in front of him.
Are you all right?
The waiter snapped out of his daze, gave an awkward smile, and quickly took the card.
I'm fine, I'll swipe the card right away.
After swiping the card, the three of them got up and left the restaurant.
The waiter watched Su Liang's retreating figure, his face contorted with jealousy.
Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a young man not far away, staring intently at the three of them.
It was Lin Xian, who had come along with them.
The waiter suddenly felt a lot better. No comparison, no hurt.
Although he couldn't have such a stunning beauty, at least he had a girlfriend.
And there was this single guy.
Chapter 379 A miraculous appearance before the public. The two excited women. Although it was afternoon, the amusement park was still bustling with people. Chen Lingyun had bought tickets online in advance and led Su Liang and Feng Lu into the amusement park. A variety of amusement facilities came into view. Carousels, roller coasters, drop towers.
Because the sun was blazing, Chen Lingyun decided to try some indoor rides first, and the group headed towards an entertainment hall. As soon as they entered, they heard a burst of laughter. In front of a row of claw machines, many people were trying to win plush toys. Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Su Liang's arm and shook it, saying, "Brother Liang, let's go win some plush toys." Seeing Su Liang being pulled away, Feng Lu had no choice but to follow. Chen Lingyun first bought a basket of tokens. She divided them into 3 portions, one for herself, and one each for Su Liang and Feng Lu. Su Liang thought this was too childish. "You guys play, I'll just watch from the side." Chen Lingyun didn't care whether he wanted to or not, shoving a basket into his hands and pulling the 2 of them to a claw machine. She deliberately goaded them. "Let's try together, we're already here, Liang Ji, you're not worried about not winning, are you?" Feng Lu watched somewhat awkwardly from the side. She was socially awkward and had never played these kinds of games before, so she felt very uncomfortable. Seeing her unease, Su Liang took her hand and showed her how to play. "Little Lulu, look at this lever, it controls the direction of the claw. First, move it towards the plush toy you want to grab, then at the right moment, press this button, try it." Feng Lu blinked, looking at the cute, fluffy plush toys in the claw machine. They seemed quite interesting. She mustered her courage and inserted a coin. But it wasn't that easy. Every time she was about to grab the toy, she would suddenly lose her grip, and the toy would fall back to its original position. Feng Lu grew increasingly anxious, and finally, unable to catch it, she stomped her foot and said, "I'm not playing anymore. This is too hard. I can't catch it at all." Su Liang, seeing her pouty expression, couldn't help but laugh and patted her shoulder. "I'll try for you." He inserted a coin, grabbed the toy Feng Lu had been trying to grab, and carried it to the exit. It wasn't that he was luckier than Feng Lu. He used his telekinesis to cheat. Feng Lu was both surprised and delighted, reaching out to pick up the toy. The commotion attracted Chen Lingyun's attention. She hadn't won any, and seeing Su Liang win so easily, she quickly called out, "Brother Liang, come help me win one too." Su Liang went over and used the same trick again, easily winning the plush toy. Chen Lingyun cheered excitedly. "Wow, Brother Liang, you're amazing." Then, she pointed to another plush toy in the machine, her face full of anticipation. "Brother Liang, I want this one too, it's so cute." When Su Liang won another plush toy for her. "I want more, I want more." Su Liang cheated using his telekinesis, winning every time. Before long, Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu were carrying a huge pile of plush toys. This astonished everyone around them. They'd spent ages trying to catch the plush toys, wasting so many coins, and only managed to catch 1 or 2. Su Liang, on the other hand, had caught so many that he couldn't carry them all. While they'd caught the toys, Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu were facing a dilemma. What to do with so many toys? They couldn't possibly take them all home, could they? Would they still be able to play? Chen Lingyun looked to Su Liang for help. "Brother Liang, what should we do?" Noticing there were quite a few children around, Su Liang smiled and said, "We don't need that many, you can just give them away." The 2 girls did as he said, receiving a wave of gratitude, and they both smiled happily. Chapter 380. The smile won't disappear, but it will shift. After distributing the dolls to the children, Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu received many thanks from them. Seeing the smiles on their faces, the 2 women were very satisfied. Afterwards, Su Liang accompanied the 2 women as they continued walking, chatting, and laughing along the way. They hadn't walked far when a stall caught their attention. It was a ring toss game. The stall was displaying all sorts of items, exquisite dolls, pretty trinkets. At that moment, a young couple was playing. The boy held a ring and threw it at the item he wanted. The girl cheered him on from the side. "Honey, come on, you can do it." However, after throwing more than a dozen rings, they hadn't gotten anything. The girl's smile had long since faded. She snatched the remaining rings from the boy's hand with a look of disgust. "Oof, look at your clumsy hands, I'd be better." With that, she casually tossed the ring onto a plush toy.
Perhaps she was incredibly lucky. The ring arced through the air before landing squarely on the plush toy. The girl was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with surprise. "Wow, I got it! I got it!" The boy was dumbfounded. Noticing his shocked expression, the girl snorted and said smugly, "See that? That's skill." The boy snapped out of his daze, praising her with a twitching smile. "You're amazing." Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up. She tugged at Su Liang's hand and said sweetly, "Brother Liang, let's play too. Look at that music box at the stall, it's so pretty." Feng Lu frowned. "I heard that many of these ring toss games are rigged. It's really hard to get a ring on. Let's not go." Chen Lingyun was unconvinced. "Look, that girl got it, so it's possible. Let's try too. And it won't cost much." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Su Liang's hand and led him towards the stall. Feng Lu reluctantly followed. Upon approaching, Chen Lingyun asked the owner, "Boss, how do you play this?" The owner was a middle-aged man with shrewd eyes that gleamed with intelligence. He maintained a warm smile as he enthusiastically explained. "Young lady, 10 rings for 100 yuan. You can take whatever you ring." Chen Lingyun didn't hesitate and pulled out her money. "Boss, give me 30. She gave 10 rings to Su Liang and Feng Lu, keeping 10 for herself. Eager to try their luck, they prepared to show off their skills. Chen Lingyun spotted a music box, one of the most valuable items on the stall, and also the furthest away. She took a deep breath, picked up the first ring, aimed at the music box, and threw it with all her might. But it flew straight over the head. This time, she learned her lesson and controlled her strength, but because she didn't throw it hard enough, she didn't hit anything. Undeterred, Chen Lingyun adjusted the angle on her third throw. The ring wobbled towards the music box. Just as it was about to land on the box, it bounced off the edge. "Oh dear, just a little bit short, what a pity. Keep trying." The middle-aged shop owner smiled encouragingly from the side. It was the same old rhetoric. These guys were obviously easy targets. He wanted to make as much money as possible from them. The 4th time, the 5th time. Before long, she only had 2 rings left, and Chen Lingyun's excitement finally wore off. She was a little annoyed. Twice she was just a hair's breadth away. Seeing Su Liang and Feng Lu watching, Chen Lingyun said, "Xiao Lu, brother Liang, you guys should try too." Feng Lu shook her head hesitantly. Su Liang smiled and stepped forward. He picked up the ring toss ring, flicked his wrist slightly, and the ring traced an arc in the air. It landed squarely on the music box. "Ah, this." The shop owner's smile vanished, shifting to the 2 women. Chapter 381 hit a brick wall. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Sunlight streamed into the bustling ring toss game booth at the amusement park. A large crowd had gathered there. Su Liang made his move. The ring toss in his hand traced an arc and landed steadily on a prize. Chen Lingyun's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape. She really wanted to stuff something into her mouth. Coming to her senses, she darted forward and grabbed Su Liang's arm. Her voice rose several decibels with excitement. "Wow, Liang Ji, you got it. I tried so many times and couldn't get it, but you got it right away. Liang Ji, you're amazing." The onlookers gasped at the sight, seemingly contributing to global warming. Especially the couple from before. The guy had tried so many rings without success. His girlfriend, though she got one, only won a small prize not far away. Seeing Su Liang easily win one of the most expensive prizes, the girl was furious. She stomped on the boy's foot, saying irritably, "Look at other people's boyfriends, and then look at you, you good for nothing." The boy yelped in pain, his face contorted in a constipated expression, completely bewildered. How did this guy do that? His luck is just too good. Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu both heard the girl's words. Chen Lingyun's face flushed instantly. But inside, she felt a sweet warmth. She was Liang Ji's girlfriend. Feng Lu, however, felt a pang of jealousy. She bit her lip,
wanting to say that Su Liang and Chen Lingyun actually had nothing to do with each other. But she was socially awkward, and with so many eyes staring at her, she opened her mouth, but couldn't bring herself to speak. The most shocked person, however, was the ring toss vendor. He had rigged the rings he gave them beforehand. He had calculated that none of them would win. He knew these young people's minds all too well. They wanted to impress the pretty girl. If they didn't win, they'd definitely buy more rings and keep playing. But today, he'd run into a brick wall. Just then, Chen Lingyun seemed to remember something and turned to the vendor. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Bring me that concert ticket." The middle-aged vendor snapped out of his daze. With so many eyes watching, he couldn't back out, no matter how unwilling he was. He could only reluctantly go and get the music box. Chen Lingyun happily accepted the music box. Coming to this amusement park was definitely the right decision. She received 2 gifts from Liang Go right away. She looked at Su Liang with admiration, blinking her big eyes and asking, "Liang Go, how did you do that? You got it in one go. That's amazing." Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Chen Lingyun was thrilled. "Really? Yay! Liang Ge, you're so great." Immediately, she eagerly stood in front of Su Liang, looking ready to try. Su Liang walked behind her, extended his hands, and took Chen Lingyun's hands holding the ring toss rings. "First, hold the rings like this, then aim at the prize you want. Don't use too much force, just gently flick the rings out. Try it." Chen Lingyun blushed crimson to her ears as Su Liang pulled her into his arms, her heart pounding. She couldn't hear a word Su Liang was saying. Holding the ring toss ring, she remained motionless for a long time. Seeing her lack of reaction, Su Liang leaned down and asked in her ear, "Lingyun, what's wrong?" Chen Lingyun stammered. What? Try it." Okay, brother Liang." She took a deep breath, and without knowing what Su Liang had taught her, casually tossed the ring to the ground. Feng Lu, watching this scene, felt a pang of jealousy and gritted her teeth. Chapter 382 Jealousy Rage. Being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. A colorful plastic ring traced a graceful arc through the air. It landed precisely on the base of an item. Wow! A gasp rippled through the crowd. Chen Lingyun was stunned for a moment, then reacted, turning around and grabbing Su Liang's hand. "Brother Liang! I won! I really won!" Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Su Liang watched her jubilant expression, a smile playing on his lips, and ruffled her hair. Really good. Actually, it wasn't that he had taught Chen Lingyun in one go. He had used his telekinesis to help her cheat. The stall owner behind the stall had a face so dark it could drip water. After a long while, he reluctantly walked over, picked up the item he had won, and handed it to Chen Lingyun. "Thank you, boss." Chen Lingyun took the item, her mood brightening considerably. "I was just lucky last time, let me try again." Saying this, she picked up the second ring, recalling the posture Su Liang had taught her. She took a deep breath, flicked her wrist, and tossed the ring. With another whoosh, the plastic ring traced a perfect arc through the air, landing perfectly on the ornament. "I got it again." Chen Lingyun's eyes widened, then she rushed to Su Liang's side with a face full of admiration, looking up at him. "Brother Liang, you're amazing." He only showed her a little, and she could easily snag the ring. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Everyone had seen Chen Lingyun's previous attempts at snag the rings without a sound. She had been getting them one after another without saying a word. How come after just one pointer from Su Liang, she seemed to have suddenly figured it out? This was too unreasonable. Even the girl in the couple not far away couldn't help but tug at her boyfriend's arm and whisper, "Look at him, how good he is. Why don't you ask that handsome guy to teach me?" The boy's face flushed red. His eyes were full of frustration as he looked at Su Liang, but he couldn't find the words to argue. Chen Lingyun didn't notice the stares of those around her. she set her sights on another item at the stall.
I want to try ring toss too. The stall owner wiped away a bead of sweat. If Chen Lingyun kept going like this, he'd go bankrupt.
But just then, Feng Lu, who had been standing silently to the side, couldn't sit still any longer. She mustered her courage and stepped forward. She tugged at Su Liang's sleeve, her voice tinged with shyness.
Brother Liang, I want to learn ring toss too. Can you teach me?
Su Liang looked at her, a smile flashing in his eyes.
Wasn't this the kind of competition he wanted to see between Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu?
He nodded slightly, his tone gentle.
Okay, come on, stand here.
Feng Lu walked to the ring toss line, and Su Liang stepped forward, gently pressing his hand against her back. He took her hands in his, adjusting her posture.
Relax your wrists, don't tense them, yes, lock your gaze on the target.
This scene completely stunned the surrounding crowd. Just now, Su Liang and Chen Lingyun were so intimate that everyone assumed they were a couple. But now he was instructing Feng Lu like this.
What exactly is the relationship between these three?
The boys watching Su Liang were all filled with envy and jealousy.
He's so lucky. Two stunning beauties are fawning over him. I'm so jealous, why isn't it me? Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want?
Feng Lu was held tightly in Su Liang's arms, her back pressed against his warm chest. Her ears instantly turned bright red, and her heart pounded. Chen Lingyun, watching their intimate pose, gritted her teeth, consumed by jealousy.
Chapter 383. Su Liang is surrounded by women on both sides. My heart is shattered.
Feng Lu stood in front of the ring toss stall, held in Su Liang's arms, her mind a jumble of emotions. Hearing Su Liang softly say, "Throw it." Almost instinctively, she raised her hand and tossed the plastic ring. It traced a light, airy arc through the air. Seemingly aimless, yet guided by an unseen force of will, it landed steadily on the most eye-catching women's watch in the last row. That was one of the most expensive and attention-grabbing prizes at the stall.
I won.
Feng Lu reacted instantly, her eyes lighting up, and she covered her mouth in surprise. The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs.
My God, that's unbelievable.
I just saw that girl couldn't even hold the ring properly, but that handsome guy gave her a pointer, and she just casually tossed it and won the most expensive one.
That handsome guy is amazing.
Not only is he good-looking, but he's also incredibly skilled. Many girls who had come in groups cast admiring glances at Su Liang, their eyes filled with undisguised amazement. This made their boyfriends incredibly jealous. Their faces turned ashen. They had to quickly drag their girlfriends away. If they stayed any longer, their girlfriends might become someone else's fangirls.
But their feet wouldn't obey them.
On one hand, they didn't want to leave this lively scene. On the other hand, they were genuinely curious about the relationship between Su Liang and the two beautiful and elegant women beside him.
The middle-aged stall owner's face was even more unpleasant than if he had swallowed a fly.
From the moment Su Liang brought Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun over, he couldn't stand the guy's arm around two women. He'd secretly tampered with the ring toss game for the three of them, making the weight and elasticity different from ordinary rings.
He thought he'd embarrass these glamorous young people.
But he'd run into a brick wall. The shopkeeper was kicking himself.
But with so many onlookers, he couldn't back out.
He could only grit his teeth and reluctantly bend down to pick up the box of women's watches. Feng Lu took the watch box, her expression still one of shock. She'd never played ring toss before. On her first try, she'd won the most valuable prize. A feeling of gratitude welled up inside her for Su Liang. Her gaze towards him held a newfound dependence. Su Liang, seeing her excited expression, smiled and said,
"Don't just stand there, try again." Feng Lu nodded, about to take the ring toss from Su Liang. A voice suddenly broke in. My turn. My turn. It's my turn.
Chen Lingyun shoved Feng Lu aside. Grabbing his arm with both hands, she shook it, looking at him expectantly. Brother Liang, I just got one, and you helped Xiaolu get such a pretty watch, you can't be biased. Su Liang reached out and ruffled her hair. Okay, this time it's your turn, just follow the method I taught you.
Chen Lingyun's cheeks flushed slightly at his words.
Her eyes darted away as she said, Brother Liang, the key points you mentioned earlier, I completely forgot them.
Could you teach me again, please? Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers understood.
So they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Judging from the girl's expression, she was clearly actively pursuing this handsome guy.
Just who is this guy? Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle. No problem.
He stepped forward, ready to teach her step by step. But before he could even touch Chen Lingyun's hand, Feng Lu objected. She also moved closer to Su Liang, tugging at his sleeve, her tone tinged with grievance.
Brother Liang, you clearly promised to continue teaching me, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Lu, there are rules in everything. Brother Liang has already taught you, now it's my turn. Chen Lingyun immediately retorted.
She looked at Feng Lu defiantly. I don't care, Liang Ji promised me, so he has to teach me first.
Feng Lu refused to back down, sticking tightly to Su Liang and refusing to budge an inch. Chapter 384. The Fiend is finally gone. A narrow escape. Seeing Su Liang with one woman on each arm, the onlookers stared in disbelief. My God, what kind of divine scene is this?
Two such beautiful girls are actually fighting over one man, and both so proactively.
What does this guy have that he's so good for?
Are all the men in the world dead? With these two beauties' looks, they could have countless suitors on the street, so why are they so subservient in front of him?
Su Liang snapped at the two women.
Stop arguing, it's no big deal, let's learn together. As soon as he finished speaking, he put one arm around Feng Lu's waist and the other around Chen Lingyun's shoulder, pulling them in front of him.
Watch closely, relax your wrists.
The middle-aged shopkeeper beside him smirked coldly.
Humph, what an expert. With one arm around each woman, he can't even maintain a steady posture. I don't believe he can succeed this time.
He wanted to see how this kid would embarrass himself in front of everyone.
But the next second, something happened that completely devastated the stall owner. Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun followed Su Liang's instructions.
They threw the rings one after the other. The two tampered rings, as if they had eyes, accurately landed on the two most expensive prizes in the last row of the stall. An exquisite necklace and a high-end pair of headphones. The crowd was instantly stunned, then erupted into even louder cheers.
My God, that's amazing.
He taught one after another, and they both won the most expensive prizes.
He's a true master.
Although I'm jealous of him having two women on each side, I have to admit, he's really got some skills.
No way, I need him to teach me too. Maybe I can win a big prize too. Having landed her desired necklace, Chen Lingyun was overjoyed. She proudly held it up to show it off.
Hearing the whispers around her, her eyes darted around, and a bold idea popped into her head. She quietly tiptoed and, taking advantage of Su Liang's inattention, quickly kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, Chen Lingyun deliberately turned her head and gave Feng Lu a smug look. A provocative smile curled at the corner of her lips. She wanted to assert her dominance in front of everyone and solidify her status as Su Liang's girlfriend. She refused to believe that Feng Lu, the aloof school beauty, would dare to make such a bold move in front of so many people. Seeing Chen Lingyun's kiss on Su Liang's cheek, Feng Lu, standing to the side, froze. She was both angry and anxious, and immediately wanted to do the same. But she didn't dare to be affectionate with Su Liang in front of so many strangers. The men watching around, however, erupted in a commotion. Holy crap! This guy's got it all figured out. Two stunning beauties surrounding him, and she even offered him a kiss. Who could resist that kind of luck? Yeah, either of those women is a goddess, and he's got one on each arm. God's so unfair. If I had that kind of treatment, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Voices of envy, jealousy, and jeering rose and fell, everyone wishing they could take Su Liang's place. Feeling the intense gazes around him, Su Liang knew that staying any longer would only draw more attention. He picked up his overflowing bag of loot and said to the two women, "All right, that's enough. Let's go." Chen Lingyun nodded obediently and naturally reached out to help Su Liang carry a bag. Although Feng Lu was still sulking, seeing Su Liang carrying so much, she couldn't help but step forward and say in a stiff tone,
"Let me help you carry some."
Before Su Liang could refuse, she snatched a bag and followed behind him. Chen Lingyun glanced at Feng Lu, a secret smile playing on her lips, and followed Su Liang. Seeing the three leave, the owner of the ring toss stall slumped into his folding chair with a thud, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. His face wore the relief of surviving a close call.
These troublemakers are finally gone.
If he stays any longer, his little stall will really go bankrupt.
Chapter 385 Heaven's Favor.
The School Beauty's Mutual Schemes. Leaving the ring toss stall, Chen Lingyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed to the sky, laughing.
"Brother Liang, look."
Su Liang followed her gaze. A thick layer of clouds perfectly shielded the blazing sun, easing the heat. The weather's perfect. Chen Lingyun took Su Liang's arm, her voice cheerful.
"It's not so sunny now, let's go play on those rides over there."
Su Liang looked at her expectant eyes and nodded with a smile.
"Let's go."
Feng Lu silently followed behind the two, her gaze sweeping over the colorful amusement park rides in the distance. The Ferris wheel slowly turned, the pirate ship swayed high in the air, and a sense of anticipation rose in her heart. But seeing Chen Lingyun so close to Su Liang, her brows furrowed slightly. Stepping into the amusement area, a dazzling array of rides lined the streets, the sounds of music, screams, and laughter mingling together in a lively atmosphere.
Chen Lingyun's eyes widened in amazement.
She tugged at Su Liang's arm, looking left and right.
"Wow, that giant swing is so thrilling. And that haunted house looks so scary." She wanted to experience every single one with Su Liang.
But a glance out of the corner of her eye caught sight of Feng Lu. With this third wheel around, being alone with Liang Ji was impossible. She needed to find a way to shake her off. Chen Lingyun's eyes darted around, her gaze settling on the roller coaster in the distance. The roller coaster track wound and twisted, sometimes soaring high into the air, sometimes plunging down, and even featuring 360-degree rotations. Just looking at it made her scalp tingle. An idea struck her. She tightened her grip on Su Liang's arm, her voice sweet and soft.
"Liang Ji, let's go ride the roller coaster. Look at that track, it looks like it'll be really fun."
Su Liang followed her gaze. The roller coaster was rushing down a steep slope with a whoosh, and the passengers screamed.
He smiled. "Sure, as long as you're not scared."
Then, he turned to Feng Lu, his tone gentle.
"Little Lulu, what do you think? Want to come along?"
Chen Lingyun also smiled at Feng Lu, but a calculating glint was in her eyes. Feng Lu was rather quiet, looking like the kind of timid, obedient girl. She definitely wouldn't dare ride a thrilling roller coaster like that. Then, Feng Lu would just wait below, and he could be alone with Liang Ji.
Sure enough, Feng Lu's face paled the moment her gaze fell on the roller coaster.
Watching the roller coaster swerve through the air, even experiencing a near vertical drop, she felt dizzy. Her heart clenched. She swallowed hard, her voice weak.
"Brother Liang, maybe we should just forget about it. This looks too dangerous.
How about we go on the carousel or bumper cars?"
"The carousel is so boring." Chen Lingyun spoke before Su Liang could, then added understandingly.
"Okay, if you're scared, Xiaolu, you can go on the carousel for a while, or you can wait for us here.
Brother Liang and I will come back to find you right away after we finish this ride."
The words were beautifully phrased, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. If you're scared, don't come with me.
Let's go play together.
Feng Lu instantly understood Chen Lingyun's intention. She was deliberately trying to get rid of her so she could be alone with Liang Gu. A surge of competitive spirit suddenly welled up inside her.
Why should Chen Lingyun's word be law? Was she so certain that she wouldn't dare to go?
Feng Lu pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and despite her fear, she remained defiant.
Actually, I'm just thinking about safety. But since you're both not scared, then I'm not scared either. Let's go together.
Chen Lingyun's smile froze, and she looked at Feng Lu in disbelief.
How could she agree? She had miscalculated.
She should have suggested bungee jumping. Regretful as she was, the words were already spoken, and there was no going back. She could only nod reluctantly. Then okay, let's go together. Chapter 386. A plan failed. A good deed was done. The three arrived at the roller coaster entrance. There was a long queue, mostly young couples. They were excitedly discussing the thrilling experience to come. Feng stood in line, her eyes glued to the roller coaster tracks, her heart pounding. She silently encouraged herself. Su Liang noticed her nervousness and patted her shoulder. If you're really scared, we can skip it, it's okay. Feng shook her head, looking up at him with a determined gaze. It's alright, I can do it. She didn't want to show weakness in front of Chen Lingyun. And she didn't want to miss the chance to experience it with Liang Ji. Soon it was their turn. The roller coaster seats were side by side, so the three of them sat together. Su Liang was naturally sandwiched in the middle, with Chen Lingyun on his left and Feng Lu on his right. A staff member came over to check the safety bars. With a click, they fastened. Feng Lu's body tensed instinctively. As a beep sounded, the roller coaster slowly started moving, climbing steadily upwards. It's starting. Chen Lingyun seemed excited, glancing sideways at Feng Lu. Seeing Feng Lu's pale face, a smug smile played on her lips. Heh, who told you to come along? Feng Lu ignored her, her fists clenched. When the roller coaster reached its highest point, during the brief pause, the entire amusement park's scenery unfolded before their eyes. But no one had time to appreciate it. The next second, the car plunged downwards. Ah! A scream echoed through the air. Chen Lingyun couldn't help but scream too, but mostly out of excitement. Feng Lu, on the other hand, was terrified. Instinctively, she clung to Su Liang, gripping his arm tightly. She practically huddled in his arms, trembling uncontrollably. Su Liang freed one hand and patted her back to comfort her. Feeling Su Liang's touch, Feng Lu seemed less afraid and dared to open her eyes. Her body remained nestled in his arms. The roller coaster continued its journey along the track, sometimes flipping, sometimes swerving. The wind whistled in their ears, and screams rose and fell. Chen Lingyun was initially quite excited. But when she turned her head and saw Feng Lu almost entirely leaning against Su Liang's chest, and Su Liang was holding her, her face immediately froze. She had intended to send Feng Lu away so she could enjoy some time alone with Liang Ji. But instead, she had given Feng Lu the opportunity to get close to Liang Ji. How could Chen Lingyun tolerate this? She deliberately leaned closer to Su Liang as well. Her hand even clung to Su Liang's arm. Su Liang, sandwiched between them, enjoyed the softness on both sides. The joy was fleeting. After a series of twists and turns, the roller coaster slowly came to a stop at the platform. The continuous plunges and inversions left many girls pale and their legs trembling. Feng Lu was one of them. She had only taken half a step off the coast when her legs buckled, and she lurched forward. Careful! A hand caught her waist just in time. It was none other than Su Liang. I told you not to go, but you insisted. Now you're scared. Feng Lu's cheeks burned. She tried to stay upright, but Su Liang held her down. Don't be stubborn. I'll help you walk. Chen Lingyun followed behind, her brows slightly furrowed. Her suggestion to ride the roller coaster was clearly intended to make things difficult for Feng Lu. But it had ironically given Feng Lu an opportunity to get closer to Su Liang. There was someone even more upset than her. That was Lin Xin. Lin Xin had been following behind the group the whole time. He had witnessed firsthand Su Liang teaching the two girls how to play claw machines and ring toss, and then they rode the roller coaster together. Seeing the two girls throwing themselves at Su Liang, his heart was breaking, and his hatred for Su Liang was boundless. Chapter 387. A little bird leaning against her. Taking his daughter to a high place for a view. Seeing Feng Lu nestled against Su Liang like a little bird, Chen Lingyun felt a surge of annoyance. Her eyes darted around, and she said in a sweet voice, "Brother Liang, Lu, there's a giant swing right up ahead, want to try it?" That thing spins 360 degrees in midair, she didn't believe Feng Lu, with her delicate appearance, would dare to go on it. If she could get Feng Lu away, she could be alone with Su Liang. Su Liang looked at Feng Lu, whose face was still a little pale. "I'm fine, but Lu, you might not be able to handle it." Feng Lu knew exactly what Chen Lingyun was up to. She snorted inwardly, but feigned a timid expression. She tugged at Su Liang's arm and shook it. "Brother Liang, I'm feeling better, I'm okay. But could you come with me to ride the Ferris wheel first?" She looked up at the towering Ferris wheel in the distance, its cabin slowly turning. Back in the countryside, watching TV, she always dreamed of one day riding a Ferris wheel with someone she liked, seeing the world from above. "That sounds good, Lingyun, what do you think?" Su Liang looked at Chen Lingyun beside him. Feng Lu's tone was deliberately obedient. "If Lingyun wants to ride the giant swing, you can go first. Liang Ji and I will meet you after we ride the Ferris wheel." Trying to get me out of the way to be alone with Liang Ji? Dream on. Chen Lingyun gritted her teeth in anger, but forced a smile. "No, I suddenly want to ride the Ferris wheel too. The view from up there is so beautiful." She wasn't going to give these two a chance to be alone. Su Liang looked at the two school beauties secretly competing beside him, a smile flashing in his eyes, and went along with it. "Okay, then let's go together." The three of them entered the Ferris wheel cabin, and as the machinery started, the cabin slowly rose. Feng Lu looked out the window. The crowds below gradually dwindled to tiny dots, the carousel resembled a colorful disc, and the roller coaster track snaked like a silver serpent. A breeze slipped in through the window cracks, ruffling her hair. So high. She instinctively snuggled closer to Su Liang, the faint scent of his masculinity lingering in her nostrils, making her heart flutter sweetly. Seeing this, Chen Lingyun, not to be outdone, leaned towards Su Liang's other side, her voice sweet and charming. "Brother Liang, look at that castle over there, it's so beautiful." Su Liang's left arm was held by Feng Lu, and his right arm by Chen Lingyun, enjoying the soft warmth on both sides. After riding the Ferris wheel, Chen Lingyun couldn't resist pulling Su Liang's arm. "Brother Liang, let's go ride the giant swing," she said deliberately, afraid Feng Lu would refuse. "Xiao Lu, we went along with your wishes and rode the Ferris wheel, now it's my turn to choose an attraction." Feng Lu's heart skipped a beat. Just looking at the giant pendulum swinging in midair made her dizzy. But Chen Lingyun had put it that way, refusing would make her seem petty. She could only bite the bullet and agree. Su Liang noticed her fear and patted her hand. "If you're scared, it's okay if you don't go." "No need." Feng Lu immediately looked up, her stubbornness kicking in. "I'm not scared at all." On the giant pendulum, Feng Lu nervously gripped the safety bar. Chen Lingyun, however, seemed quite relaxed, even deliberately leaning closer to Su Liang and laughing. "Brother Liang, if you're scared later, I can lean on your shoulder." Su Liang flicked her on the forehead. "Teasing me now." The giant swing slowly rose, then suddenly plummeted downwards, followed by a violent swing. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the air. Feng Lu, eyes closed, gripped Su Liang's hand tightly. Chen Lingyun, though also screaming, didn't forget to snuggle into Su Liang's arms. Chapter 388 Double Bungee Jump. Feng Lu was starting to fall for it. The dizziness from the giant swing hadn't completely subsided when Chen Lingyun grabbed Su Liang's arm, her eyes shining as she pointed to the drop tower not far away. "Brother Liang, this is so much fun. Let's go ride that." Su Liang looked at Feng Lu, whose face was pale beside him. "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" I'm fine." Feng Lu forced a smile. When the giant swing reached its highest point, she almost thought she was going to fly out. Only Su Liang holding her hand prevented her from crying. But she couldn't back down. If she did, Chen Lingyun would have an even greater chance to cling to Su Liang. Chen Lingyun glanced at Feng Lu, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips, and pulled Su Liang towards the drop tower. "Hurry up, there aren't many people, no need to queue." Whoosh! The drop tower shot into the air and then plummeted down abruptly. The feeling of weightlessness made Feng Lu squeeze her eyes shut.
Chen Lingyun screamed with excitement.
They then tried several more thrilling rides, a canyon swing, go-karts. As they played, Chen Lingyun became increasingly excited, while Feng Lu's steps faltered. Chen Lingyun glanced at Feng Lu, her eyes darting around before pointing to the bungee jumping tower in the distance.
Let's go bungee jumping next. I love that feeling of soaring. Hearing the word bungee jumping, Feng Lu's face stiffened.
The previous ride was already her limit.
Jumping from dozens of meters high?
Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle.
Let's change it, it's too dangerous. Chen Lingyun was resolute.
If Xiao Lu is scared, just wait for us here.
Brother Liang came with us, of course we should have fun. We can't leave with regrets, right? Feng Lu bit her lip, internally torn. Brother Liang.
Chen Lingyun tugged at Su Liang's arm, acting coquettishly.
Shall we go?
Just once, okay. Su Liang ruffled her hair, then looked at Feng Lu.
Xiao Lu, you rest here for a bit, we'll come back to you after we're done. Feng Lu didn't say anything more.
Seeing Su Liang and Chen Lingyun walk towards the bungee jumping tower, she followed. Even if they didn't ride, she would keep an eye on them.
She absolutely couldn't let Chen Lingyun bother Su Liang. Glancing at Feng Lu following behind, Chen Lingyun didn't say anything. As long as Feng Lu didn't cause trouble.
A crowd had gathered around the bungee jumping platform. Seeing Su Liang and Chen Lingyun approach, they began to whisper among themselves. Wow, that guy is so handsome, and the girl is so beautiful, they're such a perfect match.
Are they a couple?
They're such a perfect couple. Hearing these comments, Chen Lingyun proudly raised her chin, tightening her grip on Su Liang's arm.
Feng Lu, listening nearby, was furious. A perfect match? What a load of rubbish. That Chen Lingyun, all she does is put on airs. A staff member warmly greeted them, smiling as they saw the two acting intimately. Would you two like to try tandem bungee jumping? We happen to have a spot available. Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up, and before Su Liang could speak, she nodded. Yes, we'll try tandem.
She finished, giving Feng Lu a defiant look, her eyes seeming to say, "You little brat, you're still too green to mess with me." Feng Lu's face flushed with anger, wishing she could rush up and pull them apart.
Tank bungee jumping? Isn't that something only couples do? Chen Lingyun was going too far. At this moment, Chen Lingyun pulled Su Liang towards the equipment area.
Brother Liang, hurry up, I can't wait.
The staff helped them fasten their safety ropes.
Chen Lingyun smiled broadly the whole time, waving to Feng Lu below the platform.
Feng Lu stood below, watching them stand side by side, feeling a bittersweet mix of emotions.
Originally, she was very angry about Su Liang's various misdeeds, but under Chen Lingyun's competitive spirit, she was slowly succumbing.
Ready? The staff member asked with a smile. Chen Lingyun took a deep breath, gripped Su Liang's hand tightly, and gave him a bright smile.
Brother Liang, let's jump together.
Chapter 389. Let's jump together. Brother Liang, me too. At the edge of the bungee jumping platform, a cool breeze ruffled Chen Lingyun's hair.
She clung tightly to Su Liang, her heart racing as she inhaled his faint masculine scent. Brother Liang, let's jump together. She looked up at Su Liang, her eyes sparkling. As she spoke, she subtly glanced at Feng Lu below the platform. The girl stood by the railing, staring intently at them, her face clearly showing her anger.
Chen Lingyun felt a surge of smugness. Brother Liang is mine, and no one can take him away. Su Liang, seeing her expectant gaze, smiled helplessly and didn't refuse. Okay.
Then I'll count to 3 and jump.
Chen Lingyun took a deep breath.
She tightened her arms, hugging Su Liang's waist like a koala, her cheek almost pressed against his chest.
1, 2, 3.
The words fell, and the two leaped simultaneously. The feeling of weightlessness washed over them, the wind whistling past their ears, shattering all other sounds.
Unlike the others, Chen Lingyun didn't scream, instead, she buried her face even deeper.
Feeling the firm chest and strong heartbeat in her arms, she couldn't help but smile.
This thrill of falling side by side with Su Liang was more captivating than any amusement park ride.
Su Liang wrapped his arms around Chen Lingyun, preventing her from hitting the safety rope due to the swaying. The bungee cord tightened sharply at the lowest point, propelling the two upwards, then slowly descending, swinging back and forth. Only when the amplitude gradually decreased did the staff below operate the robotic arm to gently lower them to the ground.
As soon as they landed, staff rushed to their aid. Even after being untied, Chen Lingyun was still reluctant to give up. That was so exciting. Liang Ji, what did you think?
Not bad. The two walked back side by side, chatting and laughing. Chen Lingyun glanced at Su Liang every now and then, her affection for him impossible to hide. When they reached the entrance, they met Feng Lu's gaze. The girl stood there, her lips tightly pressed together, and seeing this, she became even more annoyed.
Xiao Lu.
Chen Lingyun deliberately raised her voice, grabbed Su Liang's arm and shook it, a smug smile on her face.
You have no idea how exhilarating it was.
The moment I jumped, I felt like all my worries were blown away by the wind.
Especially when I bounced up, it felt like I could fly.
She described it vividly, her eyes constantly glancing at Feng Lu's expression. Seeing the other girl's brows furrowing deeper and deeper, she felt even more amused.
That sounds pretty interesting. Feng Lu replied curtly.
But her eyes were fixed on Su Liang, filled with grievance. After showing off for a while, Chen Lingyun turned to Su Liang, asking expectantly.
Brother Liang, shall we play again?
Or go try that high-flying chairlift? Su Liang glanced at the sky, the sun was almost setting behind the mountains.
We've been playing all afternoon, we're all hungry.
Let's go eat first.
Ah, okay.
Chen Lingyun was a little disappointed, then her eyes lit up again.
I know a seafood restaurant that's super delicious, I'll take you there.
She was about to pull Su Liang away when Feng Lu's voice suddenly came from behind.
Liang, brother Liang, I want a bungee jump too.
Su Liang paused, turning back in surprise. Didn't you say you were scared?
Chen Lingyun was also stunned, staring at Feng Lu in astonishment.
Feng Lu met Su Liang's gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she didn't back down.
Lingyun said it looked so fun, I want to try it too. She paused, then added. Brother Liang, you've already gone with Lingyun, you won't refuse me, right?
Su Liang certainly wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to get closer to the female lead. Of course. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Chen Lingyun quickly said. Xiao Lu, bungee jumping isn't fun at all.
I was exaggerating just now.
And it's extremely dangerous.
What if the rope breaks?
No, I asked, the equipment here is very safe.
Feng Lu interrupted her, taking Su Liang's arm. Brother Liang, let's go. Watching the two disappear into the distance, Chen Lingyun felt like crying.
She should have known better than to show off in front of Feng Lu.
Chapter 390. The smile won't disappear, it will only shift. Let's go. Su Liang patted Chen Lingyun's hand and followed Feng Lu towards the bungee jumping platform.
Chen Lingyun stood there, watching their backs as they walked side by side, stomping her foot in anger. This Feng Lu, usually acting all aloof, but she knows how to play tricks when it matters.
Oof. Does she really think she can steal Liang Ji away like this? On the bungee jumping platform, staff helped the two secure themselves with their safety ropes. Feng Lu stood on the edge and looked down.
The height of tens of meters made her instantly dizzy, and she instinctively shrank back, her face turning pale.
Don't be afraid.
Su Liang's voice rang in her ears.
The next second, she was pulled into a warm embrace.
Su Liang wrapped his arms around her waist, his strength reassuring. Close your eyes when you jump. Feng Lu's cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and her fear actually dissipated considerably. She gave a soft and tentatively wrapped her arms around his back. Not far away, Chen Lingyun watched this scene through a gap in the railing, her teeth itching with anger. She wanted nothing more than to rush up and pull the two apart. That little green tea, Feng Lu.
Ready?
A staff member asked. Su Liang looked down at Feng Lu in his arms, her eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. He made a gesture. Then, he plummeted down with Feng Lu in his arms. The wind howled again, but Feng Lu didn't scream as expected. Being held by Su Liang felt reassuring. It wasn't as scary as she thought. She even dared to peek through a crack at the rapidly passing scenery, then closed her eyes again, burying her face deeper. Chen Lingyun angrily went to the exit to wait. Seeing Su Liang and Feng Lu emerge, she greeted them somewhat unhappily, speaking curtly. "Let's go, let's have a seafood feast." She stopped nagging about playing other activities. This time, Feng Lu got the better deal. As everyone knows, a smile doesn't disappear, it just moves on. Feng Lu was especially happy now. Her gaze towards Su Liang softened. Initially, she harbored resentment at being taken advantage of by Su Liang in such a daze, but now it was slowly changing. Su Liang held Feng Lu's hand with one hand, and Chen Lingyun's arm was linked with the other, as they walked towards the exit. Just as they reached the exit, a figure blocked their path. It was Lin Xin. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were somewhat red, and he looked completely lost. He had followed them all the way, watching from afar as Su Liang was embraced by two women, watching the two women fight over him. Seeing Feng Lu, whom he had longed for, smile at Su Liang, he broke down. He stood blocking the way for the three of them. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. "Lin Xin? What are you doing here?" Chen Lingyun frowned, her tone unfriendly. She didn't initially dislike this old classmate. But the last time Lin Xin spoke ill of Su Liang in front of her, saying that Su Liang had ill intentions, she felt very disgusted. Lin Xin took a deep breath. Just as he was about to question Su Liang beat him to it. "I'm curious too." Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "You've been following us all afternoon, what exactly do you want?" "Stalking." Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun's expressions changed simultaneously. They didn't doubt Su Liang's words. The thought that she and Su Liang might be being watched the whole time while they were joking and playing around made her feel uneasy. The two of them felt very uncomfortable. "What do you mean?" Chen Lingyun's temper flared. Lin Xin hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I just happened to be passing by." Chen Lingyun sneered. "Hey, what a coincidence! Do you think we're fools?" She grew angrier as she spoke. "Following him? Disgusting." Feng Lu didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with disgust as she looked at Lin Xin. Chapter 391. So angry I vomited blood. So what if they're going too far? Lin Xion's face flushed red and then turned pale as he was scolded. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how to begin. After all, he had indeed been following them all afternoon. He inadvertently met Su Liang's ambiguous smile. It deeply stung him. "Su Liang, don't push your luck." Su Liang innocently shrugged. "How did I bully you? Saying you were following us, did I wrong you?" Chen Lingyun was even more anxious than him, immediately chiming in. "Exactly. You did something despicable, and you still have the nerve to blame others." Feng Lu also nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Chen Lingyun's words. "You." Lin Xian watched the three of them working together, especially seeing Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun's unconditional trust in Su Liang, and felt suffocated. He was already seething with anger. Being exposed in public and unable to defend himself, a surge of blood welled up in his throat. He pointed at Su Liang, then suddenly coughed up blood. Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun were both startled and instinctively took a step back. "Brother Liang," he coughed up blood. Chen Lingyun was flustered. Although she was angry, she hadn't expected things to escalate like this. Feng Lu also frowned. Su Liang deliberately said, "You coughed up blood after just a few words? You're far too fragile. If you want to extort money, just say so. But even if we have money, we won't give it to you. You've picked the wrong person. You're asking for it." Lin Xian was completely enraged by his words. At that moment, he forgot that his strength was inferior to Su Liang's.
He was about to rush forward and fight Su Liang to the death. But in that instant, an invisible aura emanated from Su Liang, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian froze, finding it difficult to breathe, and his surging anger was immediately suppressed. He finally came to his senses. Su Liang didn't even glance at him again. "Let's go." He put his arm around one of the two women and walked straight past Lin Xian. Lin Xian stared at the three departing figures, his teeth grinding. Humiliation, anger, resentment, a mix of emotions swirled within him. Ultimately, it all transformed into a deep sense of powerlessness. Ding, Lin Xian's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. The sun was setting. Chen Lingyun drove, carrying Su Liang and Feng Lu, and stopped in front of the Tide Rising seafood restaurant. This restaurant is renowned for its fresh seafood and elegant ambience. As soon as the three got out of the car, a waiter greeted them warmly with a standard smile. "Hello, welcome to Chaochi Restaurant. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, my name is Chen Lingyun, and I've reserved the Listening to the Waves private room." Chen Lingyun slightly raised her chin. "Okay, Miss Chen, please follow me." The waiter gestured for them to enter and led them through the bustling hall. The hall was packed, the air filled with the aroma of seafood and the cheerful chatter of guests. Feng Lu, already socially awkward, nervously clutched Su Liang's sleeve in the crowd. Su Liang patted her hand reassuringly. After walking down a carpeted corridor, the waiter opened a carved wooden door. Entering the room, Chen Lingyun gestured for them to sit down and then picked up the menu from the table. "Take a look at what you'd like to eat." She paused, then looked at Feng Lu. "This time it's my treat, you're not allowed to take it from me." Su Liang took the menu, flipped through a few pages, and said with a smile, "You order, you know this place well." Feng Lu was even less likely to order herself. Chen Lingyun didn't refuse and skillfully ordered. "Then let's have a steamed Boston lobster with garlic and vermicelli, a steamed grouper, and some boiled prawns." Before long, the dishes were served one after another, filling the entire table, colorful and fragrant. Chen Lingyun smiled and invited the two of them. "Brother Liang, Xiao Lu, try this lobster." Knowing she wouldn't get anything out of Feng Lu, Chen Lingyun didn't get jealous anymore, and the meal was quite pleasant. "It's still early, shall we go shopping?" After finishing their meal, Chen Lingyun paid the bill and suggested, looking at the brightly lit streets. Feng Lu looked at Su Liang, who naturally had no objections, so the three of them set off. Chapter 392 Liang Ji, Feed Me. Public display of affection. The commercial street was bustling with people on the weekend, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and music mingling together, creating a vibrant, lively atmosphere. Su Liang walked in the middle, Chen Lingyun skipping along on his left. On his right was Feng Lu, clinging shyly to him. Brother Liang, look at that sugar painting, it's so cute." Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up. She pulled Su Liang's hand and ran to a roadside stall, pointing to the dragon and phoenix design on the rotating tray. "Boss, I want the dragon." The vendor brought over the sugar painting. Chen Lingyun smiled and held it to Su Liang's lips. "Brother Liang, try a bite, it's so sweet." Su Liang took a small bite, the sweetness spreading on his tongue. Not bad." "Then I'll feed you." Chen Lingyun's eyes darted around as she held it out to Su Liang. Su Liang, of course, didn't refuse. Seeing the candy Su Liang offered, Chen Lingyun happily took a bite, feeling so content. Feng Lu, witnessing this, felt a pang of unease but was too shy to say anything. The three strolled along, Chen Lingyun very lively, everything new and exciting. One moment she was pulling Su Liang to try some barbecue skewers, the next she was running off to buy cotton candy, chattering incessantly. Feng Lu was quiet, always staying close to Su Liang. Passing a watch shop, Chen Lingyun's gaze fell on Su Liang's wrist. Seeing it was empty, her eyes lit up. "Brother Liang, shall we go in and take a look?" Before Su Liang could refuse, Chen Lingyun had already dragged him inside. A sales assistant immediately greeted them warmly. "Sir, madam, what kind of watch are you looking for?" "We have the latest models."
No need for introductions, I'll look myself. Chen Lingyun waved her hand and walked straight to the display case, her eyes scanning the rows of watches. Finally, her gaze fell upon a Patek Philippe watch, its design simple yet sophisticated.
This one, let me see it. The sales assistant quickly retrieved it.
Chen Lingyun took the watch, walked directly to Su Liang, and tiptoed to put it on his wrist. Then she nodded in satisfaction.
It looks really good, it suits you perfectly, Liang Ji. Su Liang was somewhat exasperated. Lingyun, you don't need to. This gift is a token of my affection, you must accept it.
Chen Lingyun wrinkled her nose, feigning anger.
Su Liang didn't refuse again. Okay, thank you then. Chen Lingyun's eyes crinkled with laughter.
Beside her, Feng Lu clenched her fists, a strong sense of crisis rising within her.
This Chen Lingyun, she's too good at this. With gifts and coaxing, who knows when Lianggu might be smitten.
No, she had to buy Lianggu something too. The three left the watch store and continued strolling through the mall. Passing the clothing section, Feng Lu's eyes fell on rows of menswear, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She tugged at Su Liang's sleeve and tentatively spoke.
Lianggu, I want to buy you some clothes.
Su Liang paused for a moment, then smiled.
I have plenty of clothes at home. Feng Lu's face showed a wronged expression. But you accepted all the gifts Lingyun gave you. Fine, then I'll buy one.
Chen Lingyun gave a silent snort and followed her inside.
Feng Lu happily pulled Su Liang to the men's clothing section. Brother Liang, which style do you like? Su Liang asked with a smile. I like everything you pick. Feng Lu's cheeks flushed slightly as she carefully selected her items. Finally, she chose a navy blue knitted cardigan.
The fabric was soft, and the design was simple and elegant.
How about this one?
She handed the cardigan to Su Liang. When Su Liang went into the fitting room and changed,
the navy blue color made his skin appear even fairer and his figure even more upright.
His already handsome features were enhanced by the clothes, giving him an even more gentle and refined air.
Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu couldn't take their eyes off him. Chapter 393. You're one step ahead?
I'd been with Lianggu for a long time.
Wow, Liang Ji, you're so handsome.
Chen Lingyun was the first to react, her voice filled with undisguised amazement, her eyes sparkling.
Feng Lu also smiled with pride.
This was the outfit she had picked out.
Su Liang smiled. It really suits you well, thank you, Lulu.
You're welcome.
Feng Lu's face flushed even more. Su Liang looked at the two of them, a thought suddenly occurring to him.
You both gave me gifts, I can't just leave without saying anything.
Tell me, what do you want?
Chen Lingyun immediately waved her hand.
No need. No, I absolutely have to.
Su Liang feigned seriousness. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll decide for myself. Chen Lingyun's eyes darted around, scanning the dazzling array of women's clothing. Suddenly, she smiled.
Then I'll buy a dress too.
She looked at Su Liang, a mischievous glint in her eyes. But, I want Brother Liang to pick one out for me himself.
No problem. Su Liang readily agreed.
So the three of them went to the women's clothing section, and Su Liang began to choose.
Finally, he selected a light purple dress with delicate lace trim at the neckline. How about this one? Su Liang handed the dress to Chen Lingyun. Wow, it's beautiful. I love it. Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up.
She took the dress and went into the fitting room. Feng Lu stood to the side, feeling a pang of jealousy. Not long after, the fitting room door suddenly opened a crack, and Chen Lingyun's voice came from inside. Brother Liang, the zipper on my back is a little hard to zip up, could you come in and help me?
Su Liang hesitated for a moment, then smiled and went over.
Okay. The fitting room door clicked shut. Feng Lu stared at the closed door, her brows furrowing involuntarily, a strange irritation creeping into her heart.
Inside the fitting room,
Chen Lingyun was wearing a light purple dress, and the zipper on the back was indeed only half zipped up.
It's here, Brother Liang, could you help me zip it up?
She turned around, her back to Su Liang, her voice soft and sweet.
Su Liang reached out, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, his fingertips brushed against her smooth back. Chen Lingyun's body trembled slightly. Su Liang pretended not to notice, reaching for the zipper, but his movements were clumsy. His hand kept accidentally brushing against her skin.
He wasn't some saint, he couldn't refuse such an offer.
Chen Lingyun's intentions weren't pure either.
While Su Liang was zipping up, she deliberately swayed slightly, guiding his touch. She lingered for a long time. Only when the zipper was finally pulled to the top did she turn around, blinking her large, watery eyes.
Brother Liang, how do I look?
The pale purple dress accentuated her snow-white skin, making her already lively and radiant appearance even more charming and captivating.
Beautiful. Su Liang sincerely praised.
Chen Lingyun looked at his handsome face so close to hers, her heart suddenly racing. She bit her lower lip, as if summoning immense courage, and tiptoed towards Su Liang's mouth.
Su Liang's eyes flashed, but he didn't flinch. 5 full minutes passed before the fitting room door finally opened.
Chen Lingyun emerged, her face flushed, her collar slightly disheveled. Clearly, something had happened inside. Seeing Feng Lu standing outside, she deliberately straightened her posture and gave her a smug smile. She had gotten there first after all. Feng Lu felt a deep sense of malice wash over her. Thinking about how long the fitting room door had been closed, Chen Lingyun must have done something shady. What a vixen! Chapter 394. Is it wrong to take a look? Is it my fault? Chen Lingyun's eyes darted around. Wearing the new dress Su Liang had picked out, she twirled in front of Feng Lu. Her face was full of a smug smile. How about it? Liang Ji has good taste, right? Feng Lu pursed her lips and whispered. It looks pretty. Chen Lingyun winked mischievously. Let Liang Ji pick one out for you too, don't be shy. Feng Lu's cheeks flushed. She looked up at Su Liang, her voice barely a whisper. Liang Ji, can you pick one out for me too? Su Liang smiled, his gaze sweeping over the clothing rack before quickly picking up a dress. This one suits you quite well, try it on. The dress was a simple A-line silhouette, with delicate lace embellishments at the neckline, indeed complementing Feng Lu's gentle temperament. Feng Lu took the dress, preparing to head to the fitting room. Then, as if remembering something, she paused. She also wanted to ask Su Liang to come in and help her change. She couldn't let Chen Lingyun steal the show. However, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Su Liang, however, saw through her thoughts and smiled slightly. What's wrong? Want me to come in and help you? Then I'll go in with you and take a look, so you don't have to worry about not being able to get dressed properly. Before he finished speaking, he had already walked towards Feng Lu. Before Feng Lu could react, Su Liang pulled her inside. The door slammed shut. Only the two of them remained in the small space. Feng Lu could clearly hear Su Liang's breathing. Her eyes darted away, her heart raced, and she was at a loss. Still shy in front of me. Su Liang's expression was playful. Since you're too embarrassed to change yourself, let me help you. With that, without giving her time to think, Su Liang began to help her undress. Wait a minute, I can do it myself. Feng Lu quickly refused. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Hao, who had undressed countless women, undressed her very quickly. By the time Feng Lu realized what was happening, she was already naked. Ah! Feng Lu exclaimed, hurriedly covering herself with her hands, her cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She kept her eyes tightly shut, not daring to look at Su Liang, even her ears were bright red. Su Liang picked up the dress beside him and shook it. Don't move, I'll help you put it on. Feng Lu wanted to refuse, but meeting his unwavering gaze, she swallowed her words. Su Liang's fingers touched her skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Feng Lu buried her head even lower. All done. Su Liang patted her skirt, took a step back, and began to examine her. Not bad, not bad. Feng Lu still didn't dare to look up, speaking softly.
Then shall we go out? Let's go.
Su Liang took her hand and led her out.
Outside the fitting room, Chen Lingyun saw the two of them come out together.
Especially seeing Su Liang still holding Feng Lu's hand, she stomped her foot in anger. She had guessed that Feng Lu might imitate her. But she didn't expect Feng Lu to be so bold. Looking at Feng Lu's shy appearance, she was clearly deliberately seducing Brother Liang.
Otherwise, why was she staring at Brother Liang so eagerly just now?
Chen Lingyun gritted her teeth inwardly.
This Feng Lu is truly a formidable rival.
If Feng Lu knew what she was thinking, she'd probably vomit blood on the spot.
I only glanced at Su Liang, is that my fault?
Feng Lu, being led by Su Liang, felt Chen Lingyun's unfriendly gaze, and her cheeks burned even hotter. She quickly pulled her hand away from Su Liang's.
I'll go look in the mirror. Su Liang smiled, saying nothing more. How could he not understand the thoughts of the two girls? But that's what makes it interesting. Chapter 395 Three People Living Together. Are you planning something tonight?
After leaving the clothing store, Su Liang browsed for a while longer before speaking.
Have you finished shopping? It's time to go back and rest. We're going to other attractions tomorrow. Chen Lingyun didn't want to part with Su Liang.
Her eyes darted around, and she quickly came up with an idea, a sweet smile blooming on her face.
Okay, my hotel is nearby, shall we go now? Hotel. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Yes.
Chen Lingyun quickly explained, speaking matter-of-factly.
We're going to continue shopping tomorrow. If we go home separately, we'll have to meet up in the morning, which is such a hassle.
If we stay together, we can just leave in the morning, so convenient. Su Liang thought it made sense and turned to Feng Lu beside him, smiling as he asked.
Little Lulu, what do you think? Feng Lu hesitated.
Last time, she stayed one night with Su Liang and ended up losing her virginity without even realizing it. Thinking about it now, it still felt absurd. Her first instinct was to refuse. But seeing Chen Lingyun's bright eyes, she knew what the girl was up to. She simply wanted to use the hotel stay as an opportunity to take things further with Su Liang.
Feng Lu felt utterly exhausted.
She was desperately trying to keep her distance from Su Liang, yet someone was practically throwing herself at her.
However, having already been intimate with Su Liang, how could she just watch Chen Lingyun succeed? I'll go too. Feng Lu bit her lower lip.
Chen Lingyun's smile froze, a hint of disappointment creeping onto her face.
But she quickly masked it, greeting them warmly. That's great. The hotel I booked is just ahead. I'll take you there.
The three walked for about 10 minutes.
A magnificent 5-star hotel appeared before them.
This was the best hotel in Rongcheng.
Chen Lingyun went to the front desk and gave her name.
Soon, a waiter respectfully handed them a room key and led them to the elevator.
Chen Lingyun had booked a presidential suite on the 18th floor, with a fantastic view.
The living room featured leather sofas and a crystal chandelier, and floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of Chengdu's bustling nightscape. The decor was luxurious yet tasteful.
After the waiter left, Feng Lu couldn't help but ask. The three of us, just one room. Chen Lingyun blinked, feigning innocence. Why just one? Look, there are several rooms here. Feng Lu was speechless.
She was asking why only one suite was booked, not the number of rooms. Even if there were multiple bedrooms, sharing a suite with a man and a woman wouldn't be very convenient, would it?
Lingyun, this. Oh, Liang Ji isn't an outsider. Chen Lingyun interrupted her, affectionately taking Su Liang's arm.
Living together is better for mutual support, just in case something happens tonight. Feng Lu was speechless, only able to roll her eyes inwardly.
What could happen?
You're probably just trying to cause trouble.
That's settled.
Su Liang, of course, had no objections.
Seeing that Su Liang agreed, Feng Lu couldn't say anything more and had to acquiesce to the arrangement.
After looking around, Chen Lingyun made a suggestion. Brother Liang, you can sleep in the master bedroom. Xiao Lu and I will sleep in the 2 guest bedrooms next door, okay?
Feng Lu nodded in agreement.
After quickly tidying up, Chen Lingyun, remembering something, tugged at Su Liang's arm. "Brother Liang, I saw in the brochure that the hotel has a heated swimming pool."
"It's still early, let's go swimming." Su Liang glanced at the sky outside. "Aren't you going to rest earlier?"
"It's still early, only a little past 8.
I'm not sleepy at all." Chen Lingyun shook his arm playfully.
"Swimming will burn off some energy, so you'll sleep better tonight and have the energy to play tomorrow." She pulled Su Liang outside. Feng Lu stamped her foot, reluctantly following.
She didn't want the two of them alone. "Let's go change into our swimsuits too." Upon arriving at the pool, Chen Lingyun pulled Feng Lu towards the changing room. Chapter 396, trying every means to get closer to Brother Liang. Using provocation. 10 minutes later, by the pool.
Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu emerged from the changing room. Chen Lingyun wore a bikini, which accentuated her fair skin and curvaceous figure. Feng Lu chose a one-piece swimsuit, a relatively conservative style that still highlighted her slender waist and long legs. Her gentle temperament carried a hint of sexiness, giving her a unique charm. The two already beautiful girls looked even more stunning in their swimsuits. However, when they saw Su Liang, they couldn't help but freeze. Their eyes widened slightly, and a blush crept onto their cheeks. Su Liang was only wearing swim trunks, revealing his strong and well-proportioned upper body. He didn't have an exaggeratedly muscular physique, but his lines were smooth, and the contours of his chest and abs were clearly visible. Combined with his tall, upright posture and handsome features, he exuded raw masculinity.
"What are you looking at?"
Su Liang chuckled, waving his hand in front of the two of them.
"And nothing." Feng Lu was the first to snap out of her daze.
Chen Lingyun, however, spoke bluntly, her eyes shining.
"Looking at Brother Liang. Brother Liang's body is so amazing."
Her intentions were clear from the start. She was there for Su Liang, completely oblivious to shyness. Su Liang's forehead creased with a few black lines. It's a little strange for a man to be complimented on his physique.
"Let's go down." Su Liang went into the pool first. Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun followed.
This was a private pool, just the two of them, very quiet.
Chen Lingyun was very lively, swimming around Su Liang, occasionally deliberately moving closer to him. "Brother Liang, look." Xiao Lu fell into the water. Su Liang looked in the direction of the voice.
Just then, Chen Lingyun splashed a handful of water on Su Liang. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, stirred the water with his hand, and a larger splash hit Chen Lingyun.
"Oh, you dare to ambush me? See how I deal with you." "Ah!" Chen Lingyun exclaimed and dodged.
The two started playing in the water, the sounds of splashing and laughter mingling together, creating a lively scene. Beside them, Feng Lu watched the two playing, feeling a pang of jealousy. Just then, a handful of water suddenly splashed onto her face.
It was Su Liang. "What are you daydreaming about? Come play with me."
Feng Lu wiped the water from her face and glared at him.
"Who wants to play with you?"
Though she said that, her body betrayed her. After playing around for a while, Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up, and she thought of a good idea to get closer to Su Liang. So she clapped her hands. "Let's have a swimming race, 50 meters each. Whoever loses gets punished."
Su Liang had no objections. Chen Lingyun then turned to Feng Lu. "Xiao Lu, are you brave enough?" Feng Lu was about to say, "Why wouldn't I?" when Chen Lingyun added with a mischievous grin. "The punishment for the loser is to kiss the winner." "What?" Feng Lu's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively tried to back away. Su Liang was definitely the best swimmer. Kiss Su Liang? And in front of Chen Lingyun?
Just thinking about it made her feel ashamed.
"What?
Xiao Lu, you're scared." Chen Lingyun deliberately provoked her, hands on her hips, chin slightly raised. "Are you afraid of losing to me, so you want to kiss Brother Liang?"
Who's afraid?" Feng Lu couldn't stand this provocation and immediately retorted defiantly. "Fine, let's compete. We're not sure who'll win.
She was the daughter of a powerful figure in the underworld, her physique wasn't weak.
Chapter 397 The Green Tea Heroine's schemes are too deep. In the heated swimming pool.
Chen Lingyun clapped her hands and gestured with her chin towards Feng Lu and Su Liang. The rules are simple, swim from one end to the other and back. Whoever touches the pool wall first is in first place. And last place. She deliberately dragged out her words, glancing at Su Liang with a sly smile.
You have to kiss the first place winner. No cheating, okay. Feng Lu secretly glanced at Su Liang.
He was leaning against the pool edge, his muscles clearly defined, a faint smile playing on his lips. The thought of kissing him in front of Chen Lingyun made her cheeks burn. She could only resolve in her heart.
She absolutely couldn't come in last. Ready. Su Liang's gaze swept between the two women. Start.
Chen Lingyun had barely finished speaking when she plunged into the water first.
Feng Lu didn't hesitate either, splashing water as she entered and paddling vigorously.
Su Liang, on the other hand, leisurely jumped into the pool, his movements casual. But his speed was astonishing. In just a few seconds, he had left the two girls behind. He lightly touched the pool wall and turned back.
Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun were almost neck and neck.
Just 2 meters from the finish line, Chen Lingyun seemed to accidentally twist her ankle, and her speed suddenly slowed down.
Feng Lu was overjoyed and seized the opportunity to accelerate, touching the pool wall first. I won. Chen Lingyun annoyed and splashed water. Oops, my foot slipped, otherwise I would definitely be faster than you.
She clung to the pool edge, pouting as she looked at Su Liang.
Brother Liang, you're too fast. You didn't even wait for us. Su Liang smiled but didn't reply.
Feng Lu, hands on her hips, looked at Chen Lingyun with a hint of smugness in her eyes.
A bet's a bet, go and keep your promise.
She wanted to see how this girl would dare kiss Su Liang. Chen Lingyun swam hesitantly to Su Liang, her cheeks flushed, looking embarrassed.
Brother Liang, I'm here. She secretly glanced at Su Liang, and seeing that he didn't dodge, she tiptoed.
She quickly pecked him on the cheek. After the kiss, she dove back into the water, only her head above water, her ears red.
That doesn't count, I messed up just now.
She shook the water off her head, saying defiantly.
Let's try again, this time I'll definitely win. Feng Lu frowned, feeling that something was off. But seeing Chen Lingyun's defiant expression, she nodded. Let's go.
The second round began, and Chen Lingyun swam with extra effort, almost touching Feng Lu. But in the last few meters of the return journey, her arm accidentally bumped into the buoy line, causing her to falter.
She was once again left behind by Feng Lu. Feng Lu leaned against the pool edge, watching Chen Lingyun with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes.
This mistake was too coincidental.
Chen Lingyun slapped the water, splashing water all over Su Liang. I'm so angry. Why did something go wrong again?
She swam angrily to Su Liang, this time without waiting for Feng Lu to urge her, took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and swam towards him.
Feng Lu was watching her movements when suddenly her eyes widened.
Chen Lingyun was about to kiss Su Liang's cheek when she slightly tilted her head at the last moment. Her kiss landed squarely on Su Liang's lips.
Seeing no reaction from Su Liang, Chen Lingyun felt a surge of joy. Feng Lu's anger flared up instantly.
So this girl hadn't made a mistake at all, she had deliberately lost.
All to find an opportunity to kiss Su Liang. Her scheming was too deep.
Suddenly, an idea popped into her head.
Want to go again? Chen Lingyun looked at her expectantly. Yes. Feng Lu forced a smile.
Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up, and she urged her on.
Then let's get started.
After giving the signal, Feng Lu deliberately slowed down, her strokes becoming much weaker. The result was predictable.
Su Liang came in first, Chen Lingyun second, and Feng Lu last. I lost.
I swam 2 rounds, and my stamina's a bit off. Feng Lu gasped for breath, a perfectly timed helplessness on her face.
Chen Lingyun's expression stiffened.
Her earlier smugness vanished without a trace. She had intended to lose again, but unexpectedly, Feng Lu's exhaustion led to her victory.
Deliberately trying to spite Chen Lingyun, Feng Lu swam straight to Su Liang. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, watching her with interest, curious about her next move. Chapter 398. Looking forward to seeing what tricks you'll pull tonight. The pool water rippled.
Feng Lu swam to Su Liang, but hesitated.
She was too embarrassed to kiss Su Liang in front of Chen Lingyun. What? Scared. Chen Lingyun, watching from the side, felt a surge of amusement, her tone teasing. Little Lu, if you're embarrassed, that's fine. I won't laugh at you. Hearing Chen Lingyun's words, Feng Lu's anger flared. She raised her head, and before Su Liang could react, she tiptoed and leaned in for his face. After the kiss, she plunged into the water with a plop. Chen Lingyun's smile froze, and she stomped her foot angrily in the water. You. This Feng Lu, seemingly reserved, was surprisingly bold. She waved her fist. Let's go again, this round doesn't count. Feng Lu surfaced, panting, glaring at her. It's getting late, let's call it a day and go home to sleep. No way, one more round, how about just one last round? Chen Lingyun said angrily. What? You're scared. Feng Lu, her competitive spirit ignited, wiped the water from her face. Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Su Liang, watching with interest from the poolside, laughed. I won't play with you two, I'll be the referee, let's see who wins and who loses. Start. At the starting signal, the two girls immediately darted off. At first, both swam very fast, neck and neck, seemingly determined to win. But just 7 or 8 meters from the finish line, Chen Lingyun suddenly cried out ouch and stopped, clutching her ankle. She looked like she had twisted her ankle. Feng Lu had been secretly watching her, and when she saw that Chen Lingyun hadn't caught up, she turned around and saw that she had stopped. This girl was full of energy just a moment ago. Why did she have to twist her ankle at the very last moment? She immediately understood, hissed, and stopped, grabbing the pool wall for support. Ouch, I think my leg cramped up. Chen Lingyun was taken aback, looking at Feng Lu's affected manner. She knew perfectly well the other woman was doing it on purpose. Xiao Lu, are you all right? Chen Lingyun went over with concern and helped her up. Are you all right? Let me help you to rest. Feng Lu gritted her teeth and straightened up. I'm fine, you go first. How can I leave you behind? Let's go up together. Chen Lingyun firmly took her arm. The two of them supported each other to the finish line. However, once there, they started pushing and shoving, neither willing to cross first. Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle and walked over. All right, stop arguing. He reached out and wrapped his arms around both women's waists, and before they could react, he kissed Feng Lu on the cheek. He then turned to Chen Lingyun and planted a kiss on her equally flushed cheek. You two are tied for first place, is that all right now? Feng Lu was stunned. Chen Lingyun was also dumbfounded, her anger vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable smile, like a lovesick fool. She'd been kissed by Brother Liang. Let's go. Su Liang released her and went ashore first. The two women snapped out of their daze, exchanged a glance, and both saw embarrassment in each other's eyes. The earlier confrontation seemed to have never happened. They obediently followed him ashore, took the towels Su Liang offered, and dried themselves off. After changing out of their swimsuits, they returned together to the presidential suite. The two women had provided him with so many perks throughout the day. Su Liang was somewhat looking forward to what tricks Chen Lingyun would pull that night. Chapter 399. You actually want to be a NTR'd? Since you're here, stay. The crystal chandelier in the presidential suite was already off. Chen Lingyun lay in bed, unable to sleep, staring at the ceiling. Scenes of her day with Su Liang replayed in her mind. Snapping out of her reverie, she sat up, her eyes shining. Su Liang was sleeping right next to her. She couldn't miss this opportunity. If you like someone, you should take the initiative, shouldn't you? Chen Lingyun tiptoed to the door, gently turned the lock, and peeked out. The hallway was quiet, and the master bedroom door was tightly closed. She didn't know if Su Liang was asleep. Chen Lingyun moved to the master bedroom door. Her hand hovered over the doorknob. Would it be too impulsive to just go in? Would Su Liang think she was too casual? After hesitating for a moment, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, Su Liang's voice came from inside. Come in. Chen Lingyun opened the door, both surprised and delighted. Su Liang leaned against the headboard, raising an eyebrow as she entered. So late, is something wrong? Chen Lingyun walked to the bedside, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her cheeks flushed. I couldn't sleep alone, so I wanted to chat with you, Liang Ji. Did I disturb you? Su Liang patted the edge of the bed. Sit down, I can't sleep either. Chen Lingyun happily sat down, bringing a fragrant breeze with her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and started to find a topic of conversation. Liang Ji, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Thank you for keeping me company. Su Liang smiled. I should be thanking you for taking me sightseeing. The two chatted casually, Chen Lingyun telling stories of fun things that happened at school. The jokes from club activities, the embarrassing moments during professor lectures, and the little secrets between roommates. Su Liang occasionally interjected with a question or two. Chen Lingyun asked with admiration. Brother Liang, how did you build the Su group into such a large company? My dad said you only took 2 short years. Su Liang briefly explained some business matters. Chen Lingyun's eyes grew brighter. This man was even more capable and charming than she had imagined. They chatted for about half an hour, their relationship gradually warming up. Seeing the time was right, Chen Lingyun mustered her courage and looked up at Su Liang. Brother Liang, I like you, ever since the first time I saw you at the hotel. Before Su Liang could respond, they heard a creak, and the door was pushed open. Both of them turned to look at each other. Feng Lu stood in the doorway, wearing a silk nightgown, her face cold. She had heard Chen Lingyun knocking earlier. She had assumed Chen Lingyun had something to do and would return home soon, but after waiting for a long time without any movement, she couldn't help but come out to check. The image of Su Liang and Chen Lingyun's intimate moment flashed through her mind, so she couldn't resist coming out to check. Hearing the conversation inside, her face grew increasingly grim, and she barged in. Her gaze swept over Chen Lingyun, and she said sarcastically, What are you doing so late? Chen Lingyun's face flushed instantly, like a thief caught red-handed. She quickly stood up from the bed, flustered, and said, I came to ask Liang Ji something. Feng Lu scoffed. You need to go to a man's bed in the middle of the night to ask questions? I thought you were here to cheat on him. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Lingyun was both embarrassed and angry. Feng Lu sneered. What? A lone man and woman alone in a room late at night, don't tell me you're innocent. Chen Lingyun was too guilty to speak. Chen Lingyun continued. Are you done asking questions? What are you still doing here? You. Chen Lingyun was furious. She knew Feng Lu liked Su Liang too, but did she have to be so aggressive? However, Feng Lu's angry expression was somewhat frightening. And thinking that she had achieved her goal of confessing to Su Liang, she bit her lip, glanced at Su Liang, stomped her foot, and ran out. Only Su Liang and Feng Lu remained in the room. Feng Lu gave Su Liang a cold look and was about to leave. However, Su Liang suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. You chased them away, and you think you can just walk away like that? Stay here. Chapter 400. Some things are either 0 times or countless times. Su Liang reached out and pulled her, causing Feng Lu to stumble and fall uncontrollably into his arms. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from him, Feng Lu panicked and instinctively tried to push him away. The next moment, her lips were unexpectedly sealed by his. Her body stiffened, her resistance weakening until her body went limp. A few days ago, she had gotten together with Su Liang in a daze. She was filled with remorse and vowed never to have anything happen between them again. But now, held in his arms, she couldn't resist and gradually succumbed to the temptation.
It was just as the saying goes, some things, once done the first time, will happen again, and countless times.
In the next room,
Chen Lingyun, however, was wide awake, lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. She had just mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Su Liang, only to be interrupted by Feng Lu's intrusion and receive no response. This left her heart pounding with anxiety. Lost in thought, she suddenly frowned. She seemed to hear Feng Lu's voice. Then she shook her head. It must be a hallucination.
Su Liang's happy night passed quickly.
As dawn broke, the door to the presidential suite opened, and Su Liang, Feng Lu, and Chen Lingyun emerged.
Seeing Feng Lu's slight hesitation and unsteadiness, Chen Lingyun couldn't help but ask. Xiao Lu, what's wrong?
Yesterday, Feng Lu's leg pain was feigned, used as an excuse to monopolize Su Liang's care, which had left Chen Lingyun feeling quite resentful.
But today, Feng Lu's appearance didn't seem feigned. Feng Lu's cheeks instantly flushed red. Last night's scenes uncontrollably flashed through her mind.
She pursed her lips, unsure what to say.
She could only look at Su Liang resentfully. It's all your fault.
Su Liang came to her rescue. It must have been an injury sustained while sleeping, nothing serious. Chen Lingyun immediately became indignant.
Injured? Is there something wrong with the bed? Let's go find the hotel manager, a 5-star hotel.
At this, Feng Lu's face turned even redder.
Su Liang coughed lightly, interrupting Chen Lingyun. No need for that, I'm a little hungry, let's go have breakfast first. This successfully disrupted Chen Lingyun's thoughts. The group headed towards the restaurant. The hotel's buffet breakfast was very lavish, with various pastries, porridges, and dishes laid out in several rows. The three of them took their favorite breakfast items and found a seat by the window. Chen Lingyun picked up her chopsticks, placed a custard bun in Su Liang's bowl, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother Liang, this custard bun is a local specialty, it tastes really good, you should try it." Su Liang thanked her, and seeing that Feng Lu hadn't touched her food yet, he put a piece of food on her plate. Chen Lingyun's expression turned resentful. She thought to herself, is this the privilege of being injured? She wondered if Liang Ji would care so much if she weren't feeling well. Seeing Chen Lingyun's aggrieved look, Feng Lu felt a strange sense of happiness. Chen Lingyun was trying to please Su Liang, but he was actually trying to please her. Most of her resentment towards Su Liang dissipated. Breakfast ended in this somewhat awkward atmosphere. Setting down her utensils, Chen Lingyun wiped her mouth and looked at the two of them with great interest, asking, "Xiao Lu, Liang Ji, where do you want to go today?" Then, she began to list the sights of Chengdu. Jinli Ancient Street and Quanzhai Alley are both very famous, and there's also the Wuhou Temple. Su Liang looked at Feng Lu, asking for her opinion. Feng Lu said softly, "How about we go to the museum?" She was feeling a little weak as she walked. The museum wasn't far from the hotel, it wouldn't be too far to walk. Su Liang had no objections. Chen Lingyun waved her hand. "Okay, then let's go to the museum." The three of them got ready and walked out of the hotel into the morning breeze. Chapter 401 Family Members Plus One, who among the respectable people would be the villain? Su Liang, arm in arm with Feng Lu, followed Chen Lingyun into the museum, where a dazzling array of artifacts filled the air. Chen Lingyun enthusiastically introduced the exhibits. "Brother Liang, Lu, look at this, it's a set of chime bells from the Warring States period. The sound quality is exceptional, it even rang during a museum event last time." Chen Lingyun stood in front of an ancient bronze bell. Then she looked to the side. "And that jade disc, it's from the Han Dynasty, look how exquisite the patterns are." She was indeed a top student, her explanations vivid and engaging. Su Liang occasionally nodded in agreement. Feng Lu, held in Su Liang's arms, was initially a little awkward, trying to pull away several times, but Su Liang pressed her down each time. "Behave yourself, want to try again?" His tone carried a hint of threat. Thinking of what happened last night, Feng Lu felt afraid, pursed her lips, and didn't insist anymore, though her ears quietly turned red. In the afternoon, Feng Lu's foot felt better, and the group went to the Wuhou Temple again.
Amidst the red walls and bamboo shadows, Chen Lingyun pointed to a rubbing of the Chushi Biao memorial on dispatching the troops.
The late emperor's great undertaking was not yet half completed when he passed away. After leaving the Wuhou temple, they went to Dujianjian.
Standing before the Beopingku bottleneck mouth, watching the rushing river cleverly divided, Chen Lingyun couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the ancients.
Liang Ji, Xiao Lu, don't you think?
She turned her head and saw Su Liang gently tidying Feng Lu's windblown hair, caring for her like a boyfriend. Her heart suddenly felt heavy. In the morning, she could comfort herself. Feng Lu is injured, it's only right that Liang Ji takes care of her. But throughout the entire day, Su Liang had barely left Feng Lu's side. He supported her while walking, protected her while viewing the exhibition, and even handed her water first. The two stood together, looking like a perfect couple, making her feel like an unwanted third wheel. She bit her lip and stepped forward, intending to interject. But then she saw Su Liang speak to Feng Lu with concern.
Xiao Lu, you've been walking for so long, does your foot hurt? Do you want to find a place to rest?
Chen Lingyun's eyes grew even more resentful, and she silently stepped aside. Watching Su Liang help Feng Lu down the steps, a pang of sadness welled up inside her.
That evening, Chen Lingyun took the two to a long-established Sichuan restaurant to experience the local specialties. Brother Liang, try this tripe. It'll be cooked in no time, and it's especially crisp.
Chen Lingyun picked up a piece of tripe, dipped it in the hot pot, and placed it in Su Liang's bowl.
Su Liang also tried to give Feng Lu a piece. Feng Lu felt a warmth in her heart.
She had been forced by Su Liang, she should hate him. Throughout the day, Su Liang's meticulous care touched her deeply. He was the eldest son of the prestigious Su family in Shanghai, a man of immense status. Even Chen Lingyun fawned over him, yet he was so attentive to her.
Feng Lu's initial resistance gradually dissipated.
She picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it in Su Liang's bowl, her voice soft.
Brother Liang, you should eat too.
Just then, a system notification sounded in Su Liang's mind. Ding, Feng Lu's favorability rating has reached the required level.
Incorporate her into the family? Su Liang smiled.
Sure enough, to deal with a girl like Feng Lu, one must first forcefully break down her defenses, then win her over with small gestures. He made the choice without hesitation.
Yes.
Ding, congratulations, host.
Family member +1.
You have acquired God-level hypnosis. Instantly, a flood of knowledge about hypnosis rushed into his mind. From basic verbal guidance to advanced psychological suggestion, and then to the unique effects of God-level hypnosis, a single glance can induce hypnosis. Of course, a glance can only induce a shallow hypnotic state. With special tools, it can even achieve brainwashing effects.
It's simply an overpowered skill.
But this ability, no matter how you look at it, seems so unconventional, involuntarily reminding one of movie plots.
What? He's the villain? Never mind then. Who plays a villain when they're a decent person? Chapter 402. What strange things are you thinking about? As night deepened, city lights illuminated the night sky.
After dinner, the three returned to the hotel. Having spent the day sightseeing, Feng Lu's injury hadn't healed, and Chen Lingyun didn't cause any more trouble. In truth, she knew that no matter what she did, Su Liang would side with Feng Lu. Rather than that, it was better to wait until Feng Lu recovered before taking action. After a quiet wash, they each went to their rooms to rest. Feng Lu, carrying her pajamas, prepared to return to her room. As she passed Su Liang, he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. "Come find me later." The warm breath on her ear made Feng Lu tremble. Her face flushed instantly, her heart raced, and she felt both ashamed and afraid. Ashamed at the thought of something like what happened last night. Afraid that her injury hadn't healed, and Su Liang was so capable, what would she do? All day long, Su Liang had taken meticulous care of her, completely winning her over. After struggling for a few seconds, her cheeks burning, she nodded gently. Then she returned to her room. Feng Lu showered, changed into her pajamas, and lay on the bed, lost in thought. Thinking about what was about to happen, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Time passed slowly. Only when she heard no movement from the next room, assuming Chen Lingyun was asleep, did she get out of bed. She tiptoed to the door, pressed her ear to it, and listened to make sure there was no sound outside. Then she cautiously opened the door a crack, peeking left and right like a thief. Reaching the door of Su Liang's master bedroom, Feng Lu took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. After entering, she closed the door behind her and locked it. Just in case Chen Lingyun suddenly walked in while she was doing something, like she had barged in yesterday. How embarrassing. Su Liang was leaning against the headboard, scrolling through his phone. Seeing her enter, he beckoned to her. "Come here." Feng Lu, head bowed, suppressed her embarrassment and shuffled to the bedside. Su Liang reached out and pulled her into his arms, speaking with displeasure. "Why did it take you so long? You made me wait forever." Feng Lu stammered, held in his arms. I was afraid Lingyun wasn't asleep yet, and if she heard anything that wouldn't be good." Su Liang feigned confusion, raising an eyebrow. "Heard what?" Feng Lu blushed even more, burying her head even lower, remaining silent. Su Liang teased her deliberately, chuckling softly. "I asked you to come over just so you could sleep with me. What kind of nonsense were you thinking about?" Feng Lu was both ashamed and angry, and punched his chest. "You're clearly..." Before she could finish, she was too embarrassed to continue. If she was thinking the wrong thing, what had Su Liang done to her yesterday? He hadn't even spared her when she fainted. Seeing her shy expression, Su Liang, afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself, stopped teasing her. "All right, it's getting late, go to sleep." Feng Lu's body tensed, her palms sweating with nervousness. Was it finally coming? But to her surprise, Su Liang really just held her, without making any further moves. At first, she was still on edge, but in his warm embrace, listening to his steady heartbeat, her heart slowly relaxed. Feng Lu couldn't help but wonder. Has Su Liang really changed? Is he starting to care about her feelings? A strange sweetness welled up inside her. Actually, Su Liang just saw that her injury hadn't healed yet, and even if he did something, it wouldn't make sense. It's better to let her rest. He can build up his goodwill with her, and once she's better, they can play games together. Chapter 403. Damn it, I got ripped off. Crazy overpayment. The next morning, a pale dawn broke. The room was still dimly lit. Feng Lu's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself nestled in Su Liang's arms. She blushed slightly, gently pushing Su Liang's hands away and sitting up in bed. To avoid being discovered by Chen Lingyun, she needed to hurry back to her own bedroom. If Chen Lingyun had done something with Su Liang first, she probably would have wanted to constantly flaunt her relationship with him. But Feng Lu was too shy to do such a thing. Feng Lu moved to the edge of the bed, picked up her clothes from the bedside table, and was about to put them on. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and wrapped around her waist. Feng Lu froze, and before she could react, her body involuntarily fell backward onto the bed. Ugh! She gasped softly, opening her eyes in shock. What came into view was Su Liang's face, a half-smile on his lips. He had woken up sometime earlier and was now perched above her, looking down at her. Feng Lu's heart raced, and her face flushed crimson. "Liang, brother Liang, you're awake." Su Liang immediately turned the tables. "What, you slept with me and now you think you can just walk away? Not even a word? You scumbag." Feng Lu was stunned. Recovering, she hurriedly explained. I didn't. She stammered, finally saying pitifully. "It's getting late, I'm afraid Lingyun will see us later, this isn't right." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Su Liang laughed. "So what if she sees? We're not in any shameful relationship." Feng Lu was about to say something more when she suddenly felt Su Liang's hands begin to wander. She was both shocked and ashamed. "Brother Liang, what are you going to do?" Su Liang only managed to utter a single "you." Meanwhile, in the next room, Chen Lingyun also woke up. She had gone to bed early the night before. She glanced out the window, it wasn't fully light yet. She decided to lie lazily in bed, planning to get up later. She couldn't help but ponder how to win over Su Liang. Actually, she felt that getting Su Liang wouldn't be difficult. Su Liang had never resisted her advances. She was very confident in her looks and figure. Give her enough opportunities to be alone with him, winning him over was just a matter of time. The only thing that bothered her was Feng Lu, the third wheel. Every time she and Su Liang made even a little progress, Feng Lu would always appear at just the right moment, ruining her plans. Chen Lingyun was seething with anger, wanting to find an opportunity to get rid of Feng Lu. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard a sound. The morning was quiet. Chen Lingyun was certain she hadn't misheard and froze. She and Feng Lu were separated by Su Liang's bedroom. How could she have heard Feng Lu's voice? And that voice, it sounded strange. A bad feeling crept into her mind. Chen Lingyun's expression changed. To confirm her suspicion, she quickly got out of bed, went to the wall, and pressed her ear to it. The next second, she was certain. The sound was coming from Su Liang's room next door. Chen Lingyun's face turned pale, then flushed. Feng was actually with Su Liang. She suddenly remembered Feng Lu's leg injury yesterday. She had felt sympathy and worry at the time. Now it seemed her sincere feelings had been wasted. Combined with the fact that she had vaguely heard similar sounds the night before. At this moment, how could she not understand? Feng Lu's so-called sprained ankle was simply caused by being with Su Liang. Chen Lingyun was furious. She had always thought Feng Lu was pure, cute, aloof, and an ethereal school beauty. Who would have thought she would be so easily fooled? Thinking back to the night before last, when she mustered the courage to confess to Su Liang, only to have Feng Lu suddenly barge in and chase her away. And now she was with Su Liang. Chen Lingyun felt like she had been robbed of her chance, her head stained with a green hat. Damn it, she'd been fooled by Feng Lu's appearance. She should have downloaded an anti-fraud app. However, as the sound came from the wall, Chen Lingyun's attention was gradually drawn to it. After snapping back to reality, she blushed, spat, and hurriedly went to the bathroom to wash up. She cursed Feng Lu in her mind. What a cool and aloof school beauty. How was she cool and aloof? She's more like shameless. 8 o'clock in the morning, the cafeteria. The three sat around the table eating breakfast. Milk, bread, and fried eggs were laid out. The atmosphere, which should have been warm and cozy, was now somewhat awkward. Feng Lu kept her head down, taking small bites of food from her bowl. Ever since leaving the room, Chen Lingyun had been watching her. Feng Lu's heart was pounding. Could it be that Lingyun had found out about her and Su Liang? She was filled with trepidation, but finally mustered a sliver of courage and looked at Chen Lingyun across from her. Lingyun, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Lingyun sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm, instead feigning concern. Lulu, didn't you twist your ankle yesterday? Is it feeling better now? The attraction we're going to today is quite far, we'll be walking a lot, are you sure you can manage? Feng Lu was taken aback by the question and answered softly. Much better, it doesn't hurt much anymore, you don't need to worry about me. How can that be? Chen Lingyun smiled warmly. We're good friends, we should share joys and sorrows, and go to great lengths for each other. Soon, breakfast was over. Just as Su Liang got up and passed by Chen Lingyun, she suddenly cried out ouch and swayed, falling towards him. Su Liang reacted quickly, catching her and asking with concern. Lingyun, what's wrong? Chen Lingyun grabbed his arm, her brow furrowed, feigning pain. Brother Liang, I think I twisted my ankle, it hurts so much. Her acting was so clumsy, Su Liang saw right through it. But he didn't call her out on it. Who wouldn't want a school beauty to go to such lengths to win him over? So Su Liang went along with her, feigning concern. Twisted your ankle? Is it serious? Should we go to the hospital? It's all right. Chen Lingyun leaned against him, speaking softly and weakly. It'll be fine in a little while, it won't interfere with the trip. Feng Lu, standing nearby, saw everything. She wasn't stupid, she could easily see that Chen Lingyun was faking it. But even if she knew perfectly well, she couldn't expose her on the spot.
If she did, it would make things awkward between the three of them. Besides, she had been injured yesterday and carefully cared for by Su Liang. She couldn't very well not allow Chen Lingyun to be injured too, could she? What frustrated Feng Lu was that she had genuinely been injured yesterday, and today her injury had worsened. She had thought she could continue to enjoy Su Liang's tenderness, but Chen Lingyun had stolen it away. Chapter 40 for the power of hypnosis is on the rise. Are you still a bit dazed? Hotel lobby. Chen Lingyun slumped against Su Liang. Su Liang feigned ignorance and inquired with concern. Why don't we go back to our room and rest for a while? We can leave later. Chen Lingyun shook her head. It's okay, brother Su Liang, it's just a sprain, nothing serious, I'll be fine in a bit. Let's leave now, we don't have to walk, it won't affect us. A sly glint in her eyes, she said she was fine, but her body clung to Su Liang. Su Liang supported her arm and helped her walk out of the hotel. Slow down. Feng Lu saw this, stamped her foot, gritted her teeth, and followed. The three of them walked out of the hotel and headed towards the parking lot. Su Liang had only taken a few steps when he noticed a malicious gaze. Following that gaze, across the street, a familiar figure was staring intently at them, eyes almost spitting fire. It's Lin Xin. After being yelled at the amusement park, this guy disappeared for 2 days. He thought he'd be quieter, but he's back so quickly. Su Liang's gaze swept over Lin Xin, and he immediately understood. His aura was stronger than before, it seemed his strength had improved. The rain had stopped, the sky had cleared, and he felt confident again. But this rate of improvement was a bit slow. He wasn't even close to posing a threat, let alone reaching the late stage of the transformation realm. This was why Su Liang, knowing Lin Xin also had a system, had been saving it for later, not in a hurry to deal with him. His strength was too weak, he posed no threat at all. But even if he wasn't a big threat, being watched like this was still uncomfortable. Since you're so free, I'll find you some fun. Su Liang's heart stirred. His gaze swept across the street, quickly locking onto a target. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard and a stout build, his face contorted with rage, staring intently at them, specifically at Chen Lingyun and Feng Lu. His gaze was filled with undisguised greed and lust. Seeing Su Liang surrounded by the two women, jealousy clouded his judgment, making him want nothing more than to take their place. The moment Su Liang's eyes met his recently activated divine-level hypnosis activated. The bearded man's mind went blank for a moment, then returned to normal. He turned and walked towards Lin Xin. Lin Xin, meanwhile, was completely consumed by rage. He glared at Su Liang through gritted teeth. Su Liang had his arm around Chen Lingyun, their posture intimate. Feng Lu followed beside him, a little upset, but never leaving his side. Both women were the women he loved. Yet they were both revolving around Su Liang. Lin Xin clenched his fists, his heart pounding as if he were suffocating. Looking back on the past 2 days, he knew how agonizing it had been. His system was a villainous system. To increase his strength, he had to constantly commit evil. Stealing, robbing, cheating, plotting against others, violating his conscience. He was originally a person of upright values and didn't want to do such dirty things. But to become stronger, to one day defeat Su Liang, to save Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun, he forced himself to extinguish his conscience. He committed one evil deed after another. Each time, he had to endure the inner condemnation and pain. He suffered terribly. And Su Liang? But here he was, with women on either side of him, enjoying a leisurely stroll with his beloved, whispering sweet nothings. Feng Lu seemed unsteady on her feet, and was with Su Liang again. And judging from her demeanor, she didn't seem to be forced. In other words, she was Su Liang's captive. And Chen Lingyun, clinging to Su Liang, was clearly throwing herself at him. If Su Liang wanted, he could take her any time. Lin Xin was consumed by rage at Su Liang, oblivious to the fact that a bearded man had already approached him. Slap. A slap landed on Lin Xin's face. The sound was so loud that it drew the attention of passers-by. Lin Xin was completely stunned. With his current strength, he could easily withstand a full-force punch from a special forces soldier, let alone an ordinary middle-aged man. But while the injury wasn't severe, the humiliation was immense.
Chapter 405 turns out he's a pervert, a rebel against the heavenly gang.
In all his life, when has he ever been slapped in the face? Turning my head, I saw a man with a thick beard. Lin Xin frowned.
He was certain that he had never met the other person, let alone had any grudge against him.
For no reason at all, he just slapped me?
A surge of anger rushed to Lin Xin's head, and he was about to explode.
You!
Unexpectedly, the bearded man suddenly took a step back as if his tail had been stepped on.
His face showed a mixture of shock, anger, and utter shame. He pointed at Lin Xin and shouted at the top of his lungs.
"You bastard, how dare you touch me secretly? You're trying to be a pervert on my head." Lin Shinran was completely numb.
Who I am? Where am I? What did I do?
He kept his eyes on Su Liang's side, and this guy slapped him right away and then turned around and blamed him.
To say he's being a pervert? Lin Xin looked at the rough, greasy face in front of him, the fat body, and the full beard.
Even if he was so thirsty that he would find a sow attractive, he would still find it appealing.
It's impossible to lay a hand on someone like that. Lin Xin almost vomited on the spot. What the hell are you talking about? When did I touch you? Am I crazy to lay a hand on you?
You still dare to argue.
The bearded man, not one to back down, raised his voice, drawing the attention of the entire street. I was standing right next to you, and you deliberately touched me. Don't think I didn't feel it. Whoosh!
The surrounding passers-by were in an uproar.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This can happen in broad daylight. He looks decent enough, how come he's so promiscuous? The world is going to the dogs, it really is going to the dogs. It can't be that bad. Where do you think this is? Chengdu. You'll get used to it. I've learned something new.
I've only ever heard of bearded men attacking others before, but now someone is actually attacking a bearded man.
It's completely upside down.
From now on, everyone should be more careful and not turn their backs to strangers, or they might pick up your soap. Disdainful, disgusted, and contemptuous gazes fell upon Lin Xin. Clearly, he was seen as a pervert, a homosexual, and a scoundrel who acted like a hooligan in public. Lin Xin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
Don't listen to his nonsense.
He hurriedly tried to explain, but the more he explained, the stranger people looked at him.
My first instinct was to go find Su Liang in Fenglu. But then I turned my head.
The other side of the road was deserted. The three of them had already gotten into the car and left.
Lin Xin gritted his teeth and decided to follow.
He finally managed to improve his strength, all for the purpose of blocking Su Liang. However, just as he was about to take a step, he was grabbed tightly by the bearded man, who refused to let go.
Trying to run away? You think you can just run away after acting like a thug?
You owe me an explanation today, and you have to take responsibility for me. The bearded man grabbed him like a madman, shouting at the top of his lungs. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head.
Lin Xin felt a wave of nausea and his scalp tingled.
With a flick of his wrist, the bearded man was sent staggering backward and landed hard on his backside. But this only stirred up a hornet's nest.
Someone's been assaulted. Someone's been acting like a hooligan and even hitting people. The bearded man lay down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, crying and screaming, which attracted even more onlookers. What, this is too much. Acting like a hooligan and being so arrogant.
Stop him, don't let this pervert get away. The police have been called, and they'll be there soon. Several enthusiastic passers-by surrounded Lin Xin, blocking his way, looking like they were there to rid the people of this menace.
In public, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Even if Lin Xin possessed considerable strength, he wouldn't dare to actually injure someone in public, much less use his full strength against these passers-by.
He fears that if things escalate and he gets arrested, the bad things he's done in the past 2 days will be discovered. He could only stand there, frustrated, watching the direction where Su Liang's car had disappeared, his temper flaring up. Chapter 406 Head-to-Head. The die is cast. The car wound its way through the rolling mountains of western Sichuan. The sky was an unbelievably clear blue, dotted with large, fluffy white clouds. Snow-capped mountains stretched into the distance, while endless grasslands stretched out nearby, like a painting. Su Liang drove, Feng Lu sat in the passenger seat, and Chen Lingyun leaned back, her eyes sparkling as she gazed out the window, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. "Wow, this place is so beautiful. Even more beautiful than in the photos." She couldn't help but ask Su Liang and Feng Lu. "Brother Liang, Xiao Lu, what do you think?" Feng Lu remained silent, sulking, while Su Liang responded. "It really is beautiful. You live in Chengdu, haven't you ever been here before?" "I've been here before. Coming with someone you like makes all the difference." Chen Lingyun blinked, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Feng Lu immediately glared at her. Su Liang pretended not to hear. "Brother Liang, let's stop at that viewing platform up ahead." Chen Lingyun spoke sweetly. "We're going to take pictures there." Feng Lu scoffed. "You've sprained your ankle, what are you going to take pictures of?" "To take pictures of the scenery." Chen Lingyun stuck out her tongue. "I don't need my feet to take pictures." The car stopped at the Yala Snow Mountain viewing platform. Chen Lingyun opened the car door, her feet barely touching the ground before she hissed in pain, her body slumping. Su Liang quickly caught her, and she leaned against him, half her body pressed against him. "Slow down, can you still walk?" Chen Lingyun looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother Liang, you can help me." Feng Lu stood beside her, watching Chen Lingyun practically cling to Su Liang as they walked towards the viewing platform, her legs showing no sign of strain. She stomped her foot in anger. Chen Lingyun heard her, turned her head, winked at her, and silently moved her lips. Feng Lu understood the lip movements. "Thank you." She was instantly furious, but didn't blame Su Liang, only assuming Chen Lingyun was too scheming. In the evening, the three of them found a rather unique guest house to stay in. A 3-story stone house, the owner said there were only 2 rooms left. One with a double bed, one a standard room. "Xiao Lu and I will stay in the standard room." Chen Lingyun turned to Su Liang and said. "Brother Liang, you still have to drive, stay in the double room by yourself and get some rest." She did this to prevent Feng Lu and Su Liang from getting together again, thus giving herself an opportunity. "I'm such a clever little devil." When it was time to sleep, Chen Lingyun made up an excuse to say to Su Liang. "Brother Liang, my ankle is a little swollen, could you take a look at it for me? And get me some medicine while you're at it." Her eyes were full of expectation. She was thinking about being alone with him, about something happening. Feng Lu saw through her little scheme immediately, quickly catching up and interrupting her with a smile. "Lingyun, I have some liniment here, I'll apply it for you, no need to trouble Brother Liang, he must be tired from driving all day, let him rest." Chen Lingyun's smile froze, inwardly cursing Feng Lu for being a nuisance, but she could only reluctantly give in. I'll do it myself." It was 11 o'clock at night. Seeing that Feng Lu had fallen asleep, Chen Lingyun slipped out of the room, wearing a coat. At the end of the corridor was a large room with a double bed, a sliver of light shone through the crack in the door, Su Liang was still awake. She tiptoed over, just raising her hand to knock, when a soft voice came from behind her. "What?" Turning around, she saw Feng Lu leaning against the door of the standard room, arms crossed, watching her. Chen Lingyun took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I came to ask Brother Liang what time we're leaving tomorrow." 10 o'clock. Feng Lu sneered. "I already told you at dinner." "Oh, I forgot. Your memory is bad, but your foot healed pretty quickly." Chen Lingyun's smile froze, and she turned to walk back. She couldn't help but mutter a complaint under her breath. "You're going to eat by yourself, so why are you stopping me? Brother Liang doesn't belong to you alone. We can fight side by side, after all." Feng Lu asked suspiciously.
What did you say? Nothing.
Chen Lingyun pushed open the door to the standard room.
Good night.
The second night, the group was on the Tagong grassland. While Feng Lu went to take a shower, Chen Lingyun slipped out of her room and easily found her way to Su Liang's room. This time she was smarter. She listened at the door for a while, but there was no sound. Just as she was about to knock, footsteps sounded behind her. Feng Lu stood at the end of the corridor, her hair still wet, holding a hairdryer.
What are you doing now? Chen Lingyun straightened up. What's wrong with taking a walk? Walking to Liang Ji's door. Ha, it's so windy on this grassland. Feng Lu sneered and stepped between her and the door. Go back.
Chen Lingyun bit her lip and glared at her for a long time before finally turning and leaving. The next morning at breakfast, Su Liang poured butter tea for the two of them, his gaze falling on Chen Lingyun's face.
Didn't sleep well last night? Your dark circles are so heavy. Chen Lingyun gave Feng Lu a resentful look. There are mosquitoes. Mosquitoes this time of year. Yeah, a really big one, blocking your way to sleep. Feng Lu lowered her head to drink her milk tea, the tips of her ears turning red.
Then, the group continued their sightseeing, crossing mountain passes one after another, the view sometimes wide open, sometimes winding. In the distance, herds of yaks scattered across the grasslands, clear streams meandered through, and prayer flags fluttered in the wind. It all exuded a rich exotic charm. The three of them walked and stopped, taking photos and admiring the scenery. Soon, it was the last day of their trip to western Sichuan. The car headed towards Seda, and they looked out the window.
The scenery was still breathtakingly beautiful, snow-capped mountains, grasslands, blue skies, white clouds all blending into one. But Chen Lingyun had no interest in appreciating it. She had made up her mind. She had to win over Su Liang today.
If she didn't hurry, once Su Liang returned to Shanghai, she would never have another chance. The die is cast, the die must be cast.
Chapter 407 Ha, finally showing your true colors, huh?
On the last day of the trip, Chen Lingyun acted unusually docile, a stark contrast to her usual self. Normally, she would intentionally or unintentionally lean on Su Liang, feigning a sprained ankle, dizziness, or frailty, trying every means to get close to him. But today, she seemed like a different person. Not only did she not cling to him, but she also ignored Su Liang. She acted as if she had already accepted reality, knew she couldn't win Su Liang over, and had given up.
Instead, she became enthusiastic towards Feng Lu. Throughout the trip, Chen Lingyun linked arms with Feng Lu, chatting and laughing.
They looked at the scenery together, took selfies together, and occasionally whispered together, looking like two very close best friends. All of this was just an act by Chen Lingyun. Her purpose was to lower Feng Lu's guard.
Sure enough, Feng Lu was fooled by her performance.
At first, Feng Lu kept a close eye on Chen Lingyun, fearing she might try some trick to steal Su Liang away again. But seeing that Chen Lingyun had been behaving herself all day, sticking close to her without overstepping any boundaries, Feng Lu stopped being wary. That evening, the three of them went to a hotel and ordered Chengdu specialties. After the dishes were served, Chen Lingyun brought out a bottle of Maotai, smiling as she unscrewed the cap.
We're going back tomorrow.
She looked up at Su Liang, her tone reluctant. Soon, Brother Liang will also be going back to Shanghai, and we won't have many chances to see each other anymore.
Let's consider this our farewell dinner. Let's drink less and celebrate these happy days together, okay? Su Liang raised an eyebrow.
He had observed Chen Lingyun's behavior throughout the day.
He was still a little puzzled.
Had this girl changed her ways? She hadn't tried to get close to him at all. Only now, seeing her take out the wine, did Su Liang realize. So, the plan was to get Feng Lu drunk. Understanding this, Su Liang felt not only no aversion, but also a surge of anticipation. He hadn't experienced the feeling of being the one being seduced by a flamboyant young man in a long time. A smile played on Su Liang's lips as he spoke in a cooperative tone. Lingyun is right, we've really had a lot of fun these past few days, thanks to Lingyun for being our guide and making such thoughtful arrangements.
We should have a good drink to celebrate. Feng Lu looked at the wine, hesitating. I guess I won't drink. I don't drink much.
Although she came from a family with connections to the underworld, her father being a skilled fighter, and she herself knew a bit of martial arts. She had been well protected growing up and had rarely touched alcohol. Chen Lingyun affectionately took her hand.
Oh, Lulu, if you can't drink, just have a little, just a little bit, it's okay.
Before Feng Lu could refuse again, Chen Lingyun had already picked up her wine glass and poured 3 glasses in a few swift motions. First, she filled Feng Lu's glass, then Su Liang's, and finally her own. She raised her glass, her eyes curving into crescents.
Come on, let's have a drink together. Even if we're separated in the future, we should keep in touch.
Cheers!
Cheers! Su Liang raised his glass in response.
Seeing that both of them were looking at her, Feng Lu could only clink glasses and take a small sip.
The 3 of them ate and chatted.
Su Liang occasionally chimed in, but most of the time he just watched the scene unfold.
Chen Lingyun focused all her attention on Feng Lu. Lulu, this is a toast to you. Thank you for keeping me company these past few days.
Lulu, try this fish, it's delicious, a perfect match for wine, just a little bit more.
Look, just a small sip, it's okay, I'll help you back to the guest house later.
Her persuasive words were so considerate that it was hard to refuse. Feng Lu was relaxed and unguarded, and before long, Chen Lingyun had persuaded her to down several drinks. Slowly, a blush rose to her cheeks, and her eyes began to blur. After 2 more drinks, Feng Lu couldn't help but wave her hand.
I really can't drink anymore.
Seeing this, Chen Lingyun flashed a triumphant smile. Coming from a wealthy family, after coming of age, knowing she would be attending social events and drinking parties, her family had intentionally trained her drinking capacity. Therefore, her alcohol tolerance far exceeded that of ordinary people, making it incredibly easy to get Feng Lu drunk.
Having dealt with Feng Lu, Chen Lingyun looked at Su Liang and couldn't resist leaning closer, almost pressing herself against him. Brother Liang.
Her voice was soft and sweet, her eyes sparkling with a hint of intoxication.
Lulu's drunk, it's my turn to toast you.
Su Liang turned his head to look at her. Under the lamplight, the girl's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with spring. He chuckled inwardly.
Finally, she's showing her true colors, hasn't she? Chapter 408. What makes him so special? Because he's exceptionally talented and a man of outstanding appearance?
Inside the hotel, melodious music filled the air. Chen Lingyun picked up her wineglass, her gaze fixed intently on Su Liang, as if she wanted to devour him.
Su Liang also picked up his glass and clinked it against hers.
Chen Lingyun moved closer, deliberately pressing against Su Liang, her movements suggestive. All of this was observed by a figure outside the window.
It was none other than Lin Xin.
A while ago, he was harassed by a gay man who then falsely accused him. Unable to defend himself, he was arrested and detained for several days. He had only just been released today.
Upon leaving the detention center, his first thought was of Su Liang, and even more so of Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun.
He had traveled all the way to western Sichuan, observing Su Liang and his companions for over half a day. He had followed Su Liang and his group all day, intending to find an opportunity to strike Su Liang and rescue the 2 women. However, he hadn't found an opportunity yet, so he remained in the shadows, observing them. Watching Chen Lingyun cling to Su Liang, practically offering herself up, he felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. He began to question his existence.
Why? Why is Su Liang so popular? Just because he's approachable? Talented? Wealthy? Handsome?
The more Lin Xin thought about it, the more unbalanced he became, his jealousy distorting his very being. Inside the private room, Su Liang and Chen Lingyun drank a few more glasses. Feng Lu, a light drinker, already had flushed cheeks, her eyes glazed, and her speech was somewhat slurred.
One more. Seeing this, Su Liang put down his glass, feigning a slight intoxication. That's enough, I'm a little drunk, and Lulu can't drink anymore.
Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed.
Okay, then, Brother Liang, let's go back to our room and rest. Su Liang nodded.
I'll take you and Lulu back to your room first.
Feng Lu was already unsteady on her feet. Su Liang went to her side and helped her up. Chen Lingyun quickly stepped forward as well, supporting her from the other side and gently advising her. Lulu, you're drunk. Let's go back to our room and rest. The two of them, one on each side, half supporting, half carrying Feng Lu, walked towards the hotel elevator. Lin Xin, watching from the shadows, suddenly sobered up. Two girls so drunk, going upstairs with Su Liang, what would happen? Was he planning to enjoy the pleasures of having two women? That wouldn't do. The thought of the two women fawning over Su Liang made Lin Xin's temper flare. He had to stop it. He had originally planned to secretly cause trouble for Su Liang, but now he couldn't hide it anymore. He was about to rush into the hotel when a figure blocked his path. Lin Xin's face darkened. It was Red Robe, Su Liang's personal bodyguard. Get out of the way. Lin Xin's tone was icy. He no longer took her seriously. He had done many bad things recently, completed various system tasks, and his strength had increased dramatically. With his current late-stage transformation realm strength, Red Robe couldn't stop him at all. However, Red Robe remained expressionless. How could she let this guy disturb her master's good time? A heavy aura quietly emanated from her. Lin Xin's pupils shrank, his face filled with shock, and he blurted out. How is this possible? How could your strength have improved so quickly? He was actually at the peak of the transformation realm. He himself only reached the later stages by completing system tasks. Redclad, a bodyguard. How could he break through in such a short time? Little did he know, although Redclad didn't have a system, she had Su Liang supporting her behind the scenes. During this time, Su Liang gave her another gene serum. You see, since obtaining the gene serum formula, he hadn't stopped researching. The laboratory in Black State had been conducting research. For this, countless test subjects had been sacrificed, tens of thousands. Finally, they could create a master at the peak of the transformation realm. Although the mortality rate was very high. But with Su Liang's help, Redclad survived after the gene serum injection. Redclad saw his shocked expression and didn't speak. She slowly pulled a dagger from her boot. This was a divine weapon Su Liang had given her, capable of cutting hair in an instant, incredibly sharp. Today was this guy's death day. She wouldn't hold back. Chapter 409 Death is imminent, a surprise prepared for Brother Liang. Lin Xin watched helplessly as the elevator doors closed. Su Liang, supporting Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun on either side, could be seen, his face bearing a faint smile. His mind was exploding, rage surging to his head. No, he absolutely couldn't let him succeed. Lin Xin almost instinctively lunged forward, but the moment he took a step, a flash of red blocked his way. The woman in red stood there, knife in hand, her eyes icy. Get out of the way. Lin Xin's teeth ground together. The woman in red remained expressionless. Lin Xin gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to the limit, and rushed into the hotel. Although his opponent was a level higher than him, and he couldn't defeat her head-on, could he not outrun her? He was fast, but the knife was faster. The knife came without warning, slashing straight at him. Lin Xin's hair stood on end, a deadly sense of crisis washed over him. He stopped abruptly, almost instinctively, jerking to the side. The blade grazed his scalp, sending a few strands of hair flying through the air. Lin Xin quickly pushed back, his pupils shrinking as he watched the falling hair. A storm raged within him. Hair is resilient and unbreakable, ordinary swords would either bend or snap it, never slice it so cleanly. A plant. Lin Xin couldn't help but curse. He had finally caught up in terms of cultivation level, but the woman in red had somehow broken through before him, now a whole realm higher. Adding to that, this blade that could cut through iron like mud, a head-on clash was hopeless. He couldn't force his way in. Lin Xin took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety and anger, and retreated. He was mentally considering another option. He could either escape through the fire escape or try to cut off the power to the floor to create chaos. He couldn't just stand by and watch Su Liang succeed. But just then, the woman in red moved. Tonight was his death night,
how could she let him escape? She swung her knife, aiming straight for Lin Xian's throat, her killing intent chilling. Lin Xian dodged to the side, the blade grazing his neck, causing a slight sting. He touched his neck, his fingertips were stained with blood. The wound wasn't deep, but it was enough for him to realize one thing. This woman really wanted to kill him. I'm about to leave, and you still won't let me go. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. However, the woman in red ignored him, closing in with her knife. Lin Xian was forced to fight. But he was already a level lower, he couldn't keep up in speed, he couldn't match her strength, and his opponent was wielding that divine weapon. Lin Xian could only dodge, struggling to stay afloat, looking utterly pathetic. The red-clad woman's swordsmanship wasn't flashy, each strike was clean and swift, aimed straight for vital points. Lin Xian could only evade, his footing becoming increasingly erratic, his openings widening. Another slash passed by, he hadn't completely dodged it, the blade slicing across his ribs. His clothes were torn open, followed by the sensation of flesh being sliced open. Lin Xian glanced down, a long gash stretched across his skin. He found an opening, retreating a short distance, gasping for breath. He couldn't win, he really couldn't win. It seemed impossible to stop Su Liang today. If he continued, he would truly die here. He had a system, he could grow rapidly. As long as he lived, there was still a chance to turn the tables. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, fortunes change, there's no need to fight over a moment's anger. Lin Xian turned and ran, but the woman in red was like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing him, occasionally stabbing him. Lin Xian dodged left and right, but he was injured and couldn't keep up. Gradually, several more cuts appeared on his back, arms, and shoulders. Blood stained his shirt crimson. Lin Xian's breathing was heavy, his steps unsteady. He knew this wouldn't work, he couldn't escape, and the moment his strength gave out would be his death. Lin Xian stopped, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the slowly approaching woman in red. Damn it, if I can't escape, then I'll fight her to the death. He clenched his fists and charged towards the woman in red. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Su Liang had already placed the drunken Feng Lu on the bed. Feng Lu mumbled something, turned over, her cheeks flushed, and fell asleep immediately. Chen Lingyun helped tuck her in. It's getting late, you should all get some rest. I'm going back to my room too. Su Liang said something to Chen Lingyun. Chen Lingyun smiled sweetly and replied. Don't worry, Liang Ji, I'll take good care of Lulu. Su Liang nodded, turned, and left the room, closing the door behind him. The room fell silent. Chen Lingyun quickly walked to the suitcase, unzipped it, and pulled a thin piece of fabric from a hidden compartment. This was a black, semi-transparent lace dress she'd packed in her suitcase before leaving the house. It was incredibly alluring. She took a shower, got dressed, and then sat down at her vanity. She applied light makeup and sprayed on some irresistible perfume. She looked in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had a rosy complexion, wearing that almost nosebleed-inducing dress, both innocent and seductive. Come on, Yun, you can do it. Tonight you have to win over Liang Ji. She pumped her fist, a smile playing on her lips. Then she draped a long coat over her shoulders, concealing her alluring figure, thinking that if she suddenly ripped it open later, she'd give Liang Ji a surprise. Chapter 410 From Pure Desire to Succubus, focusing on a contrast. After making all the preparations, Chen Lingyun pushed open the door and carefully walked out. To avoid waking Feng Lu, she made no sound. Chen Lingyun walked to the door next door, raised her hand, and knocked twice. Knock knock. After a short while, the door opened a crack. Su Liang poked his head out, his hair still wet. He was shirtless, with broad shoulders. Chen Lingyun's eyes lit up. When Su Liang saw it was her, his tone carried just the right amount of surprise. Lingyun? What's up? Chen Lingyun smiled sweetly. Brother Liang, something came up, and I wanted to come and talk to you. What is it? Su Liang raised an eyebrow and asked. Chen Lingyun looked at both sides of the corridor. Brother Liang, let me go in and talk. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Su Liang's face. Isn't that inconvenient?
I just showered, and I haven't even put my clothes on yet. Shen Lingyun became even more excited. What's wrong with that? Brother Liang, we're not strangers. We've been hanging out together for so many days. Don't you consider me a friend? Su Liang shook his head. That's not what I meant.
After all, men and women shouldn't be so close.
Shen Lingyun said nonchalantly. It's okay, I don't mind. Why would a grown man like you mind?
Seeing Su Liang still hesitating, she put on a pitiful expression.
Are you just going to make me talk in the hallway? What if someone sees us? That wouldn't be good. Su Liang hesitated for a moment, then sighed and stepped aside to make way. Then come in.
Shen Lingyun was overjoyed and rushed into the room, as if afraid he would change his mind.
As soon as she entered, she instinctively looked at Su Liang.
He was indeed shirtless, wearing only a loose pair of shorts. His broad shoulders and narrow waist gave him a perfectly proportioned, inverted triangle physique, with well-defined, muscular eight-pack. Shen Lingyun's eyes were glued to him.
Until Su Liang waved his hand in front of her. Lingyun. Su Liang smiled. What do you need? Go ahead.
Shen Lingyun snapped out of her daze, realizing how long she had been staring at him, and her face flushed. She was incredibly annoyed. She had promised herself to stay calm. How could she have lost her composure the moment she walked in? She took a deep breath, mentally encouraging herself. Stay calm, Yun, you can do it. Take it one step at a time, don't rush. When she looked up again, her expression had returned to composure, and she gave Su Liang a sweet smile. No rush, Liang Ji, let's sit down and talk slowly, she said, her gaze sweeping around the room. Then she frowned, fanned her face with her hand, and said exaggeratedly,
Liang Ji, this room is so hot.
Shen Lingyun unbuttoned the top button of her coat, fanning herself as she spoke.
Why is it so hot today? I'll take off my coat first. She unbuttoned it one button at a time.
She slowly pulled the long coat off her body.
Time seemed to stand still. Her lace outfit underneath was exposed to the light.
The black, semi-transparent fabric, with its delicate openwork pattern, perfectly hugged her shapely figure. It revealed just the right amount of what should be revealed.
While what shouldn't be revealed was subtly glimpsed, even more alluring than outright nudity. From a dignified, conservative, and abstinent school beauty to a sexy and seductive dark enchantress, the contrast was simply too great.
Even Su Liang, who was used to seeing beautiful women and possessed exceptional self-control, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Shen Lingyun had been secretly observing his reaction out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his stunned expression, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up. But she quickly suppressed that smile. This was only the first step in winning over Liang Ji. She had to stay calm. Chapter 411. You don't want to be in a relationship, you want to be. Su Liang withdrew his gaze from Shen Lingyun, picked up the freshly brewed tea from the coffee table, and asked curiously,
Lingyun, what do you want to talk to me about? Go ahead.
Shen Lingyun stood in the center of the room, her lace outfit particularly eye-catching under the light. She smiled, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Brother Liang, don't be in such a hurry. I just learned to dance, and I'd like Brother Liang to give me his critique. Su Liang was puzzled.
Weren't we just eating? When did you learn it?
Shen Lingyun's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting around, and she pouted.
Brother Liang, don't worry about the details,
she said, then put on that pitiful expression again.
Brother Liang, we're friends now, aren't you going to help me with this?
Su Liang's lips curled into a smile, and he leaned back on the sofa.
Then dance. Shen Lingyun's heart leaped with joy.
She took out her phone and selected a soothing yet slightly ambiguous piece of music. The melodious prelude filled the room. Coming from a prominent family, she had been trained in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, and etiquette from a young age, and she danced this dance very well. Her movements were graceful, her figure supple, perfectly showcasing the lines of her body. But what should have been a beautiful artistic performance, combined with her attire, completely changed its flavor. The black lace swayed with her movements, her skin glimpsed and concealed, incredibly alluring. She twirled, bent over, and stretched her arms, every movement carried a seductive undertone. It was as if she were extending an invitation to Su Liang. Su Liang, holding his teacup, was so captivated by her movements that he forgot to drink his tea. While dancing, Chen Lingyun secretly observed his expression out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him watching intently, her smile grew even brighter. It seems she still has some charm. The music gradually builds to a climax, and her dance moves draw ever closer to the sofa. Step by step, twirling and swaying, she drifts towards Su Liang. As the last note falls, she throws herself into Su Liang's arms. Her soft body presses against his chest, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Chen Lingyan looks up, her eyes sparkling, gazing at him tenderly. Su Liang doesn't push her away, but he doesn't respond either, his tone carrying just the right amount of surprise.
Lingyun, what are you doing?
Please have some self-respect.
Didn't you want to talk to me about something? Shen Lingyun is somewhat annoyed. At a time like this, she doesn't believe Su Liang is completely clueless. She's heard it with her own ears. Before dawn, Su Liang and Feng Lu were making love in the room, so loudly that even the soundproofing couldn't block it out. And now he's pretending to be a gentleman in front of her?
She bit her lip, deciding to be blunt.
We're not talking about anything, I want to date Liang Ji.
With that, she abandoned all pretense, pressing herself against Su Liang, wrapping her arms around his neck, practically clinging to him.
Su Liang was thrown back by her sudden movement, somewhat amused and exasperated. Is this dating? You clearly want to do.
Chen Lingyun straightened up, placing her hands on Su Liang's chest, looking intently into his eyes, and poured out her heart.
Liang Ji, stop pretending. I know everything about you and Xiao Lulu. Su Liang's eyes flickered. I want to be with you too. Chen Lingyun said earnestly. Don't worry, I'm not here to break you up, I'm here to join you.
She leaned closer to Su Liang, almost whispering in his ear.
From now on, you can be with Xiao Lu, and with me too.
If necessary, we can even play cards together. She blinked, a meaningful smile playing on her lips.
Don't you like it, brother Liang?
Now that things had come to this, Su Liang wouldn't be a man if he didn't.
He reached out and pulled Chen Lingyun into his arms.
In that case, the three of us living a good life together is more important than anything else.
Chen Lingyun was overjoyed. Indeed.
A man pursuing a woman is like climbing a mountain, a woman pursuing a man is like piercing a thin veil, the ancients were right. Just as she was basking in the joy of her success, she suddenly felt a hand on her head.
Chen Lingyun looked up at Su Liang, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Su Liang looked at her, his gaze completely different from before. Your dancing is so good, it's really getting me worked up.
Chen Lingyun paused, then understood his meaning, her cheeks flushing instantly. She wanted to say something, her lips moved, but before she could utter a sound,
Su Liang leaned back on the sofa, sighed, and wore the same expression as Liang Kun. Chapter 412 New Ability, Time Stop, It's Time to End. Ding, do you wish to add Chen Lingyun to the family? Make her a family member? Just after Su Liang and Chen Lingyun finished studying the structure of the character Kun, the system notification sounded. Without hesitation, he silently said yes.
Ding, congratulations, host.
Family member +1.
You have gained the ability Time Stop. Su Liang thought he had misheard.
Time Stop? Does such a thing really exist?
He looked at the text on the system panel again, clearly confirming that he hadn't misread it. A surge of intense excitement welled up inside him. That's Time Stop.
Countless uses flashed through Su Liang's mind instantly. The entire world freezes, only he can move. Wouldn't that mean he could do whatever he wanted?
When encountering those so-called protagonists, reborn immortals, returning strongmen, or chosen ones of destiny.
With time stopped, no matter who you are, even a god would be killed. What? You're saying the use of time stop is for killing?
What else could it be? Those with dirty minds, go stand in the corner and reflect on your actions.
Su Liang took a breath, suppressing his excitement, and eagerly began to study this newly acquired ability. He closed his eyes, following the system's guidance to mobilize his mental energy. It was as if a string deep within his consciousness had been plucked. Then the whole world fell silent. Not the silence of a quiet night, but an absolute, utter, chilling stillness. The sound of the air conditioner stopped, the distant traffic outside the window disappeared, even the sound of air moving ceased. Su Liang opened his eyes. Chen Lingyun lay on her side beside him, fast asleep, a faint smile on her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. But she wasn't breathing, her chest wasn't rising and falling, her lips weren't moving, she was like a finely sculpted statue. Su Liang stood up and walked to the window. The sight outside made him gasp. He had made a contribution to global warming. All the vehicles on the road were frozen, as if pressed to the spot by an invisible hand. His gaze swept across the street, landing on a roadside tree in the distance. A withered yellow leaf, freshly detached from its branch, was drifting down at an angle, yet it hovered motionless in midair. The entire world had been paused. He was the sole exception in this collective stillness. Standing at the window, Su Liang looked down at the frozen city, a feeling he had never experienced before welling up within him. Looking down upon all living beings. At this moment, he was a god. Then, this feeling didn't last long, the world spun before his eyes. A violent wave of dizziness washed over him. Su Liang reached out to grab the window frame to keep from falling. The scene before him changed, the vehicle resumed its journey, and the golden leaf drifted gently down from the sky. The world came alive. Su Liang gasped for breath, glancing at the time. 5 seconds. The time stop lasted only 5 seconds. Damn! Su Liang couldn't help but curse. That was way too fast. He's practically a second death man. Ahem. Actually, 5 seconds was enough. Often, in a clash between experts, a single second can decide life or death. Even if the opponent is stronger, as long as they're still within the realm of carbon-based life forms, once time stops, wouldn't they be at his mercy? Thinking this way, his mood improved somewhat. Su Liang walked to the bedside and looked at the sleeping Chen Lingyun. Her sleeping face was serene, a smile still lingering on her lips. He wondered what sweet dreams she was having. He reached out and pulled the blanket over her. Then Su Liang turned, grabbed his coat, and went out the door. Not far from the hotel, the battle between Hani and Lin Xin continued. Or rather, it wasn't even a battle. Hani's cultivation level was far superior to Lin Xin's, and she wielded a blade that could cut through iron like mud. From the very beginning, it was a one-sided crushing victory. Lin Xin was covered in blood, his clothes torn, dozens of cuts oozing blood. He knelt on the ground, his hands supporting him, gasping for breath. Each breath aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. He was exhausted, even standing was difficult, but his eyes remained fixed on the woman in red, filled with resentment and anger. The woman in red stood before him, her short sword hanging at her side, blood still dripping from its tip. She looked down at him, her expression cold, as if she were looking at a piece of trash about to be disposed of. Su Liang emerged from the shadows. Hearing footsteps, the woman in red glanced at him, then bowed slightly. Master. Su Liang nodded, then walked to Lin Xin. It was time to end this. Chapter 413. Killing someone by destroying their spirit, anger driving him to the brink of collapse. The night was as dark as ink, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the evening breeze. Su Liang slowly walked to Lin Xin, who lay slumped on the ground, looking down at him as if appraising a defeated dog. Lin Xin was covered in wounds, blood constantly trickling from his mouth, a pitiful sight. Lin Xin gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. His bones felt like they were shattered, every movement brought excruciating pain, yet he stubbornly endured it. His inherent pride prevented him from bowing down to Su Liang. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Su Liang, his voice hoarse with extreme rage. Su Liang, what have you done to Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What else could happen? Two stunningly beautiful women, what else do you think could happen? I'm not some saintly figure who can resist temptation. These words were like a knife piercing Lin Xin's heart. The image of Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun writhing in front of Su Liang flashed through his mind, the pain almost suffocating him. Seeing his pained expression, Su Liang continued. If I had to give them an evaluation, I could only give you 2 words, fill in the blank. Lin Xin trembled violently, his anger surging.
Ding Lin Xin's rage sword, villain value plus 1000.
Su Liang did it on purpose.
The saying goes, kill someone by destroying their spirit. Now was the perfect opportunity to harvest villain value. Since Lin Xin was doomed to die today, he naturally wanted to make the most of him before he died, squeezing out his last bit of value. I'll kill you. Blinded by rage, Lin Xin, despite his broken and injured body, roared and lunged at Su Liang. He was determined to die with Su Liang, wanting to fight him to the death. However, he forgot the vast difference in their strength. Su Liang sneered, meeting Lin Xin's charge with a kick. Bang! The heavy force struck Lin Xin's chest. The next moment, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a crater. Lin Xin curled up at the bottom of the crater, his bones racked with excruciating pain. He struggled several times, but had no strength left to get up. Su Liang spoke contemptuously. With your paltry skills, you dare boast of killing me? You're utterly overestimating yourself. He relentlessly attacked, chipping away at Lin Xin's mental defenses, crushing his last shred of will. Lin Xin lay in the pit, his eyes vacant, his heart ashen. He had endured countless hardships to avenge himself and rescue Feng Lu and the others. He had even committed many heinous acts against his conscience and crossed all moral boundaries, finally raising his strength to its current level. He thought he finally had the means to avenge himself and save his beloved. But he couldn't even defeat one of Su Liang's bodyguards. He was beaten to the brink of death. Now, before Su Liang, he was utterly vulnerable, crushed underfoot. All his forbearance and sacrifices had been in vain, all his hopes shattered, and his spirit completely collapsed. Su Liang wasn't about to let him off the hook, continuing his scathing attack. You should know how Lulu ended up in my hands, right? She acts like a cool, aloof school beauty in front of others, but deep down she's extremely socially awkward. When I tricked her into my house, she didn't dare utter a sound. And that girl Lingyun, a high society heiress, kept throwing herself at me. These two are such stark contrasts. Lin Xin, who had been in despair, staring blankly at the dark night sky like a dead man. But upon hearing Su Liang's words, a surge of suppressed, overwhelming rage rose wildly from the depths of his heart. Along with this surge of rage, a powerful aura suddenly erupted around him, and he actually broke through in this desperate situation, directly reaching the peak of the transformation realm. Su Liang was surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Truly worthy of being the protagonist of destiny. Others, mired in despair, can only unleash a burst of anger. But the protagonist manages to defy the odds and unleash a burst of power. Chapter 414. I still like the way you look when you're confident of victory. Extreme rage nearly set Lin Xin ablaze. Suddenly, a new power, like a burst dam, shattered the barrier that had bound him. Peak of the transformation realm he had broken through. A surge of wild joy rose within him. Lin Xin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power in his palm, a wide grin revealing blood-stained teeth. He raised his head again, his eyes blazing with overwhelming killing intent. Su Liang, today is your death day. Before the words were finished, he moved. The speed of a peak transformation realm expert exploded, his feet slamming into the ground, propelling him towards Su Liang like an arrow released from a bow. He clenched his right fist, pouring all his power into this single punch, slamming it down towards Su Liang's face. Su Liang's face grew larger and larger in his vision. A sinister smile spread across Lin Xin's face, as if he could already see the scene of his revenge being fulfilled. Then, his fist stopped. He froze, unable to move an inch further. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment, then stared intently. Su Liang easily caught his full-force punch with just one hand. How could this be? Lin Xin's pupils constricted, his sinister smile freezing on his face, utterly incredulous. You're clearly only at the peak of the transformation realm, how could you possibly? The woman in red stood by, watching coldly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Even among those at the same level, there is a difference. She herself was at the peak of the transformation realm, but facing Su Liang felt like looking into a bottomless abyss. That's why she hadn't made a move from beginning to end. Otherwise, given her current complete submission to Su Liang, she would have already stood in front of him. Initially, she was resentful because she was being mind-controlled, but after this period of training, she was completely subdued, both physically and mentally. Looking at the shocked face before him, Su Liang's lips curled into a smile. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing anymore? I still prefer your confident look from before. His wrist twisted sharply. Crack! Lin Xian's right hand twisted at a bizarre angle, fractured, shattered, and his entire arm hung limply at his sides. Before the excruciating pain could even register in his brain, Su Liang's left fist slammed into his chest. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of his sternum shattering and collapsing exploded like a machine gun. Lin Xian's body arched into a grotesque arc, like a boiled shrimp. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and gravel. Ugh! Lin Xian lay in the deep pit, gushing blood, his pupils unfocused as he stared at the night sky. He thought that after breaking through to the peak of the transformation realm, he finally had the power to fight back, but in the end, he was still utterly vulnerable. The nascent hope was shattered into dust, leaving him utterly despondent. Thump, thump, thump. Su Liang walked step by step to the edge of the pit, placing one foot on Lin Xian's chest, pressing down slightly to pin him to the ground. The farce is over. Time to send you on your way. Su Liang looked at him indifferently. You don't need to worry about Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun. Go in peace. I'll take good care of them for you, and I guarantee they'll give me 10 or 8 children. Lin Xian's unfocused pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes widening in a final burst of rage as he stared intently at Su Liang. You'll die a horrible death. Su Liang sneered. If curses were effective, what would be the point of increasing strength? He raised his right foot, aimed it at Lin Xian's throat, and stomped down heavily. Crack! The sound of his throat bones shattering rang out. Lin Xian's pupils dilated, his mouth agape, but no sound came out. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, frozen forever on his face. He died with his eyes wide open. Ding! Lin Xian died with his eyes wide open, villain value plus 1,000. Su Liang withdrew his foot, dusted off his trousers, and casually gave an order to the woman in red beside him. Clean this place up, just in case. Scatter the ashes. The woman in red bowed slightly, her expression respectful. Yes, sir. Chapter 415. You were here first, so I'll just call you sister from now on. Bang bang bang. The sky was just beginning to lighten. A series of urgent knocks shattered the morning silence. Chen Lingyun, get out here. I know you're in there. Feng Lu's voice was filled with barely suppressed anger as she slammed her hand on the door, the bangs echoing loudly. She stood in the doorway of Su Liang's room, her eyes red-rimmed, her chest heaving. 10 minutes earlier, she had woken up in bed, the bedside empty. She paused, then the memories of last night flooded back like a tidal wave. Chen Lingyun had taken her hand, sincerely saying she wanted to make peace, that she had seen the light and would no longer bother Su Liang. Her words were so heartfelt, they made her very happy. That evening, Chen Lingyun brought out some wine, saying she wanted to celebrate, and she didn't refuse. Now, thinking back, all the talk of making peace, all the talk of no more bothering, it was all a lie. Chen Lingyun got her drunk so she could sneak into her house while she slept. Feng Lu grew increasingly angry and pounded on the door again. Chen Lingyun, you come out here. Inside the house. Su Liang and Chen Lingyun were awakened by the knocking. Chen Lingyun woke up, frowning at first, then remembering what happened last night. She was finally with Liang Ji. So happy. She turned her head, looking at Su Liang beside her, and unconsciously snuggled closer, nestled in his arms. At that moment, another knock came at the door. Chen Lingyun shrank back, feeling incredibly guilty. After all, Feng Lu and Su Liang had gotten together first. She was the later one, and she had even used dishonest means. She looked up, gazing expectantly at Su Liang. Su Liang patted her head. "Don't worry, get up." Chen Lingyun responded and sat up. The blanket slipped from her shoulders. She looked down and realized she wasn't wearing anything, her face flushing instantly. She hurriedly pulled the blanket back up, leaving only her eyes exposed. Su Liang looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh, his tone teasing. "Still shy? You were quite bold last night, even dressing like that to seduce me." "Brother Liang, please stop." Chen Lingyun was burning with embarrassment, reaching out to cover Su Liang's mouth, her face so red it seemed to bleed. Remembering what happened last night, she was also incredibly embarrassed. But what could she do in that situation? Su Liang was about to return to Shanghai. Once he left, she would never have another chance. She had no choice but to go all out. Fortunately, she achieved her goal. Su Liang smiled and removed her hand. Okay, I won't say anything more. Get up quickly, don't keep Lulu waiting." The two hurriedly got up and dressed. Chen Lingyun dressed quickly, afraid that Feng Lu would suddenly burst in. Su Liang, on the other hand, was calm and composed. After buttoning his shirt, he walked to the door and opened it. Feng Lu's hand was still raised in midair. Seeing that it was Su Liang who opened the door, she swallowed back the curses she had prepared. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She squeezed past Su Liang and rushed into the room. Sure enough, Chen Lingyun stood by the bed, just dressed, her hair still a little messy, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at her. "Chen Lingyun." Feng Lu gritted her teeth. "You shameless bastard, you got me drunk." Chen Lingyun was so guilty she didn't dare say a word, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes like a child caught doing something wrong. Feng Lu was furious, but she was naturally socially awkward, and saying these words was already her limit. She simply couldn't bring herself to say anything more vicious. Actually, she wasn't too angry that Chen Lingyun and Su Liang were together. She knew Su Liang's personality, she wasn't unprepared for him having several women around him. What angered her was that Chen Lingyun had lied to her. They agreed to shake hands and make up, then he turned around and got her drunk and sneaked into her house. What kind of behavior is this? Su Liang walked to Feng Lu's side, put his arm around her shoulder, and spoke gently. "Lulu, don't be angry. Lingyun only did this because she likes me so much." Seeing Su Liang speak up for her, Chen Lingyun became a little bolder and timidly leaned closer. "Lulu, don't be angry." She secretly glanced at Feng Lu, and seeing that she showed no signs of anger, added, "I was wrong, okay? Here, you were here first, so from now on I'll call you sister. Chapter 416 Children make choices, adults want it all. Lulu, don't be angry. You were here first, so I'll call you sister, okay? Chen Lingyun wore a sweet, ingratiating expression. Feng Lu was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She's already calling her sister? Who's your sister? Why didn't you call me sister when you got me drunk? Seeing that she didn't speak, Chen Lingyun added sweetly, "Sister." The call was crisp and sweet, but to Feng Lu, it only made her teeth ache. She was so angry her chest felt tight, but she couldn't vent it. Su Liang was watching from the side. If he were to fall out with Chen Lingyun now, wouldn't he seem petty and intolerant? Feng Lu bit her lip, swallowing back the words she was about to say, her face flushed red, feeling incredibly frustrated. Su Liang timely smoothed things over. All right, let's go have breakfast first. We still have to travel back afterward." At the breakfast table, Chen Lingyun and Su Liang were already together, their relationship even more intimate. She nestled in Su Liang's arms, attentively serving her food. Feng Lu sat opposite, watching this scene, her anger simmering, yet she couldn't find an outlet. Before, she had some confidence. Only after she and Su Liang had that kind of relationship could she righteously prevent any woman from getting close to Su Liang. But now? Chen Lingyun too, what could she do to stop her? After breakfast, the group drove back to Rongcheng. They walked and stopped frequently, exploring whenever they saw a scenic spot. Amidst the mountains and rivers, Chen Lingyun clung to Su Liang the entire time, linking her arm with his and taking photos together. Feng Lu, on the other hand, looked like a doormat, her lips pouting, sulking. After a full day of sightseeing, as dusk fell, the group found a hotel by the roadside to stay the night.
"Brother Liang, it's time to sleep. Let's go back to our room." Feng Lu's face immediately darkened. "No way."
Chen Lingyun blinked, looking at her innocently.
"Brother Liang wants to sleep with me? Forget about it."
Feng Lu crossed her arms, her tone leaving no room for argument.
Last night, Chen Lingyun had gotten her drunk and taken advantage of her. If she let her succeed again tonight, did she really think Feng Lu was easy to bully? A look of grievance appeared on Chen Lingyun's face. "Sister, you're the older sister, shouldn't you give way to your younger sister? I was with Liang Ji last night, and I need your company right now." Feng Lu was furious at her words. The older sister should give way to the younger sister? You were with Liang Ji, so it's my fault? Haven't you spent a whole day with Liang Ji enough? Feng Lu suppressed her anger. She had personally witnessed this green tea bitch clinging to Su Liang all day. Chen Lingyun said matter-of-factly. "It's never enough." Her eyes darted around, and suddenly a smile curved her lips, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. She intimately linked her arm with Su Liang's, pressed her body against him, and looked up at him. "Liang Ji, you decide who stays with you tonight." Her lips were almost touching Su Liang's ear. "Liang Ji, I've prepared a surprise for you tonight. It'll definitely be more exciting than last night." Feng Lu watched this scene, her teeth itching with anger. What a vixen! Using such despicable means to seduce Su Liang. Seeing Su Liang showing signs of being moved, Feng Lu gritted her teeth, a surge of heat rushing to her head, and did something she herself couldn't believe. She also took Su Liang's arm, and said to Chen Lingyun unkindly, "You flat-chested girl, you still have the nerve to seduce Brother Liang? What you can do, I can do too, am I not better than you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, her face turned red. Given her socially awkward personality, she would never have said such a thing before. But today, she was truly enraged by Chen Lingyun. She lied to her, got her drunk, stole from her home, and now she was seducing Su Liang right in front of her. This was intolerable. Chen Lingyun paused, looking down at herself, then at Feng Lu. Okay, she was indeed a size bigger than her. But she wasn't about to give up so easily. Chen Lingyun raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile playing on her lips, and scoffed. "You should just give up. You can't even hold back a word. Do you even know what kind of tricks Brother Liang likes? You." Feng Lu's face flushed crimson. She wasn't good with words to begin with. How could she possibly win against the sharp-tongued Chen Lingyun? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she simply looked at Su Liang and asked angrily, "Brother Liang, what do you choose?" Su Liang looked down to his left, then to his right. Two beautiful faces were looking up at him. One had eyes as clear as autumn water, the other a face as radiant as a peach blossom. He smiled. Only children make choices, adults. Chapter 417. They're getting closer and closer, disturbing the neighbors late at night. The next day. The morning sun streamed into the room through the window. Feng Lu woke up, burying her face in the blankets, her cheeks burning red. The scenes from last night replayed in her mind. She and Su Liang had been together more than once or twice. But she had never played cards before. Sister. Chen Lingyun, however, wasn't as shy. Seeing her awake, she grinned and leaned closer. "Don't be shy. From now on, we're best friends. Sister, you have to be considerate of your younger sister." "Shameless." Feng Lu muttered sullenly. The next few days, the return journey was exceptionally slow. Knowing they would part ways upon returning to Rongcheng, the group tacitly slowed their pace. During the day, they enjoyed sightseeing, the two girls following Su Liang around, their laughter constant. Chen Lingyun pulled Su Liang and Feng Lu to take pictures.
It's unclear when it started, but Feng Lu no longer felt an itch to provoke Chen Lingyun. In fact, she would even initiate conversations. They would often spend evenings together.
Feng Lu and Chen Lingyun's relationship grew increasingly closer. But every road has an end. As familiar street scenes began to appear outside the car window, it meant they had arrived in Chengdu. Dinner was at a small restaurant, a table laden with Sichuan specialties. However, they weren't as lively as before. They were mostly silent, looking preoccupied. Brother Liang. Chen Lingyun looked at Su Liang, her face filled with reluctance. Are you going back to Shanghai tomorrow? Su Liang nodded. Yes, my flight is at noon tomorrow.
Hearing this, Feng Lu couldn't help but put down her chopsticks. Although she had been forced into it at first, she had unknowingly fallen in love with him during this journey. Parting was definitely difficult. Chen Lingyun bit her lip and asked again.
Then can we come to Shanghai to see you? Of course, you're welcome anytime. Su Liang smiled.
When you come, I'll take you to the Bund and try Shanghai's specialties.
Chen Lingyun knew she couldn't stop Su Liang. Su Liang was a wealthy young master from Shanghai, his status was undeniable.
Chengdu was just a small stopover, he couldn't stay here indefinitely.
She took a deep breath and forced a smile.
Then we'll see Brother Liang off tomorrow.
No problem.
Su Liang agreed with a smile. He readily agreed, but in his heart, he started calculating. Before leaving tomorrow, he still had to see Xia Qingqiu and Qin Fuling. If he bumped into them seeing him off, their jealousy would flare up, and it would be quite a show. He had to think of a way to prevent them from seeing him off. He quickly came up with an idea. Back at the hotel that evening, Su Liang unleashed his trump card. The specific methods he used are best left unsaid, describing them would invite censorship.
Those who know, know. The next day,
Su Liang got out of bed feeling refreshed. Feng Lu struggled to sit up, her hand barely managing to support herself before going limp, almost too weak to lift it. Her face was flushed, and her voice was barely audible.
I'll take you. Su Liang pulled her back into bed.
Chen Lingyun also tried to get up, but after lifting the blanket slightly, she quickly withdrew her hand. She gave up trying to be strong, lying under the covers, only her eyes peeking out to look at Su Liang. Su Liang ruffled her hair.
No need for you to see me off. Get some rest. Come visit me in Shanghai when you have time. Then, Su Liang lingered for a while longer, then closed the door and left. Their footsteps faded into the distance.
The two women exchanged a glance, a touch of melancholy in their eyes.
Brother Liang was really gone. Chapter 418 time, well, you can always find it if you squeeze it in.
After leaving the hotel, Su Liang headed straight for Xia Qingqiu's residence. The car stopped at the entrance of the residential complex. As soon as Su Liang opened the car door, he saw two people standing at the gate of a detached house not far away. Xia Qingqiu wore a long dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, a faint smile on her face. Qin Fuling stood beside her, wearing a white shirt and a pleated skirt, her lips pouting, looking like a wronged little wife.
Su Liang walked closer, looking at Qin Fuling's resentful expression, and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, who made our Fuling angry?
Su Liang reached out and ruffled her hair.
Qin Fuling angrily turned her head away. Who else could it be but you? You've forgotten your old flame as soon as you have a new love. We haven't even heard from you for so many days. I thought you'd forgotten about us.
Su Liang smiled and withdrew his hand.
How could I forget our little Fuling?
He paused, then explained.
She just went on a trip.
Next time you come to Shanghai, I'll take you sightseeing too. Qin Fuling shook her head, intending to shake off his hand, but stopped at his words. She turned her head suspiciously, her almond-shaped eyes scrutinizing Su Liang.
Brother Liang, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Qin Fuling finally snorted.
Although she didn't say it, the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her.
Xia Qingqiu watched the two bickering.
Seeing Qin Fuling finally quiet down, she made an inviting gesture.
Master, let's go inside and talk. Su Liang nodded and stepped inside, the two women following on either side of him. Remembering the important matter, Su Liang casually asked, "Have you bought the plane tickets?" Xia Qingqiu replied, "I've bought it, for 3 p.m.
Qin Fuling pursed her lips, looking at Su Liang's profile, her voice filled with reluctance.
Brother Liang, you're going back today. What's wrong? Can't you stay a few more days with us?
Qin Fuling knew Su Liang was going back to Shanghai, but even knowing it didn't stop her heart from aching.
Su Liang sighed.
I've been here quite a while now, and there are things waiting for me to take care of back in Shanghai. He ruffled Qin Fuling's hair and smiled. Fuling, if you miss me, you can come to Shanghai with me. Qin Fuling's eyes lit up, and she almost blurted out okay, but then swallowed the words back. She still had her studies to finish. Finally, she bit her lip and said, "When I go to Shanghai, don't look down on me. I'd be happy to have you here, why would I look down on you?"
Su Liang reassured Qin Fuling, then turned to Xia Qingqiu, changing the subject. How's it going? Xia Qingqiu's purpose for this trip was to expand her influence.
The largest local power in Rongqing used to be Tianmen, but it was taken down with Su Liang's help. He hadn't paid much attention to it lately and didn't know how far things had progressed.
Xia Qingqiu smiled.
The Star Moon Society has taken control of the entire underground forces in Rongqing, and the situation is now stable.
The rest is about further consolidating our rule and strengthening our foundation. This takes time, it can't be rushed. Su Liang was satisfied.
He always trusted Xia Qingqiu's abilities.
Go back early once you're done.
Okay. The three went inside.
Xia Qingqiu was about to make tea.
Su Liang reached out, grabbed her wrist, and gently pulled her into his arms. He held her waist, a smile playing on his lips.
Don't bother with your work. I haven't seen you for days, I want to spend some time with you.
He had been so busy chasing girls lately that he had neglected these two, and Su Liang felt somewhat guilty. Qin Fuling crossed her arms, looking at Xia Qingqiu, who was blushing slightly in Su Liang's arms, and snorted coldly.
It's already 9 o'clock. Brother Liang, you have to go back this afternoon. How will you have time to spend with us? Time well, I can always squeeze some out. Su Liang's eyes held amusement. He walked towards Qin Fuling step by step.
Qin Fuling felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze.
What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. She shrank back, looking frightened.
Su Liang said cooperatively. Go ahead and scream your lungs out, but no one will come to save you.
Scream my lungs out. Chapter 419. Is that enough? What a glutton.
Before they knew it, it was noon. Su Liang had intended to stop spending time with Qin Fuling and Xia Qingqiu.
If they didn't stop now, they might miss their afternoon flight. However, Qin Fuling stubbornly clung to him.
Brother Liang, you're going back to Shanghai soon, can't you spend some time with me? Su Liang said somewhat helplessly.
It's already noon, my flight is at 1:30. But there's still an hour and a half left, isn't there? Qin Fuling clung to his neck, refusing to let go. Aren't you going to eat? I'm starving. I don't care. Qin Fuling muttered, then clung to him again. She showed her attitude with her actions. Xia Qingqiu watched this scene and couldn't help but smile.
Brother Liang, you two continue, I'll go cook, there's still time.
She turned and went to the kitchen.
Half an hour later, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Xia Qingqiu placed the last dish on the table, took off her apron and hung it aside.
Seeing that the two hadn't come out yet,
she went to the bedroom, leaned against the door, and watched the drama unfold.
Dinner's ready. Su Liang patted Qin Fuling's head. Is this all right now? You glutton. Qin Fuling pouted.
Although she was still a little dissatisfied, she knew Su Liang really needed to eat. If they dragged it out any longer, they would miss their flight.
She reluctantly quieted down and followed Su Liang out of the room.
The three of them sat down at the dining table. The table was laden with dishes, each one fragrant and delicious, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. It was clear that Xia Qingqiu had put thought into the meal. Qin Fuling looked at the table full of food, then at Xia Qingqiu sitting opposite her with a nonchalant expression, her eyes darting around. If Qingqiu hadn't taken the initiative to cook, how could she have spent those extra half hour with Su Liang? And this table full of dishes was all prepared by Qingqiu herself, working tirelessly from start to finish. She had to repay this favor. Qin Fuling's eyes darted around. Qingqiu, Liang Ji kept me company earlier, now it's your turn. She smiled mischievously, and with a gentle push, she shoved Xia Qingqiu into Su Liang's arms. Xia Qingqiu's face flushed instantly. She knew exactly what this meant. Stop fooling around, we're eating. Qin Fuling blinked. It won't affect anything. Qingqiu, if you think it's taking up too much time to eat, I can feed you. Hearing this, Xia Qingqiu involuntarily conjured up that image in her mind. Qin Fuling, picking up food, feeding her and Su Liang bite by bite. Her face turned even redder, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Su Liang was also taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. This little girl really knows how to have fun. Like an old sow wearing a bra, one said after another. But he likes it. Fuling is right. Su Liang nodded, his tone appreciative. Qingqiu, you'll be staying here for a while longer, so let me keep you company. As he spoke, he pulled Xia Qingqiu into his arms. Xia Qingqiu's heart raced. She knew she should refuse, but Su Liang's embrace was too warm, and she couldn't bring herself to say no. Unable to refuse, then Qin Fuling kept putting food on their plates. Here, Liang Ji, try this. Qingqiujie. After finishing their meal, it was past 1 o'clock. It was time to go. The three of them packed up, and Xia Qingqiu drove Su Liang all the way to the airport. The airport terminal was bustling with people. Su Liang turned to look at the two women in front of him. Qin Fuling bit her lip and said reluctantly, Liang Ji, I'll come to Shanghai to see you in a while. Su Liang ruffled her hair. You're welcome any time. He looked at Xia Qingqiu again, then waved and turned to walk into the airport. Chapter 420 Hitting a Brick Wall. My dear brother. The plane pierced through the clouds and landed at Shanghai International Airport 2 hours later. Su Liang followed the flow of people down the steps and across the jet bridge. At the airport exit, a figure was eagerly waiting. Su Qingge, dressed in a simple dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, possessed a cool and ethereal beauty, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. She glanced down at the Patek Philippe on her wrist every now and then. She had timed it perfectly, the plane should have arrived by now. Joy and anticipation alternated on her face. Joy because she could finally see her brother again, anticipation because that familiar figure hadn't appeared yet. Those around her were already captivated by her. Passengers couldn't help but slow their pace as they passed by, some turned back for another look, while others simply stood a short distance away whispering among themselves. That girl is so beautiful. She's so pretty, I wish she were my girlfriend. A young man was staring, his eyes practically glued to the screen, when his companion slapped him on the back of the head. Wake up, what are you thinking? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're lucky she even glanced at you. I was just saying. The young man sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Someone noticed Su Qingge checking her time and started speculating. Who is she waiting for? To make such a beauty wait, who has the nerve to do that? Could it be her boyfriend? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The person who answered was certain. Who could possibly be worthy of such a beauty? Probably a best friend or family member. The murmurs spread. But Su Qingge paid no attention, her gaze fixed on the exit passage. Just then, a figure emerged from the exit passage. The man arrived wearing a flashy shirt, collar open, an expensive watch on his wrist, exuding an air of ostentation. His hair was slicked back, and he walked with a slouching gait, each step a sway, as if he thought he was dashing. He noticed Suchinga the moment he stepped out of the turnstile, his eyes glued to her. He stopped, straightened his collar, forced what he thought was a charming smile, and walked towards Suchinga. Beautiful lady, waiting for someone. He stopped in front of Suchinga, striking a pose of nonchalance. Suchinga didn't even glance at him. The young man's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his confidence. Don't be so aloof. I mean no harm. I just saw you standing here alone and wanted to make friends. Let me introduce myself, I'm from the capital. Get lost. Suchinga finally spoke. Not a single word, not even a glance. The young master's face turned ashen. He was a scion of a prominent family in the capital, always treated with deference and respect. When had he ever received such treatment? He gritted his teeth and said, I'm from the Zhao family of the capital, beautiful lady, please give me some face. He didn't finish his sentence. Suchinga finally turned to look at him. Her eyes were calm as still water, but the instant her gaze fell upon him, an invisible aura erupted from within her, pressing down on him like a mountain crashing down. The young master's face changed drastically. The pressure made his knees go weak, and he could hardly breathe. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, a deep-seated fear shooting from the base of his spine to his head. He'd kicked a hornet's nest. This aura was far stronger than even his bodyguards, he could only tremble and beg for mercy. I am sorry, I was blind to your greatness. Please, be magnanimous and let me go. Suchinga looked at his cowardly appearance and calmly withdrew her aura. Normally, if someone dared to speak to her like that, she wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. But today was different. Today was the day her brother returned, bloodshed was unlucky, and she didn't want to ruin her good mood. The young master, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away. Suchinga withdrew her gaze and looked back towards the exit. Just then, she caught sight of that familiar figure. Suchinga's eyes lit up instantly. My dear brother. Chapter 421. He's still a baby, I can't afford to mess with him. Brother. Suchinga threw herself into Su Liang's arms, jumping up. She wrapped her arms around Su Liang's neck, her legs naturally coiling around his waist, clinging to him. You're finally back. Su Liang looked at his sister, who was clinging to him like a koala, and couldn't help but smile. It's only been a few days, and you missed me that much. Suchinga nodded like a chick pecking at rice in his arms, her muffled voice coming from under his shoulder. I missed you so much, so much. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Think about how many autumns it's been. I haven't been able to eat or drink, and I've even lost weight. Su Liang patted her back, somewhat speechless. All right, I'm back now, aren't I? Get down first. No. Suchinga shook her head vigorously, hugging him even tighter. I'm afraid if I let go of you, you'll disappear. Su Liang was both amused and exasperated. I'll just stay in Shanghai from now on, I won't go anywhere else, okay? Suchinga looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Suchinga stared into his eyes for 2 seconds, making sure he wasn't just lying, before reluctantly sliding off him. Her feet touched the ground, but her arms still clung tightly to Su Liang's arm, as if she wanted to stick to him. A warm touch came from her, and Su Liang glanced at her. How old are you? Shouldn't you pay attention to your image? Suchinga pouted, giving a dismissive snort. I'm still a baby, okay. Yes. Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle. A 240-month-old baby, right? Suchinga chuckled, leaning her head on his shoulder, then pulled him by the arm and led him outside. Come on, the car's waiting outside. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the parking lot. The brother and sister walked side by side. Su Liang was tall and handsome, with a refined and approachable demeanor. Suchinga, arm in arm with him, smiled radiantly. This couple walking through the crowd was like a moving landscape painting, attracting frequent glances. Most of the crowd at the airport exit, drawn by Suchinga, hadn't left yet. They all wanted to see who this angelic beauty was waiting for.
The moment they saw Su Liang, many couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He was too handsome. Handsome, with deep-set features, a perfect physique, and an outstanding aura, he evoked no envy. But there are always exceptions. Someone in the corner muttered sourly. Is that fairy really waiting for her boyfriend? A beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Before he could finish, his friend shoved a hand over his mouth, his voice low and harsh. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. You don't even recognize him? That's the president of the Su group, the famous young Master Su. The man whimpered, but when he heard the words young Master Su, his eyes widened in shock. The others nearby also suddenly realized what he meant. So it's young Master Su. No wonder, no wonder. Only a family like that could be worthy of such a fairy. The person who had spoken earlier chimed in speechlessly. What fairy favor? That's young Master Su's sister, his own sister. What? She's his sister. The Su family's genes are just too amazing. The brother is so handsome, the sister is so beautiful, how can anyone live like this? Exclamations of admiration rose and fell. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, one person hadn't left. The young master of the Zhao family huddled behind a pillar, his eyes wide, his face ashen. He stared intently at the brother and sister chatting and laughing in front of him, his mind buzzing. That beautiful woman, she's actually one of Su Liang's people? His family had repeatedly warned him before his trip to Shanghai. You can mess with anyone, but never mess with Su Liang. The Zhao family's power was utterly insignificant compared to the Su family's. If trouble came his way, no one could protect him. He had even patted his chest and assured them he knew his limits and would never cause trouble. But look what happened. On his very first day in Shanghai, he went and harassed Su Liang's woman right after getting off the plane. Although it seems like she's his sister now, does it really matter? The Su family's sister is even more dangerous than a girlfriend. Young Master Zhao's back was soaked with cold sweat, his legs trembling. His mind kept replaying the look Su Qingda had given him, the terrifying aura pressing down on him, and the joyful yet dependent way she had run into Su Liang's arms. He could only silently pray. He hoped that this celestial being would be magnanimous and truly let him go. He hoped she wouldn't mention this to Su Liang, otherwise. Young Master Zhao shuddered, afraid to think any further. He shrank back, pressed himself against the wall, and slunk away into the crowd. Chapter 422. My brother is mine, and no one can take him away. Su Qingda, arm in arm with Su Liang, walked out of the airport, oblivious to the admiring or envious glances around them. At that moment, her eyes were only on her brother. A Bentley was parked by the roadside. Su Qingda took out her keys and pressed a button. The headlights flashed twice. She opened the passenger door, pushed Su Liang inside, went around to the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and started the car. The car drove along the highway, the street scenes outside the window slowly receding. As she drove, Su Qingda looked at Su Liang and asked, "Brother, what have you been doing in Rongqing these past few days?" Su Liang, of course, wouldn't say he went there to find women, so he made up an excuse. The company had some business to expand, so I went to coordinate. Oh. Su Qingda dragged out the last syllable, unsure whether she believed him or not, but she didn't press further. She blinked and changed the subject. Did anything fun happen? Tell me about it. Just work-related stuff, nothing fun. Is there anything good to eat? Yes. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "There's a private restaurant that's pretty good. Take me there next time." Okay. The two chatted casually. Not long after, the car entered a tree-lined road, the ancient trees on both sides blocking out the sky. They arrived at the Su family compound. Su Qingda parked the car, jumped out, and pulled Su Liang into the house. In the living room, she solicitously helped Su Liang onto the sofa, then turned and brought out a plate of fruit and several dishes of pastries. Then she peeled a deep purple grape, held it to Su Liang's lips, and looked at him with a beaming smile. "Brother, you must be tired from your journey back. Here, open your mouth, ah." Su Liang looked at the grape offered to his lips, but didn't open his mouth immediately.
Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He scrutinized the sister in front of him, whose smile was unnaturally sweet.
Shinga,
he asked with a hint of scrutiny.
Did you get into some trouble? Suchinga's smile froze for a moment, then turned into a blank expression. No, why do you ask, brother? Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. Su Liang snorted. Tell me, what's your purpose? Suchinga immediately pouted, her eyes visibly reddening, her voice becoming watery. Brother, how could you do this? You came all this way back, and I was just trying to be kind and caring, but you think of me like this. I am so heartbroken. She raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye, though there were no tears, her expression was pitiful enough. Su Liang looked at her like this and helplessly rubbed his forehead. His younger sister was good in every way, except she was too mischievous, always full of little tricks that were impossible to guard against. Seeing her on the verge of tears, even though he knew she was faking it, he couldn't help but soften his tone. Okay, I was wrong, alright. The grievance on Suchinga's face vanished in a fraction of a second, replaced by a bright smile. She blinked her still slightly red eyes. Since you've shown some remorse, I'll forgive you. As she spoke, she pushed another grape towards Su Liang's lips. Brother, eat it. This is a little something from your sister, you can't waste it. Su Liang didn't know what she was up to, but he still opened his mouth and ate it. After feeding Su Liang fruit for a while, Suchinga changed her approach. She went behind the sofa, placed her hands on Su Liang's shoulders, and began to massage them. Brother, you must be tired from your journey. Let me give you a massage to relax. Her tone carried a hint of self-satisfaction. I learned this for a long time, especially for you. Su Liang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately kept silent. Every time he faced this younger sister, he felt overwhelmed. She was just too passionate. But soon he didn't have time to think about anything else. Suchinga pressed her fingers precisely on his acupoints, the pressure just right, her technique professional. Su Liang involuntarily relaxed, closing his eyes slightly. Brother, how is it? Suchinga couldn't help but ask expectantly. Mum. Su Liang let out a comfortable groan. Not bad, you've put in a lot of effort, haven't you? To make brother happy, this is nothing. Only Suchinga knew the little scheme she was plotting. She wanted Su Liang to become dependent on her, to get used to her care, to get used to her companionship. Brother would always be hers, and no one could take him away. Half an hour later, Su Liang signaled for her to stop. Okay, much better now, you should rest for a bit. Suchinga stopped, but didn't leave, following Su Liang's gaze to the television screen in front of her. A variety show was playing on TV, a group of female guests in short skirts dancing energetically on stage, youthful and vibrant, their movements alluring. Suchinga's eyes darted around, she suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 423 My sister is dancing, it turns out she's jealous. Suchinga's eyes darted around, and she said to Su Liang. Brother, wait a moment, I'm going to change my clothes. With that, she turned and strode upstairs. Su Liang was somewhat puzzled, glancing back at the stairs, wondering what that girl was up to now. Not long after, footsteps echoed down the stairs. Su Liang looked in the direction of the sound and was startled. Suchinga came downstairs, dressed in a new outfit. The fabric was extremely thin, a sheer, gauze-like material that accentuated her slender waist. The hem of the gauze barely covered her thighs, revealing glimpses of her fair skin as she moved. She was already stunningly beautiful, with a pure and innocent air. Now, in this thin, sheer dress, she looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, now tinged with a touch of earthly charm. She was both innocent and alluring, indescribably captivating. Su Liang's brows furrowed slightly. Why did you change into these clothes? He paused, his tone becoming somewhat serious. Also, when did you buy these clothes? You're still a student, you shouldn't be wearing something so revealing. He stopped mid-sentence, then added. Even after you graduate, you can't wear clothes like this. Suchinga stood at the top of the stairs, hands behind her back, her eyes crinkling with a smile, as if she had anticipated his reaction.
She walked over and twirled in front of Su Liang, the sheer hem of her skirt fluttering gently. "Don't worry, brother, I won't wear it out," she said with a grin. "Just wear it at home." Su Liang was slightly relieved when she said she wouldn't wear it out, but still added a reminder. "You can't wear this when guests come over either." Su Chinga smiled even more brightly, her eyes curving into crescents. "Don't worry, brother, I'm only wearing it for you." Su Liang couldn't help but rub his forehead. His little sister was acting up again. He shook his head, deciding to stop worrying about the clothes and instead asked, "You still haven't told me what you want to do wearing this out." Su Chinga stopped in front of him, tilting her head slightly. "I learned a new dance, and I wanted you to give me your feedback." "You can dance." Su Liang was clearly surprised. Su Chinga immediately pouted, displeased. "Brother, what do you mean? I'm a girl, is it so strange that I can dance?" Su Liang was genuinely puzzled. Su Chinga's public persona was always aloof and distant. She found even a few words annoying, and didn't seem like the type to actively learn to dance. However, he didn't voice this thought, only offering a brief explanation. "No, it's just a bit unexpected." He leaned back on the sofa, watching her with interest. "What kind of dance do you learn? Show me." Su Chinga immediately perked up and walked to the open space in the center of the living room. She took out her phone, scrolled through it a couple of times, and selected a lively song. The intro started, she closed her eyes briefly, and then gracefully began to dance. Her dance moves were unbelievably beautiful. Naturally beautiful, and possessing exceptional skill as a foundation, every movement was light and fluid. Twisting, extending arms, bending over, glancing back, every movement perfectly showcased her body's flexibility. Her sheer dress billowed with her movements, appearing and disappearing glimpses. At times, she moved like a swallow skimming the water, at others like willow catkins swaying in the wind. Every smile and gesture was perfectly natural. The living room was quiet. Su Liang leaned back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on her figure. Su Chinga finished her dance with a graceful spin, then turned her head and winked at Su Liang. "Brother, how did I dance compared to that dance group on TV?" Su Liang snapped out of his reverie and immediately understood. So this girl was jealous because she had seen him watching those girl groups dancing on TV. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. His sister's jealousy was a bit too much. Chapter 424. My sister's tea ceremony skills have reached their pinnacle. As time passed, the sun set, casting its last rays. Su Chinga said to Su Liang, "Brother, you rest for a while, I'll go cook." Then she went into the kitchen. Soon afterward, the sound of a knife cutting through the air could be heard. Not long after, the aroma of food wafted out. About an hour later, Su Chinga came out carrying plates of dishes. "Brother, dinner's ready." Su Liang put down his phone and walked to the dining table. Su Chinga pulled out a chair for him. "Brother, sit here." Su Liang glanced at the table laden with dishes, slightly taken aback. Steamed king crab, braised bear paw, bird's nest soup, caviar with pancakes, braised sea cucumber with scallions. Plates of all sizes filled the table. The food looked and smelled delicious, making one's mouth water. This girl must have put a lot of thought into this meal. Su Liang sat down, glancing at Su Chinga beside him, feeling touched. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Chinga waved her hand, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "It's nothing. Brother's back, of course I have to treat you well. Try some." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of bear paw meat with her chopsticks and held it to Su Liang's lips. Su Liang ate it. The meat was tender and delicious, the sauce rich and flavorful, cooked to perfection. Su Chinga looked at him expectantly, asking, "Brother, how is it?" Su Liang chewed a couple of times, then looked at Su Chinga with some surprise. "How come your cooking has improved so much?" Su Chinga smiled smugly. "I learned all this recently. My brother's not home, and I was just killing time, so I went to learn from a chef for a while." Su Liang sincerely praised her. "Not bad, keep up the good work." Su Chinga's smile widened. "I'm glad you like it, brother."
Eat more,
she said, placing another piece of food on Su Liang's plate. Su Liang looked at the food in front of his mouth and smiled helplessly.
You eat too, don't just eat for me. Su Qingge obediently hummed in agreement, a smile playing on her lips.
The brother and sister ate their meal, taking turns with their chopsticks, the atmosphere warm and cozy. After finishing their meal, Su Qingge neatly cleared the table. When she came out wiping her hands, she saw Su Liang enjoying tea. Come and have some tea. Su Liang beckoned to her.
Su Qingge's eyes lit up. She quickly ran over, took the teacup Su Liang handed her, and took a sip. Brother's tea is still the best.
Suddenly, her eyes darted around, and an idea struck her. She put down the teacup, sighed, and said with a troubled expression, "Brother, how do you brew this tea? I can never get it to taste like this.
Teach me, will you?" Su Liang picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said casually,
"You don't drink tea much, why would you want to learn?"
Su Qingge tilted her head.
"I don't drink tea, but I can brew it for you."
Su Liang's hand holding the teacup paused.
This little sister is really too clever.
Seeing that Su Liang didn't respond, Su Qingge became even more enthusiastic, eagerly moving closer.
"Brother, please teach me. If I could master tea ceremony, I could brew tea for you every day when you're home."
"I'd make whatever you want, wouldn't that be wonderful?"
Su Liang glanced at her, thinking to himself, "Your tea ceremony skills are already unparalleled, you don't need to be taught." But he didn't say this aloud, otherwise his sister would give him that pitiful look again, a look he couldn't resist.
Sure enough, seeing his silence, Su Qingge immediately used her trump card.
She leaned in and took Su Liang's arm. Brother. Su Liang, shaken by her, sighed and gave in. All right, I'll teach you, okay." Su Qingge then released his arm, excitedly sat down at the tea table, and looked at Su Liang expectantly. Su Liang sat down as well and began to explain the basics of tea ceremony to her from the beginning.
Su Qingge listened attentively, nodding occasionally, looking as if she understood. After explaining once, Su Liang pushed the teapot in front of her.
"You try it." Su Qingge confidently picked up the teapot and began to operate it according to the steps, but Su Liang quickly noticed something was wrong. She had nodded repeatedly during the explanation, but when it came to actual operation, she kept making mistakes.
Su Liang kept reminding and pointing her out. But every step Su Qingge did was wrong.
She herself frowned, with a helpless expression that said, "I didn't want to."
Just as Su Liang was about to say, "Try it again," Su Qingge looked up first, looking at him pitifully.
Her watery eyes were full of pleading. "Brother, I don't know how, please teach me." Su Liang was puzzled.
"Aren't I teaching you?" Su Qingge shook her head.
"You're only saying it verbally, and I'm not quite sure. Could you teach me step by step?"
Su Liang.
Chapter 425 Brother, teach me. This little sister is hopeless. Su Qingge stared at Su Liang, her eyelashes fluttering twice, then she pressed herself against him.
She took Su Liang's arm and shook it vigorously.
"Brother, please teach me." Her voice was sweet and soft, enough to melt anyone's bones. Su Liang felt a little dizzy from her shaking. This younger sister's figure was simply too good to resist.
Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Qingge added fuel to the fire.
"Brother, please." Hiss. Su Liang sighed and rubbed his temples. All right, I'll teach you." Su Qingge finally released his arm, her aggrieved expression instantly transforming into a smile. Then, she turned and sat properly at the coffee table, obediently waiting for Su Liang to teach her. Su Liang looked at her obedient appearance, but he knew exactly what was going on. This girl was mostly faking it. But he didn't call her out on it. He walked around behind her and leaned down. He embraced Su Qingge from behind. A faint fragrance wafted over. Su Liang composed himself and took Su Qingge's hands in his. "Watch carefully, learn well." Su Liang's voice whispered in Su Qingge's ear. "First, warm the cup. Pour hot water around it, only when the cup is warm can the tea's aroma be released."
He guided Su Chinga's hand, leading her to lift the kettle, and hot water slowly poured down the side of the cup. Su Chinga obediently let him hold her in his arms, feeling the warmth from behind and his breath on her ear. She felt a sweet warmth in her heart. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. On the surface, she appeared to be studying diligently, but in reality, her attention was entirely on Su Liang. Gradually, the aroma of tea rose and filled the air. After brewing the tea, Su Liang released her hand. Got it? Try it yourself. Su Chinga hadn't quite come to her senses yet, turning her head blankly to look at Su Liang, blinking. Got what? Su Liang tapped her forehead. The tea I taught you to brew, otherwise what was I doing just now? Su Chinga cried out, clutching her forehead, her lips immediately pouting, looking at him with a pitiful expression. But I didn't remember. Su Liang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His younger sister had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, practically possessing a photographic memory. How could she not remember something he had taught her step by step? Su Chinga seemed to sense his suspicion and used her trump card again. She looked up at Su Liang pleadingly. Brother, please teach me one more time, just one last time, I promise I'll learn well. Su Liang finally gave in, but with a condition. Just this once. If you still can't learn it, then don't bother learning anymore. It just means you don't have the talent for making tea. Su Chinga nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Su Liang went behind her again, took her hand again, and demonstrated the tea-making steps from beginning to end. This time he explained it more clearly, making sure Su Chinga saw each step clearly. Su Chinga did indeed learn seriously this time. At least on the surface. Got it. Su Liang released her and took a half step back. Su Chinga gave an uncertain look. I'll try, brother, you keep an eye on me, and remind me if I do it wrong. Su Liang nodded and watched from the side. Su Chinga picked up the kettle and began to operate. She was incredibly clever, photographic memory was no exaggeration. She had actually memorized all the steps and techniques during the first lesson. But now, sitting at the coffee table, her hand accidentally trembled as she poured water, spilling half a cup. She accidentally pinched out too much tea leaves, and so on. Then she looked up, innocently staring at Su Liang. Brother, what did I do wrong? Su Liang had no choice but to go over and take her hand from behind, correcting her gestures. Su Chinga obediently let him hold her hand, secretly pleased, and then continued to accidentally make mistakes in the next step, waiting for Su Liang to correct her again. This repeated itself, and it took 3 attempts to barely pass the test for 1 cup of tea. Seeing the satisfied expression on Su Chinga's face, Su Liang was speechless. This younger sister was hopeless. Chapter 426 Brother, shall you scold me? Let's go for a hot spring bath. You've made this mistake 10 times already. Su Liang, holding Su Chinga's hand, corrected her again, already somewhat impatient. If you still can't learn, don't blame me for spanking you. Upon hearing this, Su Chinga's eyes lit up instantly, and she turned her head to look up at him. Really? Before Su Liang could react, the kettle in Su Chinga's hand accidentally tilted, spilling hot water onto most of the tea tray. Su Liang fell silent. He looked at the puddle of water on the tea tray, then at Su Chinga's face, which was trying hard to purse her lips and suppress a smile, and felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Su Chinga put down the kettle, quickly adjusted her expression, and put on a pitiful, tearful look. Brother, I've disappointed you, hit me. She said, turning slightly to the side, as if waiting for punishment. Su Chinga waited 2 seconds, and seeing he didn't react, she immediately became anxious. She simply stood up, placed her hands on his legs, and leaned against him. Turning her head, she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, and said expectantly, Brother, it's all my fault for being so stupid. Hit me, I promise I won't be angry. Su Liang was completely bewildered. However, seeing her like this, Su Liang also became angry. This younger sister was always causing trouble and had no sense of propriety, she really needed to be disciplined. This time, Su Liang didn't hold back. All you do is cause trouble all day long, do you know you're wrong? Su Chinga pursed her lips, refusing to admit her mistake. Gradually, she even started to sob. Su Liang's hand froze in midair. That sound was just too. He originally wanted to discipline his sister, but how could he possibly hit her now? Su Chinga sensed he had stopped and turned her head, a faint blush on her cheeks. Her eyes held a hint of confusion. Brother, why did you stop? Su Liang's face darkened. He took a deep breath and shoved her off his lap. Get out of here. Su Liang sat on the sofa, letting out a long sigh, slumping back against the backrest, utterly exhausted. He picked up the tea from the coffee table and took a large gulp. Su Chinga was quiet for less than 2 minutes before coming closer again and starting to massage him. Brother, I was wrong, she said ingratiatingly. Let me massage you, you've worked hard. Su Liang felt comfortable as she massaged his shoulders, but he didn't let her off the hook. Just behave yourself, and I'll thank God. Su Chinga gave an awkward smile, but her hands didn't stop. Suddenly remembering something, her eyes darted around, and she tentatively asked, Brother, are you tired? Su Liang snorted irritably. You already know, why ask? Then. Su Chinga said expectantly. Shall we go to the hot springs together? Su Liang turned his head and glanced at her sideways. I just got home, can't I rest for a bit? That's precisely why we're going to the hot springs. Su Chinga said matter-of-factly. A hot spring is so relaxing, a soak will make all your fatigue disappear. I don't want to go out. Su Liang turned back, closed his eyes, and lazily relaxed. The hot spring is right here at home. Su Liang hummed in response, opening one eye to look at her. Su Chinga immediately began to tell him excitedly. It turned out that while Su Liang was away, she had a hot spring pool dug in the backyard. After she finished speaking, she looked at him with sparkling eyes, her face full of praise-me expressions. How about it? Brother, shall we go for a soak? Su Liang couldn't help but become interested. He glanced at Su Chinga, saw her expectant face, and nodded. Let's go. Su Chinga exclaimed yay and pulled Su Liang's hand, heading towards the door. They walked through the corridor, pushed open a carved wooden door in the backyard, and a wave of warm steam carrying a faint floral fragrance wafted out.